I'm going to guess that means it's working. How is my volume? A little quiet, eh? If I get one quiet and one good. All right. Well, I'm sure if I get ranting on something, I'll get louder later. But start out mellow. Okay, that's good. I slightly changed some audio settings from last time that should hopefully be better, less keyboard noise and that sort of stuff. That's the hope. I'll switch from this very exciting screen to this very exciting screen. I also, I'm sure I'll still be terrible at keeping track of questions people ask, but I wrote, I'm try to write it down. If I see a question, I'm going to try to write it down. Uh, and then that way, when I go off on a 20-minute tangent about something and I'm trying to remember what I was talking about, I can hopefully go to the list of questions and refresh my memory. Okay. The 2 minutes till the official start. I don't have to do anything meaningful yet. I had something for some got a question already from someone who doesn't have a lot of time for it. They have to go. So I'll start. I'm going to start with that. But I figure I should wait until at least the official start time to start answering things. And as always, I say as always as though I do this a lot. This is the third time, but hey, it was less than a year. It's been only like 5 months. Um, I kind of just go with the flow. I've got stuff. I never run out of stuff in my head to show. I just it'll go forever. But any questions people have and all that, that's what I like to do. So I've got stuff in mind if there's nothing, and we'll see how it goes, including the the part that I didn't say in the time travel glitch video about how item stuff works. It's apparently when I said that I was afraid I would lose people's interest if I went off on a tangent, people took that to mean that I think they're stupid and won't understand, which was not what I meant. Uh, the irony in the end about that was that I'm always trying to think of, well, I got to keep the broad audience in mind. There's people who have watched my stuff before and are used to things like this. I even made a quick joke about the uh, well, yeah, and that's why I said a little bit about, when I said nerdier than usual, that was like, okay, I expect some people are familiar with what I do in the videos. And this time it's going to go a little bit beyond that because I have to start talking about stuff like, global items and level cat, like, things that are a bit more just like file-y stuff that I'm usually talking about. So that was just sort of a quick joke about that. And apparently people, it's you can never please everyone because like I'm doing that as a bit of a joke toward, hey, don't turn the video off. Uh, and then people like get insulted, like I was saying that I'm so much smarter than them or whatever. And so the thing about the items wasn't like, oh, you wouldn't understand if I said it. It was more like, well, this if I go off on that, it's really not what this video is about. And I try to stay on topic unless there's a boat involved. And so, but yeah, people, several like angry comments about how I should have just said it all anyway. So I'm going to do it on the stream because it's a lot. Like it would have, it would have been a long. I would have had to try to trim it down. So instead, I should have just said nothing. In the end, I shouldn't have said that line because that video was only watched by people who have watched my videos before. It totally bombed with new viewers. So I didn't even really need to be concerned that much about people who were just stumbling onto the video because nobody watched it. uh, is my worst performing video in the last 12 months. But that's okay. Um, but yeah, so that line, I still wouldn't have gone off on the tangent. I think that still would have been a mistake, but I would not have put that line in there because I would have been more assured if I had known it was only repeat viewers that they're used to it. I mean, I made the joke about saying if you're new around here, let me explain what offstage means because I've talked about that at least a couple times before in videos and obviously on the streams, but the streams are separate. That's why I try to reserve the stuff to where it's like full on no barriers for the streams where I'm like, okay, if you show up for the stream, you know what you're getting. I'm going to talk about anything. I'm going to ramble off the top of my head. I'm going to show you text files. I'm going to spend time fumbling through menus. It's going to be whatever. I'll go off on nothing but tangents. There's your fair warning in the title of the stream, etc. So if you show up for this, I assume no problem. Anything I talk about, that's what you want to hear. But in the videos, I got to be thinking about the broader audience. So, the doing it, the doing of it is not like, especially with the way. I mean, again, the mashing your one key is the simplest way. It just it's not too difficult to do. The thing is, once you do it, going back, it's like it's going to be weird, but it's not like total chaos. I haven't extensively experimented with it, but um, well, I wanted to sort of ramble to get the stream going since I started a few minutes early, just to make sure my settings were all right. But so since like I said, I got a couple of questions in advance, and since the person that asked is right there in the chat, I can start with that. And that was, are there any other point systems or any other companions other than Shadowheart or Gale have point systems? And I said the answer is yes and no. No, in that as far as I have seen, none of the other main companions, none of the stuff you might think is point related sort of stuff like that. None of those other decisions have any sort of hidden point things. The I like min-max Shadowheart romance is fun. Like on another stream, you might hear about builds and min-maxing their combat performance, and for me, it's min-maxing point systems. So for stuff like will he become Duke or not? That's all up to you just choose. The if in fact if I recall correctly, if you just tell him to make his own choice, he always chooses to be the blade of whichever it is. When it comes down to will he spare his father or like save his father, it's just your choice. There's no behind the scenes at all. Okay, so I'm going to try to be good. I'm going to write down this question. I wish I could copy and paste easily, but you'd be seeing my weird. I guess I could do that. Okay. Copy and paste this whole thing. Isn't this a great stream with all sorts of stupid menus on screen? Isn't it great? Okay. Back to where I was. Well, see, that's the thing. This is the comment there about the warning is because it's people who are interested in that stuff think that. But you got to remember the total YouTube audience is not just people who are ready for that sort of stuff. There's a lot of people who lose interest at the smallest thing. And I could show you analytics lines, or I even could predict when people are going to shut the video off or whatever, and I see it happen exactly as I predicted. That's the thing. So that's why, again, why these streams are other than the tongue-in-cheek title of the stream, no other disclaimers or concerns. Like if you're here, I assume you want to know that stuff. But in the videos, I can't just assume that everyone wants to see, weird stuff talking about file systems and all that sort of stuff. So that video already had to do that a bit more than usual to explain it at all. And as I joked, in the end, it was only people who were already around anyway, so I needn't be as concerned. But that's not a good thing. I wish more people had watched it. Okay, so as I was saying about points and stuff, other decisions, as far as I have seen and everything I looked at, They're not based on sort of point stuff like that. You know, Lazelle, she just does whatever you tell her when it comes to you know, choosing to side with Voss or not. Some things have approval thresholds that may change things and make them available or whatever. Sometimes it just makes it like Astarion, whether he ascends or not, he always wants to ascend. Like there's nothing you have done up to that point will change that. Like the sort of basic route through that dialogue, post Cazador fight, he always wants to ascend. The only difference is if you are romancing him, it makes one of the checks slightly easier. It's kind of a slightly weird thing where there's you can do a persuasion or you can do like an insight check or something. And if you pass the insight check, it makes the persuasion slightly easier. And if you're romancing him, the insight check is slightly easier. You get an advantage or something. So it's kind of weirdly convoluted. But he always wants to ascend. And you have to specifically choose the dialogue option to say, oh, think about how many people you'll kill, and then persuade him not to do it. And then that will change his mind. There's no other behind the scenes point stuff for him. So that's the no part of the answer to this question. The yes part is I actually did discover I kind of forgot about it until she asked about it. The I'll try to address that question in just a sec. And because I don't know exactly what you mean, I'll go let you know right now. The So the answer is Minthara has a point system, but it's not used. It exists, but it is basically something unfinished that never got fully implemented. And so it is called, she has exile points and exploit points. And according to this script, this is the same script that determines whether she poisons you when she kisses you, by the way. There's a whole scripting stuff here for exile versus exploit, her story arc, it says. And in fact, if you look in the debug book, has stuff in place for it, where this whole list of stuff suggests that all these various things would have been part of the story arc. And it looks in a lot like Gale's goal score. That's still more complex because his has the whole push pull thing between the crown choices and the death choices. Hers doesn't have that exactly. It's simpler, but it would have been similar where if you make a choice like in dialogue or whatever that is an exile choice, it will increase the counter for exile options. And whenever that one of those counters an exploit, same thing. Whenever one of those counters changes, it compares them, and whichever one is higher gets set to be her ending path, exile ending and exploit ending. But none of these are actually used. So it doesn't matter. She technically has or can have, I believe the exile is the only one you could do. An exile ending flag could get set if you make this specific choice I'll show in a second. But nothing's ever going to happen. Nothing actually checks that flag ever. So the only references to this system are in this script that says what happens if you make one of those choices, and then the debug book talking a bit about setting her onto various path stuff. So there is only one place in the game that still has one of those make a decision flags in it. It's since it's the only one, it seems fairly arbitrary, but I imagine that they were designed to have more than one. And if I go to Rivington, the show you the super exciting only time it ever comes up, though you never know. It's just a flag being set behind the scenes. Um, the oh the of course I already missed questions when I was saying other stuff. No, the way that the Yen is about to interrupt me here in a sec. Okay.
Excuse me. I can't find my
I don't care about your mom.
If Get Out layout is not clear enough for you, child.
All right.
Okay, so doing that causes Minthara to pop up what they call an IPRD, which I've still never seen for sure. I think it stands for in-party reaction or relationship dialogue. And she talks about refugees.
I do not understand why the matrons, patriarchs of the city do not
I'm
open their
glad.
gates to the
Listen, I finally
refugees.
recognize your name. I don't know if it's Kalubla. I'm bad at names. So if you say this option, I agree. They should offer them shelter from the danger that is coming.
I was not
She goes off and talks. With that line, if you choose that one line, you just pushed her towards exile for whatever reason. That is the only one in the game that still exists. Nothing happens as a result, but that is it. I already had it here. Right. This is the dialogue she was just doing, and right there, this is the only time that flag is set. So yes, there is one other point system, but it wasn't completed and it's never used. I had that sort of in my back pocket to put into sort of a miscellaneous companion stuff video, perhaps at some point. Though now that I've acknowledged it, that it'll show up in a certain somebody's video, super secret hidden stuff you didn't know in a few weeks. Next up, Minthara has a hidden point system. Okay, so the Kalubla, okay. I really should actually make use of this thing. I mean, you got to look at my stupid OBS going in the background, but if I cover lots of stuff, then that'll make it look slightly more professional. So yeah, the question about, sorry, I don't stream much. Reactivating the Shadow Curse. No, specifically when you end the when you finish Act 2, when you leave it, it runs a script that deactivates the Shadow Curse. And when you go back, obviously one of the biggest things about the whole reset the map thing is that the script initialization doesn't run again, and so it doesn't reactivate the Shadow Curse. And in fact, if I recall correctly, it actually puts a database entry that says the Shadow Curse is currently deactivated, and that never goes anywhere. The database doesn't get reset. So no, you can actually, it's gone. I thought about mentioning it in the video and didn't bother, but yeah, if you do choose to go back, you will just walk around. You don't need the pixie anymore because the curse is gone. I do, okay, so I'm seeing this question. Just about everything I do is via console commands. Some of the asylums can be reached via flinging, though flinging on console is weird and restricted, and I'm really ignorant when it comes to console stuff. So I'm afraid all I can tell you is I know there were some experiments being done on trying to reach at least the Act 1 asylum on console, but I have not been keeping up with the progress of that. So I'm afraid I'm not a good console question answer. Or when you see me do just about anything, it's using the console. Let's see. So the other question, so I wrote, this is another question I got earlier, which is there's not much, the unfortunate answer is, I don't really know, which was why does the narrator, I said in the Act 1 Asylum video that everyone has to have a body to speak. So they have to have a body somewhere on the current map to talk. And the narrator, that doesn't apply to. And the actual answer, I don't know. It has something to do with the way their sound engine works. All I can say is that every other character in the game, like every character, has all their sound files have their character, their unique identifier is after this V. So this is like dialogue files for the whole game. They're in different banks. I don't know if I have everything, but the narrator, on the other hand, has their own special one that just says narrator. So right, it just means that however their sound engine works, it is a special exception for the narrator. I guess they just knew that she would be globally speaking all over the place, so they just designed it where a narrator specifically can just talk anywhere. And you can't change. There's no name changes or anything. You can't manipulate the narrator as a character or anything like that. So apparently that's just how it works. So that's all I can say.
In memory of Largo Crivens, taken along with his family on the same grim night. May their deaths be avenged.
Um, the um, okay, so I this question a second ago about my personal favorite romance slash origin playthrough is though well well romance would be something that could apply to any character and origin has to be one of the origins. I haven't played this game I haven't actually played it to play it in over 2 years. I don't really have much connection to the game itself anymore. The my first I only did a one real playthrough ever. And I in that one it was a custom character and I romanced Shadowheart like everybody and super original. The my had plan had been when I started the one that I made to do the honor mode guides that technically Shadowheart is romancing Karlach. That was who I did there, but I don't, I completed none of it. At this point, I just do whatever. I generate whatever result I want. It's all numbers to me at this point. The okay, so this was a question. You mentioned the cash code in Act 3. Right. This okay. I talked a little bit about that in the Patreon post. Your save file has all this cache stuff backed up into it, all the time. It's in the save, and so the when you load a save, the contents of that of the level cache stuff in your save gets put onto your hard drive so that I assume so it could be readily manipulated and whatnot by the game, and then when it's time to save it compresses it again into your save file. So the save has a constant backup of everything, and that's why you can do whatever you want to those files on your hard drive. It's a common thing. I don't know how much it really does to help. I'm not sure. For people to suggest for troubleshooting, go delete your level cache stuff. It's for the people who didn't see the post. It is free if anyone wants to read it. The way good job, Larian. When you start the game up, when you first just start the game itself. And it creates a folder for the level cache for your current session, and so when you load your save, it extracts those level cache files into that folder to do whatever it needs to during the save. If you load a different save, a different campaign, whatever, doesn't matter, it will swap them out. It'll get rid of the ones from that previous save and send the other ones in there. If you go back to the title screen, it will delete that temporary folder. If you don't go to the title screen, if you just quit the game while you're playing, which is probably how most people quit the game 90% of the time, it doesn't delete the old level cache folder. It just makes a new one the next time you start the game up. So if you go look in that level cache folder, if you've never looked at it before and you're a regular player of this game, you've probably got hundreds of level cache file folders that are just uselessly sitting on your hard drive taking up space, and they're never going to be used for anything because your save file has them saved. It does not need those when the game is not running. These days, who knows how much drive space people tend to have, but you could have conceivably hundreds of of megabytes, I don't know, gigabytes, I don't know how much in useless level cache file. But that's when the game does the whole when it does this right here, delete level cache in-game command, all it's doing is deleting that file. It's literally what the call does. It just so you could go do it yourself. You could just open the folder and delete it. Yeah, if you don't go to the title screen before quitting the game and you've played the game like for the last 2.5 years, and you've never gone and looked in that folder, which most of the time, why would somebody? You've got hundreds of folders in there, thousands even. I don't know how much you guys play. The how do I know so much about the coding and everything? Just looking at it. I mean, like again, I just started looking into it and just kept adding more and more to what I figured out. Uh, the funny thing is the whole night song point thing was almost the gateway. I don't know if this story will be interesting, but again, I warned you it's boring, so I can say whatever I want. The I just played the game. Wasn't trying. I never had any dreams about trying to do any data mining thing or anything with the game at all. When I was first playing, and even the first video that I did, I still hadn't done any sort of thing like that at all. But when I was on my first playthrough, I had already gotten to somewhere in Act Two. I remember I was standing around in Last Light Inn. Weird memory to have. And I found out from somewhere, a wiki page or something, about the noble stock. The fact, the whole thing, if you let Shadowheart, eat it or whatever, she has this extra memory. And since I was trying to be all extra Shadowhearty on my first playthrough, I was like, wait, did I miss some sort of content? I didn't get the noble stock, and I found out that the whole thing where if you blow up the mushrooms, it just burns up the noble stock, and you never even knew it was there on the first playthrough. So I was very annoyed, going, I don't want to miss Shadowheart content because I didn't know that there was a mushroom there. But it was long past the chance to do it because it was burned up and I didn't have a save or anything. So I went looking into how to use Cheat Engine to try to generate an item. I was one of those people who was trying to just do template add to whatever and not understanding how any of it worked. And I think I succeeded in doing it. The funny part being in the end that it's such a tiny piece of content it didn't even really matter. But that was the only thing. I had no intention of doing other cheating things or anything. I just learned the bare minimum on how to put an item into the game using Cheat Engine, following some instructions I saw, and then forgot about it. I had no plans to do anything like that again. But when I was somewhere along the line, I just like learning weird new things. 1.5 gigabytes. There you go. People could have even more. My builds up every now. I just remember that it just defaulted BG for everything. When I was doing Act 2 guide, I think a few times it was the same thing. I only knew Cheat Engine at the time. I didn't understand the script extender console or any of that sort of stuff. And so I think I did a little bit of the same thing. The one thing I knew was, you can add items and stuff. So I think there were a couple times I the Doom Hammer that I wanted to say, here, Doom Hammer is useful on Merkel. And I hadn't bought it from, what's his name? 7.5 gig, there you go. Everybody, stop watching the stream and go purge your level cache folder. So I think I added the Doom Hammer to my inventory so I could show that off on Merkel. So a tiny, tiny bit. But somewhere along the line in there, before I was working the Act 2 thing, someone on Reddit probably had mentioned and linked to the parsed dialogue files. And as soon as I was able to get my hands on that, I'm like, wow, behind the scenes information. And I inherently love that kind of stuff. The under the hood sort of stuff, as you could probably figure out by now, I just naturally take to that. And so seeing that, like, oh, wow, I can see all the dialogue in the game, and you see all these flag. I didn't know what the flag stuff's, how it worked yet. I didn't know, I was literally just seeing these things that look like this. So I probably fairly quickly figured out the difference between checking flags and setting flags. But I had no idea how to look up what these flags actually did, or I didn't know the difference between tags and flags. I didn't know about rule checks and all this sort of stuff like that. But it certainly got me very interested. And one of the things that I happened to see in there when looking through stuff was the thing for the Night Song confrontation scene that said enough Night Song points. And I'm thinking, what does enough mean? But that's interesting. So I go searching through those files and see the thing about gaining points, and found that there were 6 of them, but I didn't know what enough was. Enough could have been 2, it could have been all 6, whatever. And the 18 gig, I was going to say, any of us who play this a lot are going to have a lot of folders in there, unless you go to the title screen frequently. I think parse dialogue is where a lot of people like dip first, like they're first dipping their toe into this sort of stuff with the game, because it's like you see that and it's very recognizable. Everyone knows the dialogue from the game and everything. So looking at a scene that you've seen in the game before, and then seeing that dialogue written out on in the file or the parsed file, written out like this, and seeing the flags and stuff, it's fascinating. If you are nerdier than whoever doesn't care about it. And so I was already curious. If it weren't for Knights on Points, all this might not have happened, because, well, that's the part that's definitely true, because if I hadn't made that video and everyone's surprisingly wanted to watch it, I would have just made another strategy guide, probably, then who knows what I would have done. But the wanting to know what enough meant, somewhere, again, I just stumbled into somebody mentioning the goal files at some point, probably linked something on Reddit somewhere. I didn't know where they came from, how you get them out of the save file. I didn't know all those things yet. At that point, they were just a list of files that I downloaded that somebody had zipped somewhere. And that is what really opened the floodgates. Because once I saw those script files, I'm like, wow, this explains everything. This literally explains everything, just about. And so it didn't take long before I was able to track down what enough meant, enough Knights on Points, and saw that the counter that it was for and all that. And because those goal files are written in such a readable scripting, it doesn't look like code. I mean, if you've never looked at any code, anything, maybe it just looks like a blur. Just alerting everyone to how many gigabytes of files they have sitting on their drive. But when you, if I learned anything about Raphael yes, I have. I specifically plan to show something with that. Maybe we're gonna do anything, all those numbered folders in your level cache, they're inside the folder called level cache. If you don't have the game running, they're completely useless. All old level cache folders, those numbered file folders, are never used again. But yeah, we're gonna see if I can run the toolkit on stream. It worked last time, sort of, but the deal is the mod that lets you see the AI grid, for whatever reason, it makes the toolkit even harder to run. Like, it makes it even more resource intensive, particularly RAM. So when we get to the point that I'm going to think about trying to show it, I'm going to give you all fair warning that it may cause the stream to chug, it may cause the stream to freeze, it may cause everything to lock up or whatever, and you're going to have to try to let me know. And if you try to let me know and I don't respond, then I'm going to have to just restart the stream. But we haven't gotten there quite yet. But yes, I did find something I thought was... Now, it may not be what you're thinking about the chapel. You may be thinking, hey, did you find some sort of reference to what that chapel is used for? No. The thing I'm going to show is more technical than that. But so that pretty much kind of got everything going. That once I found these files and realized if you just look at them, you pretty quickly start to follow the syntax. Like, it's not code. It's meant to be. This is just handwritten by scripters. It's all meant to be human readable and all that. So stuff like if a status is applied, and you learn the order of these things. The status was applied to house, and here's a variable status. So then in that status that was applied is in this database list, then do something. If this and this, then this. You just learn how to follow that along. And so the rest is just experience. Just over time, I just learn more and more all the time. I'm messing with it. I commented on that last stream that when I went back and listened to the first stream, I heard myself saying stuff with confidence that I now know was wrong, because I learned more since then and just didn't know what I was talking about exactly when I said it. And that's always going to be true. There's the engine related stuff I'll probably never know. So stuff like why the what's up with the mystery boat, I'm not going to be able to really answer that. I just had to guess. But the something I showed in the video there that the part that I showed with the boat at the end that was a 20% speed. The reason I did that was for anybody who has messed with the tricky sort of side of the game. If you see it at that speed, you realize the boat, it didn't teleport. It wasn't being teleported the way the script does. It was moving the same way it looks like when you do a node fling. So anyone who's actually done those flings before, I put that in as sort of a little wink to say, does this look familiar? That you realize the boat is actually moving extremely quickly to the new spot. So I'm assuming, considering node fling stuff is all engine related stuff, and whatever is going on with the boat is also not part of the scripting. Probably somewhere under the hood, what's causing that boat to move around and what causes the node fling stuff to work is probably related in some way, I would guess, about how it determines positions in the world or whatever, the way the engine does. Because if you teleport somebody through scripting, they don't move like that. They just get completely updated to the new location. And there's no animation. The thing with that boat, it was actually a little tricky to record because it only happens if you, anything about stacking, like no certain things. I mean, that's it. Yeah, that anything about your inventory, that's engine stuff. So I can't answer that question. But the to get that shot of the boat moving like that, as I mentioned in the video, it only moves like that if you load the map, like load a save while it's off stage, which makes it invisible. So to get that shot in the video, I had to get the camera set up to where I wanted it. So when I loaded a save, it would be in the right angle so you could see the boat moving, and then prepare to send the command to set the boat on stage, then have it ready, start loading the game, and then once it's like most of the way loaded, it says like 100% on the loading screen, but it hasn't actually loaded in and started showing the visuals yet. I had to send the call right then, so that it would already be on stage by the time it finished loading the map and moved it. So that's that's what's going on there. Okay, is there any way in game that the 3 level cache can be deleted? I don't think that, well, actually maybe when you go to end, it should. Let me check that real quick. Level cache related stuff is handled in a very hard to find the script. It's a script called level caches. Okay, they are, yeah, I believe so. Yes. So when you go into what's called the end game map, well, yeah, but it's not so much about the loading screen. It's there's that time between it finishing. It loads enough where I can send a command, but not so much that everything has started activating its like actions yet. Yeah, they do. You can send it when it's mostly loaded. You can already send commands. Even somewhere in there, it starts accepting them, even though it hasn't started doing stuff like moving stuff around yet. So there's a window in there to take advantage of. So yeah, this section of stuff said this database for inaccessible after loading is when you reach this level, this one is considered inaccessible from that point on. And whenever you load a level once, it checks to see whether there's a matching level to delete, and it's not blocked, which is I think was set up to be used for Iron Throne, but I don't know if it ever was. It will delete the level cache for the one you no longer can reach. So it happens for the tutorial Nautiloid, when you reach Wilderness, when you reach what they call the Intermezzo, which is Worm's Lookout. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to keep track of questions. I should be glad there's enough people asking stuff that I can't keep up with it. But but someone else might wonder the same question when I mention engine, I'm talking about what actually runs the game itself, like the executable, the DLL files, like the actual game, the that runs off like C code or whatever they created their game on. That is through any means I have tried really, and through any easy means is not accessible. Like decompiling the executable and stuff like that, and trying to blah blah blah. That's not something I've mostly tried to do. And so anything that's handled entirely by the engine itself, I think a good way I can differentiate them for you is these a command like this is called a call. It's called a call. This scripting that you're seeing in these files is made up by Larian. They call it Osiris. All their like internal stuff is named after Egyptian gods for whatever reason. So Osiris is the name of this scripting, which is what the majority of the research and work and stuff I've done has been within these files. Sort of, it's like two different brains, or like a brain and a list of instructions. There's no good analogy. The scripting that handles like okay, I'm gonna, just because I noticed you asked, and I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna copy and paste it, and I'm gonna try to get to it when I remember. I probably still missed like 8 other questions. I'm sorry, people, for missing your questions. The scripting that handles real-time interactions, like idle things, like it's I'm trying to think of the best way to make it clear the difference. Osiris handles like basically the flow of game events. So anytime, like if something happens, do this sort of thing, it can be listening for things to happen. What they call it, there's 3 things: events, calls, and queries. And so an event is something it listens for. If that event happens and it matches the requirements, which is what these if type things will be. Here's a good example. So if something is open, in this case, what's open? This particular door. Then check these other requirements, and then if they meet it, then do a then thing. This is a proc, which is essentially I'll explain proc in a second. You will run a call, and that's just another Osiris thing. Like unlock something, open something. Proc is basically you can create your own call. You can just make one up, and instead of doing something that's built into the engine, you create a proc, and then somewhere else, it acts like an event essentially. So the example here between the difference in Osiris and the engine is this command says to open something. If I were to send this command and I'm trying to open something and I know what I'm opening, you'll see it open. What actually made it open in the game world itself? What caused the animation to trigger and it become accessible and all that? Everything that's actually occurs, that's being handled by the engine, because the open call was where your control ended. You told the game open this thing, and the engine handles what open means, what's literally happening at the code level of the game behind the scenes, as far as how it manipulates your RAM, all this sort of stuff like that. That's the game engine. So the scripting handles the flow of game events, but when it sends somebody to the engine to do, it still has to decide what that means when it comes to game coding, like programming. And so an example, my biggest mystery with that right now, probably the number one thing that I'd want to know if I can only ask one question about what's going on with the engine, even more than the mystery boat, is the tadpole duplication, which is interesting to me because I've even thought of making a video about it, because it's weird enough where I'm like, maybe it will be worth it. But it at the other side of that is disappointing, as I reach a level in there where it hits the engine level and I can't explain it anymore. The reason the tadpole duplication works is it's both a strange scripting choices and sequence. That part I understand. That I was able to track down over like a day and a half. I don't know why my videos take a while, because sometimes I spend 2 days trying to figure something out that doesn't end up going in any video. And so I figured out everything down to the as far as I could get with the scripting, and it still didn't explain why you were ending up with those extra tadpoles. I mean, that's still not the right. I know why you have them, but not why. I know how it works, but not how it works. And it comes down to something where there's somebody in the world, at Larian or whatever, knows the answer to this question. It might be literally one person who knows enough about the, who's on the coding team and who works on the engine, might know the answer to this. And that is, if you have, say, 8 tadpoles, yeah, it's complicated enough where I don't know if I could even explain it all off the top of my head. That was why I thought about making a video. The deal is, to shorten it down to the part I'm actually talking about, when it comes time to destroy all the tadpoles because it gave you points for them. Every time you use a tadpole, it's supposed to give you a point and destroy it. That's how it works. And in the particular time when you're doing it for the first time, if you have more than one, if you have, say, 4 in your bag, and whether or not it's in your bag or not is its own thing, that's the thing. I'm not going to try to explain it right this second. It's complex. Enough where I think it may get its own video. When it gives you the points for those tadpoles, it tried to destroy all the ones that were there. The reason that it looks like it didn't is because those ones that are still in your bag are now off stage in your bag. And there's no logical reason why it did that. For some reason that I don't know, because I'd have to ask somebody at Larian, if within the same, what they call frames, that doesn't mean on-screen GPU frames, it means execution frames in the scripting. Apparently, if within the same frame, it tries to send the command die, which is how you kill enemy, NPCs or destroy items. Send the die command twice to the same item in the same frame. Any other items after that within the same frame that you try to send die call to get set off stage instead. I understand that was probably hard to follow. It was hard for me to follow too. There's a reason it took like 2 days to figure it out. I don't know why that happens, but that's what the duplication actually is. They're not being duplicated. When it tries to destroy them, it essentially accidentally sets them off stage instead. You can figure this out because if you have an item in your bag and you can't right-click it, you can move it, but you can't right-click it and interact with it. And you can put it in your camp chest, but if you drop it on the ground, it suddenly disappears. That's because it's off stage in your bag. There's actually a proc called To Inventory and On Stage, specifically designed for an item that's currently off stage that they want to move into your bag and have it just appear. And it just combines moving into your bag and setting it on stage. There's nothing magical. But so that's like a piece of the explanation for the tadpole duplication. What all you can do with it is amusing enough where I said I may make a video, because it's like I have a full understanding of everything other than why it does off stage instead of die when that happens. I know what happens, but not exactly why. Yes, you can move them around in your inventory, but if you drop on the ground, they act like any other item that's on the ground off stage. It'll disappear. And you without using console commands, can never get it back again. So an item that is off stage can be moved into your inventory or whatever, and done that, even if it is off stage. The duplication thing is so weird. It specifically has to do with the dialogue. It has to do with the order of inventory places in your bag, all sorts of weird stuff. So it's like I'm thinking the only reason I'm hesitant to make a video is because I have to reach a point at the end of the video where I say, I don't know why this is happening. I don't like doing that. But it reaches a point where it goes beyond my field of view. But yeah, the engine is like the game, because it's like if you look at a different game, like if we compare some other game that doesn't have all this scripting stuff, like or like an older game or whatever, like I don't know. Still, yeah, I was gonna start saying games, and I remembered how freaking old I am compared to most of you. You mean that retro game from 2011. But just some sort of game. I don't know. Quake 3. I was watching a video on Quake 3 earlier, and in a game like that, it's like all the stuff that you do when you're playing the game is all handled by the source, the code, the game engine, and then things like the maps that you run around in, those are in separate files that contain map data and all that sort of stuff. So in this case, it's like what actually occurs, like stuff like movement is a good example too. Like doing this is all engine. I have no idea what's going on under the hood that causes your character to move around where you click. This is all engine stuff. When you press this key and the group ungroups, I can tell the engine to do that through scripting, but why it happens, why these split up like this, that's all engine. So the on some more recent videos, I think I may be starting to slowly attract a few older people. I used to be like older than 95% of the audience, and now it's closer to 90. I think I'm pulling in a few of the older people over time, but still like almost half the audience or so is 25 to 35, and then another like 20 something percent is even younger than that. But I I run I run my reference ideas by proxy to see if he knows what I'm talking about or if it's too old of a reference, which has already happened multiple times. I was in the romance video. I was gonna make a joke about a Rolodex. And it wouldn't have been that good. The joke that replaced it was better. It was the whole thing was Zarel. And so I was going to say something about you're like choosing a romance from your Rolodex. I don't remember, but it occurred to me like, wait a second, do people like under the age of 40 know what a Rolodex is? And so I asked him, and he's like, no, he had no idea what it was. So I'm like, okay, I'm glad I asked. And I thought about the same thing again with I guess same video when I put in the little joke picture with what's it called? The Never Been Kissed movie. I'm just like, well, that's a good reference. Never Been Kissed. That's funny because it's like, Karlak is, she can't touch anybody and all that. She can't kiss people. And the movie poster just features just Drew Barrymore just sitting there by herself. So if he's around, like I didn't ask for his permission to say exactly how old he is. I don't know if he cares. I don't know exactly how old he is. We didn't. I just know younger than I am. But which is true, but again, most people. So I was thinking that's a great, it's good works. I can make it. The joke is if a video is all about Karlak, so like she's the star of a movie. So I'm like, okay, I'll replace the Drew Barrymore with Karlak. Never Been Kissed, that fits the reference. I can put the names of some characters and make the movie poster. It'll be funny. And I put that in, but it was like later I'm thinking, wait a second, that movie came out in 1999. Drew Barrymore does she even make movies anymore? She has a talk show now. And I'm like, wait a second, that movie came out like 27 years ago. I don't know if it's a famous like classic movie now or not. I don't know if everyone's like, oh, top 10 romantic comedies ever, Never Been Kissed. I don't know. I haven't even seen that movie. I just know the name and thought it was funny. But this is the sort of exciting behind the scenes information you get on these streams. As always, okay, so now because I of course forgot what the hell I was talking about, I'm going to go look at this question list. Sorry, I answered this and put something there so I remember. Kalubla asked me, okay, Arba's father's having spawn in camp. The plot. I remember it was a little while back now. When I found that thing with they're having triggers inside the Drew. Good work, Nancy Drew. When I found those the camp triggers for Arabelle's father, both in the Act 2 camp and the Act 3 camp, if I recall correctly, all I found was just the triggers themselves, and nothing else. Okay, since you were asking about local global stuff, that was one of the big things I planned to address on the stream. See, this is a question also. I think it may have been you. I saw that question the other day, and no, it was Rhodey. I think was asking about it. I seen The dialogue file has the two differences for whether she disapproves of tab holes or not. But there ain't no way it's a quest, I'm afraid. Actually, it's a good thing you mentioned. I can add that to the list to mention that quest from, I'll put that in parentheses here. Quest rewards. So I gave you a bad answer to this question. Karlach's dialogue, how the hell does speedrun tricks work? I guess I would need to know which speedrunner tricks you meant. The one I talked about in the most recent video, it's the answer, unfortunately, is what I just was talking about a few minutes ago. The answer is the engine. Why it lets you jump to a location that you can't reach only if it's you trying to occupy the same spot as another character, and only lets you do it if you're pressing interact really, really fast. That's engine stuff that I wish I could answer a question like that. That I sort of halfway answered earlier. Yes, there is some stuff that determines how Lae'zel decides to do things in the in-game docs. It's complex enough where I couldn't easily explain it all right now. It is on my list of stuff to do a video where I kind of answer a lot of miscellaneous companion questions, which might be soon. Like I might make that one either after the current one or after the one after the current one, which of course could take years. But as far as speedrun, other speedrun, anything as far as why things like node flings actually work, why it allows you to fling stuff out in the distance like that, I can't tell you. That's an engine thing, and it's an old school engine thing. As the speedrunners will tell you, that was discovered in DOS 2, not in Baldur's Gate 3. There's been recent expansions on that where it's been figured out, possibly by somebody who was asking me questions earlier in here who may or may not still be watching, may have been the one who figured out. It's hard to keep track of who figures out some of these things. That the whole thing I mentioned in the original Asylum video about how you have to have a crate or a container that has a sliding lid and do it during the animation or whatever. Now we know that you can actually just drag a spell off of your bar and it just flings it for some reason. Why in the hell that's true? You can drag like a character off of the where is it? Like you can drag someone off of this and it flings. The engine has got something really bizarre going on behind the scenes, and none of us know what it really is. We just people stumble into figuring out how to do it. But why in the hell? First of all, why can you drag an item, when you drag an item somewhere that it won't let you put it, why does it save the location? That really is patch 8. Fascinating. That would explain a lot as far as why we didn't find it earlier. I say we as though I do any of that stuff. Why you guys didn't find it sooner. I'm not one of those. I help with speedrun stuff by just answering what the hell's going on in the scripts. I'm not one of the guys that finds weird tricks that you do while actually messing with the game itself. I'm not good at that. So yeah, when you try to drag an item somewhere that you can't that it won't allow you to drag it, why does it save the location that you try to drag it to? Why not just discard that? Well, I mean, I guess in a sense that's not that surprising, because there's no real discarding when it comes to computer code. It temporarily has to take a record of it when it tries to check where you put it, and I guess it just doesn't overwrite that data until you try to drag somewhere else. It could choose to overwrite it in some sort of garbage cleanup, but it doesn't. But why the hell from that point is dragging a spell off your bar cause it to fling an item over there? What is that? The only thing I can assume is it literally has something to do with in the engine. There is a crossover between anything that involves clicking on something and dragging it somewhere. That has to be it. because dragging the object somewhere, dragging something off your bar, it only works with spells, by the way. It doesn't work with these. Explain that one. Dragging a character off of here, it's always drag related. So some bizarre thing is going on behind the scenes that causes those to bump into each other. Right, it's like we all sort of like speculate a bit, but again, what's really going on in the code itself, I couldn't tell you. That's it. Fortunately, it's something I could show a bit, what I plan to as part of all this. I may go ahead and so there's a lot of engine questions I wish I could answer. And that's like one, but that's the thing. It's part of their engine. It's old enough part of their engine where it's still a thing, and it was discovered in the previous game. So the question, the thing that let me do this first, this house, and then real quick, just because I'm already here before I move on, because it's really quick. It's just something I thought was kind of funny. Did I save that scripting? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah. It's very minor compared to all this other goofy stuff I was talking about, but something I was talking about recently reminded me of this, and thought it might be a very mildly amusing thing to show off. One of the things that I have started messing around with more in the exactly, why the fuck indeed, is stuff involving animations, and that's some of the more recent videos. I see characters just doing stuff, and that's me forcing them to do that via sending animation calls, and I'll explain more of that later. But I forget what I was doing a while ago where I stumbled onto this and just thought it was kind of funny. This is, because I can't highlight him, because if I open this door, if I tell the game to open the door, he automatically runs out and starts combat. So you have to see it by doing this. This is Halcyon, of course, in bear form. This is the actual Halcyon, like he is actually, turned into wild-shaped bear form. You see there, right there, he occasionally does an animation where he acts like angry, where he's like, growling and whatever. So doing this, earlier, of course, when I started explaining something and then got to immediately switch to another topic, I was talking about one of the other main scripting languages the game uses other than Osiris is Anubis. And Anubis handles stuff that happens kind of like idle type stuff. So things like this, the fact that Halcyon sits here and every now and then he does an animation where he looks angry, that is an Anubis thing. Anubis is based on Lua, scripting / programming language. And so it allows you to do stuff like, say, every 10 seconds or whatever, do this, or pick a random number, of seconds between 10 and 30 or whatever. And that really caught me off guard, because it was like, someone really making that reference, and I realized, oh, it's you. That would have been a hell of a reference. Him occasionally animating, that's an Anubis thing. And it does lots of other stuff. The two scripting languages essentially communicate with each other in various ways, but Anubis just kind of runs in the background, just doing stuff on its own, and Osiris is like listening for events. So they're a little different. And so the point of that is to say that here this is his angry bear animation. But the way a lot of animation stuff works is that you could have an animation that is like, cheering happily or something. And that same animation that has an ID, and that animation, that ID matches up with an animation in a whole bunch of different lists of animation sets. So looking like cheering happily, you could send that to a human character and they'll do an animation appropriate for their human shape, or you could send it to a Kuatoa and they'll animate appropriately for their shape, etc. So on the animation side, the engine that's running the animation stuff, of course, it has its own stuff with bones and all this stuff, animation stuff. I don't do visual stuff. But as far as sending commands to do animations and whatnot, they're technically considered the same ID. Now, there's plenty of unique animations that only a certain characters can do or whatever. But so the reason I say all that is that so this bear is doing an angry bear animation every now and then. No, I have not, because I already take forever getting even my regular videos done. I don't have enough time in the day. So if I remove Halsin's bear form, and we wait a little bit here, wish I could get a better angle, but there's a wall in the way. Halsin is now doing an angry animation, even though you use never in L form inside the pen. But as far as the game is concerned, his Anubis script is sending a command every now and then telling him to animate as though he's angry or frustrated or whatever. And this is Halsin's version of that same animation. So he'll sit around looking angry forever until I open the gate. So I'd have to I'd have to go look it up in the Anubis script to find what that animation is. I mean, I guess I could if you guys really want to dig even more into tech files. But I forget when I first discovered. I think I was just messing. Sorry for bumping the microphone. I think I was just messing around with dropping his wild shape at some point, and when I saw this, I'm like, that's pretty funny, and I just remembered it in the back of my mind. Because I'm talking about Anubis, I guess I can show that some of that real quick. Not that anyone really asked, but talking about the local. Oh yeah, again, I will be talking about the local global thing. That particular question, you do not need to remind me. And I'm not upset or anything. I'm just letting you know, because that is part of this whole thing here. So that'll be it's one of the major things I plan to talk about in this stream in general. So, second favorite. I don't know where I rank myself on my list of favorite YouTubers. Not at number one, but I already showed the Minthara thing. Okay. The Anubis scripting is that it's in a separate place. Get out of the sound banks. Here's the folder with everything in it. Okay. Game folder, scripts, Anubis. No. It's probably Act 1. Is it going to be in the actual Goblin section? For Wolf Pens, Bear, Halsin. Let's try looking at the bear. Wait a second. Animations, maybe. State enraged. Waiting inside. Let's see an animation on this one. Might be part of his config, and I'm not going to spend that long. If it's something I knew where it was, but I don't want you all to have to stand here and watch me go through a bunch of files trying to find something that's not even really all interesting. But this is what the Anubis scripting looks like. I'm a lot less familiar with it. It looks much more like actual code. And sometimes you will see, yes, I could. I'd have to remember what that condition is. It would be somewhere here. It would say, sleep for some number of seconds and random whatever, and then play an animation. And if I went looking for it, I'm sure I could probably find it eventually. But yeah, Anubis is it's basically Lua, which I don't know Lua. I've learned a tiny bit because it helps me do some stuff in Script Extender, but very, very, very little. I'm a complete noob on it. I forget. Obviously, there's the main thing I was talking about. Okay, so that's good enough. Oh yeah, there was someone asking if I could turn Halsin into a possible Merkle. To do that, I should probably just go find it here. Watch it not be in this thing just because I think it is. Applies. Okay. Apply status. And I need to update that for house, and of course I closed his thing without saving that. There we go. Hard to see because he's a bit big for this room. We could see what happens when he goes into combat. They're still throwing rocks at him, which is probably not a great idea. Let's see. Where was... Of course, I closed the door thing also. I can find it again. Album will pin... Do. This door right here. Exactly. Okay, so let's see what happens when see, he tries to leave. His scripting tries to make him walk out of the pen when the cage opens, but Apostle Merkel can't move, so he's very confused. But okay, I am going to, let's see, open the near thing. This, okay. So the thing that I skipped over in the video is a lot of intersecting stuff about item related stuff, which is why the way that it was relevant to the time travel stuff at all was just the answer of, well, if you do go back to these reset maps where you've already been and done things, etc., most items will not, like, drop again, not be wherever their source is, NPC, chests, whatever. And but some will. It depends on the item, and that there's a bunch of different reasons for that. So as a simple sort of example, the chest that drops the Hammerhoft in, I suppose I should have something on screen when people are just watching it, I realize, in the burning building. I think it looked mostly the same size. I think, Merkel, it's always the same size. I think the whole size is determined by the template. The Hammerhoft in that chest in Joaquin's Rest. That item is always in that chest because, or always when you play normally, it'll be there. That is determined by what is called a treasure table. And if I could find that actual item here, Hammer, pretend I can spell by letting it cheat for me. People who were on last time hear me rant about the UIDs on the wiki pages, but I'm going to open a different Norbyte search. So that does seem like it's the proper template. Or the template's right. So yeah, this is the see, this is why I didn't explain the video. I'm already having a hard time trying to figure out which order to explain each thing before I get to the next thing. This is a template for, we're going to get a bit of a rehash of the template rant, except it doesn't necessarily need to be as ranty this time, but every item in the game that's like an item, like they can be, put in your inventory or manipulated or equipped and all that sort of stuff. Not like, well, I guess there's the templates too. Really, everything is template, even furnishings and the environment and stuff. But the template contains a bunch of different information. And templates have templates. Parent template here, like, so here's the Hammeroft. This template specifically is for that one weapon, which it has these stats attached to it, and those stats are these, which tell it to have the special effect where when you jump, it creates the damage and all that sort of stuff. But the template for Hammeroft has its own template, a standard Maul weapon, Maul +1. And here's the template for that. But a Maul +1 has a template. It's a Maul without the +1. Just Mauls in general. And this is human size, whatever, I guess is that one. So all Mauls in general have a template. Base weapon Mauls. There's a template for that. And Mauls are weapons, so they have a template. Base weapon template. Base weapons have a template. Base loot. Anything you can like pick up and do stuff with. That has a template. I actually don't know how far we're going with this, by the way. We're on a ride together. Okay, I think this may be finally base loot. It probably doesn't get any lower than that for that particular item. So the thing with all of these stacks of overlapping stuff is that there's no item in the game that is base loot. Obviously, this is just used as a base thing to create other stuff on top of. But if this existed as an item in and of itself, it has a variety of attributes that would all be determined by all the stuff you see here, which could be all sorts of different things. I mean, this has sort of various stuff just filled in as the base default values. Can it be moved? Can it be picked up? All this sort of stuff. And when you build something on top of a template, anything that is the same type of data. Well, I'm trying to find one that matches up. Stats. Is that there? Is it? Yes. Okay. So for the base loot thing has a stats input here. This. I'm not going to bother going to that. That's the stats page for it. So base weapon also has stats, a different thing. So this line overwrites whatever has the same name on the layer below it, all the way up to however far you want to go. So this specific weapon, the Hammeroft that's in that chest, has a bunch of stuff that's unique to it. Its display name and all this stuff like that. It's description and all these sort of things. But any line on this of type of information that isn't filled in uses the next layer down. And that could keep going farther and farther. If the next layer down doesn't have that filled in, then it tries the next one down from there. And eventually it hits the base one. If nothing else ever fills it in, then that has to fill it in. And the same thing works that way with spells and others and all sorts of they call it inheritance and things like that. Like it uses a layer of values, and basically you think of everything essentially layered on top of itself. And so that's sort of an explanation of template stuff in general. But the thing is, templates that has all sorts of stuff on it, and says for this particular case that it has the stats that are on it are this. So anytime you generate an item from this template, it will have these stats on it. Which element of I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing about my voice. That could really go either way. I talk a lot faster here. However, that brings us all the way back to treasure tables. A treasure table is another way of having a list of items, essentially, that are in something. It could be a chest, it could be an NPC, whatever. those do not use the template. Let me find near in here. Okay. This is still. Oh, I was going to show with Garen Goth. Yes, Garen Goth is right here. Okay. Oh, come on. All the way at the bottom. All right. This is her treasure table. Well, there is post production that helps. First of all, I do retakes so that I don't mumble and stuff, and I use stuff to even the volume out and cut out some of the tongue noises and all that sort of stuff. I'm in a constant battle with my teeth every time I'm recording for a video. You guys just have to listen to it without any filtering on this. So this is, for her, Garen Goth's treasure table is just the, what's it called? Twist of Fortune mace. And this is its designation. This is its stats designation. So when an item comes from a treasure table, it does not go and make it from the template. Now the treasure table, these stats have a template in it. Here's Hammerhaft again, if I can find it. Yeah. So the template, the stats for it, if you were to create this, when the chest that you get in Walking's Rest has an item in it, it is pulling this information. It's looking this up and saying, what do I put in this chest? And it uses this. And part of this information is this root template. So it goes and grabs all this information and says the item has all of this in it. And it has the passive effect you get on it and all that sort of stuff. In the case of the Hammerhaft, it goes both ways. If you were to use the template add to command to create this template, you'd get these stats as part of it because they're built into the template right here. The key thing that throws some people off who mess around with template stuff, and I mentioned this a little bit on the previous stream, is that if that same thing would work, Hammerhaft, I don't know if it's German, I don't know what language, it's Dwarven, I don't know what language it's supposed to be. If we use the same item as an example, if you could go up to this template, if this stats line was removed and you created this item from a template, it wouldn't have the passive where you jump and you do explosion. It would just have this other stuff. However, if you use the treasure table to create the item from the stats, it would have that passive, but it would also have everything else from the template. It goes one direction or the other. So the famous example of this is Eversight Ring. Many times have I seen people talking about Eversight Ring who are trying to use the template add to command, and they go, why does it not work? I've even had people ask me directly, like, why can I not spawn this ring? Is it broken? Blah, blah, blah. No. Eversight Ring, let's look that up. It's almost like I've looked this up before. Here's the template for it, which the template has the name. The template for the Eversight Ring, as you see here, does not have much on it, way less than that Maul had. The stats for the ring has the passive effect on it, where you can see you're immune to blindness. The template does not link to these stats. So, when the treasure table for the chest in the morgue in Act 2 is told to create this ring, it uses these stats. This is what's actually in the treasure table, is this line right here. So it generates an item with these stats, which includes the passive that lets you be immune to blindness, and the template, which is this. If you try to use template add to command, you're creating just this that doesn't have these stats attached to it. That is why that ring doesn't do anything when you create the template, because the item in the chest is not the template, it's this. That lets me segue right here into this thing right here that says unique one. That is on, from what I could see, most items that have these stat things. So when it generates an item as part of a treasure table, or like that chest, for example, if this is set to unique, that this was surprising when I was doing the research for it and working on the video. Whether you have received a unique item or not yet, that is saved into the global data, not the local level cache file. The item itself and the treasure chest and all that is part of the local stuff in the level cache. So the chest will be closed again, locked again, all that sort of stuff. But if you go and open it again, the item isn't there, because when it gave it to you the first time, it got saved into your global data. And so when you go to look to open the chest again, and it says, should I create this item from the treasure table or not? It won't, because you already have it saved. But there are certain items that just don't have that unique thing on them. Not many of them, but I talked about a couple examples in the video. The boots of the apparent death don't, and neither does the twist of fortune or whatever. But there's more to the item stuff than that, and this is where I was going to use Nier. Garangoth and Nier together. Nier covers most of it, but he's missing part of it. Nier, if we go and look at his page here, if an item can be in more than one place, it still can be used to treasure tables. It's the same. There's also vendor tables, or like or trader tables, whoever calls them, or like another version of treasure tables. So the difference is that treasure tables drop the items when they will drop when they die, and trader table items only show up when you're trading or pickpocketing. They won't show up when they die. But the yeah, so local and global, okay, for the world over the player. So there's a good chance to go ahead and kind of answer that question more thoroughly. The Well, okay, I'll go back to the unique. In this case, is just a designation in the item stats. When you receive that item, when it's generated, it won't be generated a second time. So when you open the chest, it uses the treasure table to decide what items you'll find in the chest. And there are different ways to generate items with treasure tables. Is anyone starting to see why I didn't put this in the video? We're not even like halfway done yet. It essentially rolls from a list of items, and I can show that a bit with Nier. There we go. His trade table. I explained before the difference in trade or whatever, but they're mostly the same. I guess I'll have to show Garangoth also to show the distinction and difference. These things say whenever it's time to generate his trade treasure, which means the stuff that you can buy from him or the stuff you could pickpocket. In this case, again, these numbers could be different stuff. It could actually have a chance to roll things from. It's even more complicated, which I could go even more into that. There's a wiki page about it. Let me find that so then if anyone who wants to know even more about treasure tables can look it up on their own time, or I can just point it out on the wiki page, I guess. But this work's already been done. This is how I learned it. Yeah, because this explains it all. So if you want to know, go just look up treasure tables on the wiki, and there's a whole page explaining more in detail about how the number of items part works, the chance to drop, all that works. The key thing that's relevant to what I'm talking about now, there's a difference between an item that's unique because it already exists, and an item that's labeled to be unique such that once it drops, it won't be generated again. You see? This is why I let this out of the video. Treasure tables, an item that is... Let Nier is going to explain a lot of this. Nier is going to tell you how some of this works. In his case, his trader table is simple enough in that every time it generates his trader table, it always does one of these, and two of these. So it gives him a certain amount of gold, or it's like a range of gold that's considered a poor amount of trader gold. It gives him a silver necklace, and it gives him two rings from the silver ring table. That is why, if I pickpocket him,
Might as well help
he has a
myself.
silver necklace and two rings. Now the gold, you're like, okay, he has that doesn't seem like a small amount of gold. His gold is there two different ways. The 262 gold is that trader table gold I just showed. The other 1,000 that Nier has, that is done through scripting. When the initialization runs for, I forget if it is this one or this one. We're going to find out. Whoops, nice typing. I went past it already. Right. So when the initialization runs for the Underdark whole thing, add gold near 1,000. The scripting just gives him 1,000 gold. That's why he has the 1,000. If we look here and you look at what's on the wiki for what does he drop when you kill him, 1,000 gold. What happened to this other 262? It's in his trader inventory, trader table, not his treasure table. Trader inventory does not drop when killed. That's why their whole inventory doesn't drop when you kill like a vendor. It only shows up when you pickpocket or trade with them. So 262 of this gold is in his trader table and won't drop when killed, and 1,000 is just in his inventory. This necklace and two rings also won't drop if you kill him because they're in the trader table. The boots are part of his preset inventory. The boots are a global item. Global items and characters, any object that's global, in essence, always exists all the time on every map. All of its information is available. It can be manipulated by the scripting. It doesn't matter where you are. So it means like these boots, for example, the Descending Nightwalkers are a global item. First of all, that's part of why if you do the time traveling glitch and bring Nier back to life, he doesn't have the boots on him anymore because you have them. It's the same item. You've been carrying them around. But it also means they exist. The pickpocketing an NPC counts as accessing their trader inventory. The Disintegrating Nightwalkers technically exist on the tutorial Nautiloid map. They exist on every map. They're going to be out in the middle of nowhere because their coordinate location is the same as Nier's or whatever. But they technically exist. And the same as if you place an item in the world somewhere, like right now it's off stage. I wonder if I could find it. Is it in that same scripting? Whoops, I'm stupid. That's not it. No. Oh, come on. So of course it's in a different place. That's the methods. It's not, oh, where the hell? All right, fine. You want to play it that way? We're going to look up the item in here and hope that this is the right UID on the on the wiki because it might not be. Let's see. Well, that's a template for his head. No, that's still wrong. It's see again. You want to hear the rant? Here it is. If you go to this page for Nier's head, and you go, oh, I want to have Nier's head in my bag. How do I do that? I've heard about this command called template add to. I just need the template ID. It must be this. That someone put that in. That's not only would the template not be his actual head item that you need for the quest. This is the cinematic template. This is the item that shows up when you like hold up his head in the cutscene. It's not even the same template that's used for the actual head that goes into your bag. Someone just looked it up in a file somewhere without knowing what they were doing and just grabbed the first thing they thought was the name and just added it to the wiki page, and everyone says, okay. And they don't know what the hell they're doing. So I have to try just searching for it this way, see if we can find the actual item. Flags, quests. This is the correct item template, by the way. Okay, yeah, so the template has the name on it, so I need to use that. I put this template in. I could go update the wiki, but I'm going to update the wiki live on stream. So this is the proper template, the correct one. You see that the real template is used in the template for the cinematic version. Here's great. So here's the actual item, because the real item uses the real template in it, and the head is also a local item. Okay, so here's head. What file actually does the init on this? Because I couldn't find it. There's 19 references to his head. Oh, it's actually in the Myconid Revenge Skull. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it's set off stage here. No, that's for the trophy. What sets it off stage in the first place? What is going on? Is it currently off stage for all of us to not look at? I don't freaking know. But not worth trying to figure that out exactly. But it should be somewhere very close to where we currently are. So if I check my own personal position, it's probably something very close to that. Yeah. So I'm basically standing right on top of his head right now. So let me move a little bit so we can see it better. Oops. Okay. No. Like there's stuff that can be used in cinematics that doesn't actually exist as an item somewhere. It just references the assets themselves. There's plenty of people, modders, who know that stuff way better than I do, but I know there's it's a timeline thing. Timelines can reference, they have a thing that's called dependency cache, where anything that timeline requires to be available is listed, and so you can reference assets that don't actually exist as an item in the world. It just needs the data for what they look like and stuff. So it should be probably right around here. Okay, it's very hard to see because it's in the poison. But this is near his head. Is right next to him. This is where it starts. It's a local item, so every time if you reset when you first load this map, it's put there, and if you reset the level cache, it'll be here again. And so if you kill Nier and do the whole quest thing to take his head, this head moves into your inventory and is set on stage. But his head is always sitting next to him on the ground at all times. So that head, if I were to go to a different map, like to Act 2 or something, and I tried to access that head in any way, ask for its current position, move it, do anything to it, the game will just do nothing because it doesn't exist on that map. It's local to this map. So you have to be on local items, characters, whatever, objects that are local to one particular map. You have to be on that map for them to essentially exist. You can't reference them, manipulate them, do anything with them. They basically don't exist unless you're on that map. The sort of kind of exception to that is when you pick up an item and put it in your inventory, you're like a global item machine who, if you're carrying it around, if you go to another map, the game says, okay, it's in your inventory, that's where it is, so it updates its location to now be, on that map. You now can manipulate it because you've essentially moved it to another map by doing that. But if you move it to another map, and see, so we talked about, again, these are global, talked about dagger is also a preset item. It's always in his inventory. The specific dagger +1 is a pre-created item with its own unique ID that's just put into Nier's inventory. It's part of his inventory. When he first loads into the game, he just has it in his inventory. But this dagger is a local item. Sort of, kind of. Maps, anytime it says, do you want to change regions? Or there's like a loading screen to go somewhere, that is another map. There's not very many. So it's pretty easy to keep track of. When you're playing the game, it's basically the tutorial, the Act 1, the whole Act 1 area. They call it the wilderness, but it's the whole thing. Underdark, Grimforge, all of it's on the same map. The Mountain Pass Creche area, that's a map. And that's why when stuff happens, when you go to that map, it gives you a warning and all that. That's its own independent map. It's much smaller than most of the other ones in the game. Shadowcurse lands. Everything that happens in Act 2 is all on the same map. So Temple, the Shar Temple, the Night Song's prison, everything there is all on that map. As far as the game is concerned, it's all one big area. If I get around to doing toolkit stuff later, and I can actually go to like Act 1 or Act 2 without the stream dying, I can show some of that. The intermezzo, as they call it, the Worm's Lookout, that is its own very small map. There's not much on it. The Worm's Rock Hole, I don't know what the best name for that map is. Like where the fortress is, where Rivington is, all that, the circus, that's its own map. Act 3 is essentially two maps. The Worm's Rock area map, and then the lower city is its own separate, enormous, ridiculously sized map. And everything you do in there is somewhere on there. As I talked about in the very first Asylum video, if you go down say you go into lower city and you go to the little manhole takes you down into the sewer is not right there below the street. When you click on that manhole and say you want to go down, click to go down to the sewer, you're teleporting probably 700 meters in some other direction to where the actual sewer area really is on the map, because everything has to, be somewhere that doesn't overlap, and they're usually pretty far away from each other, thousands of meters on some map. These numbers that are the units for distances are just in meters. So if you're playing on an Imperial, then just too bad. And then the Iron Throne is its own separate map. And then the end game whole thing where you fight the Brain in Upper City or High Hall and all that, that's another map. And then the Epilogue has its own map, that sort of stuff. So basically when you completely load into an entirely new place, that's a map. Well, they don't become global when they're in your inventory. They're still local. If you leave you don't turn them into a global item while you're carrying them. They essentially act. They don't become global. It's more like you're able to change their local map. Essentially, they sort of turn into local to your current map if you carry them to another one. So that was one of the things I was going to mention. I could technically show it. I'd have to do the whole delete level cache thing and kill them again. So maybe it's worth showing. I could tell it, but it's probably more interesting to see it. So I'll get back to the local item dagger thing in just a minute so I can finish up the other Nier item stuff, and then we'll go on an adventure to demonstrate that. Act 3 is Act is arbitrary. The only thing that Act means anything is stuff like how they choose to check for achievement completion and backgrounds and stuff. As far as the game is concerned, the Worms Rock area of the game and yes, I'll answer that quick in just a sec. And the lower city area are just two completely different places. The fact that they're both quote unquote Act 3 doesn't actually mean anything. The Act is just some designation they kind of just apply to parts of the game, but as far as the game cares, those are two distinctly different places. So the question about the hirelings, the trick with the hirelings, anything involving hirelings, what it does is when you equip an item onto a hireling, they have that item on them, just like anyone else. When you dismiss a hireling, it takes a inventory. It saves the template for every item they had equipped and puts it into a list, and then essentially evaporates that hireling. When you if you rehire them, it goes back to that template list and re-equips their items from their templates, not the actual items. So so any item that does have a different template that doesn't have the stats and stuff match up, it'll get you can have items that change. That's what the whole trick about like the whole weird thing with the King's knife, Under Mountain King sword thing is a result of that. Yeah, Eversight Ring will get wrecked and turned into a template. That's what's happening. When hireling dismissal and rehiring it literally just uses the template add to essentially to recreate their inventory from templates, and that can destroy items basically or ruin them. The So the question you were saying something about different maps, but yeah, basically if it says anytime you get that alert that says like you're traveling to another region, venture forth, that means you're changing maps. You can't like accidentally change maps. There has to be a whole big loading screen because it's doing everything it needs to do as far as shifting everything into place and all this sort of stuff. So anytime there's like a full-on loading screen to change locations, you're changing maps. If you just very quickly there's like a black screen for a couple of seconds and then you end up there, you're on the same map. So like if you go into a basement or something you're in a building and there's like a hatch to go down to the basement, and you click on the hatch and there's like a quick black screen and then you're down there. That's it teleporting you away to somewhere else on the map where that basement is located. Invoke duplicity also. I forgot. I looked it up the other day. The I don't remember if that is the case that it's someone tested duplicating like an Eversight ring with the invoke duplicity. I looked it up the other day, but I forgot. I guess I can try looking. That's you're all here to see text files. Where is it again? I'd probably just search for duplicity. Um, Transform them to look like the player. This transportation stones. Oh, come on. The No, I was looking at this before. So, is it in the? Could be the transform. Could it? Doesn't make sense. Copy equipment. Um, I don't do playthroughs or challenges. Um, okay. We're gonna try looking here. Okay, that's the status it uses. It gives off to create the effect of it. The aura, the technical line is you cast a spell. It creates a summon. What is the double? This is the exciting stuff that I do all day. It has its own right. That's its own basic. So it has to be. Let's do it. That search because then it's gonna. Oh come on. There's something. either I'm looking right at it and missing. I swear I was looking this up the other day and found it. This part's really simple, where when you cast the Invoke Duplicity spell, it creates a summon that uses this particular template. There has to be a thing, right? There's the thing that transforms it to look. This transforms what makes it look like the character that cast it, and it uses this as its shapeshift rule. Is it in disable response? Well, wait. Well, maybe. Oh, right. I was in fact looking directly at it. Right. Copy. So we're gonna test that. We're gonna find out whether it copies actual items. We're coming back to you, Near. I need a character that has Eversight ring. So I need a later Act 2 save. The we're up to quick save 6,323 since last stream. I forget how high it was last time. I think Act 2 is fine. Ideally, I'd have a character I get access to, but then I couldn't. But the rings, I'd have to actually query with the. Oh my god! Okay, we could. This is something we could do. But there'd be a lot of steps involved. The thing is, I can like go here. Uh, I figured it all out one piece at a time. I could use the copy. I've used the copy character equipment before to like make characters look like other characters with their weapons and everything. That's why the mirror image voice of the Gale in camp has Gale's equipment because it uses that. The I don't know about renaming save files. That's stored somewhere, but it might be in the save file probably. It's in the folder name has the name. So I've never tried just renaming a save folder. Maybe it works. I don't know. I don't think I've tried. Well, yeah. I mean, the saves came. Yes, here's Eversight ring. The problem with this test is that if I copy equipment, rings don't show up in any way other than on the on this inventory screen, which is why you can do the whole weird trick where you click the mouse really fast and do the whole thing to try to drag it off of their equipment. But for me to easily know whether the copied equipment properly equipped this to somebody else, I guess I could. Can I do it on another player? That would really make it easy. Does that actually work? Okay, we're going into uncharted territory here. The character to be copied to and character to be copied from. Okay. Copy to Lazelle. I have no idea if this is going to work. It may not work on players. I don't know what it's going to do. It might work. I don't know. And I could use get host character, but I'm just going to copy from Shadowheart. Okay. So she has Eversight ring on right now. If I try to tell Lazelle to copy Shadowheart's equipment, what's going to happen? It certainly seemed to work. This says it has a blind immunity on it. if I just to confirm if I uh but it has to give it that makes me think it still has to have its own unique ID. You cannot have two of the same ID. So that to me suggests that when you do the copy character equipment call, it grabs the stat block for the item, just like the treasure tables and stuff I talked about do, which gets everything that the item includes instead of just the template. So that's probably how it works and why that's happening. So there is that difference between. So that is why invoke duplicity works to actually give you a real copy of the item. It still has a new ID. It has to. So the but yeah. So that's my guess. Is that it probably copies the stats just the way a treasure table works, where it gets everything instead of just a template. So that is my educated guess that we just learned together on stream. I am going to take a brief bathroom break and attempt to. YouTube says I can tell it to. I want to take a break for like a couple minutes, and it'll run ads only during the break. I don't run ads during the actual stream because I don't want you guys to miss the answers to questions and stuff. But while I'm out of the room, maybe you can watch some delightful ads if it works. It may not work. We'll see. And I will be back in a bit. Yes, thank you, YouTube, for asking me if I had a good break. That was my first time ever testing the break thing, so I don't know what actually happened on your guys' end, but hopefully you're hearing me again. Oh, so it did something. So it might have. I think it's possible that what just happened was that YouTube tried to hijack the whole stream, uh, but it looks like it recovered. So, uh, but it does look like I lost like 20 people. So some people probably thought the stream was down or just didn't want to watch ads or whatever. But um, uh, yeah. So I don't think I'm a big fan of whatever it tried to do. So I'm probably not going to try to do that again. Um, all right. I know where I was. Oh yeah, I was. This was we learned about copying equipment. Uh, Speaking of, come on, open the load screen. Let's go back in here. Um, the uh, the you just just put on some earbud in and just go to bed, and I'll just keep talking in your ear. Um, the going back to Near, because Near is again is a good example of all those things. That were almost to sort of the end of it, close. Um, this potion, we talked about the boots are a set item that are just always in his inventory. They're so old. All of this is so old. It's actually called Dwagar Gale item. Nothing to do with boots. And that's probably why they're labeled as a story item for no reason, is probably some long abandoned thing having to do with Gale's item eating stuff, uh, which lost that significance at some point. So they're still labeled story. Story is just a setting. We'll look up this. These are the boots themselves. Again, they're a global item. Oh, whoops. Thank you for reminding me. Fortunately, I hadn't shown much of anything yet, but I appreciate the reminder because I could have easily gone an hour and never noticed. The Okay, so these are the boots and Nightwalkers. For what I said, for whatever reason, they're called Dwagar Gale item, and this is the actual item, the global item itself, and it has this tag on it, right? Well, I say the word tag, but this data, it says story item true. That's what makes it into a story. When it's a story item, various things are true about it. You can't vendor it. It has something to do with vendor stuff. It turns the color orange, and I think some other things. But the the actual item, the template, if you were to generate an item from the template, it would work fine. All the stats and stuff are on the template. It would be purple now, like it's supposed to be, instead of orange, because it wouldn't be a story item. The So this item list is. So can the Nightwalkers not be sold? I know that's true about other story items. If it's true about the boots, then yeah, it's probably just part of the story restriction. This item list is anything that's just in Nir's inventory automatically when he appears in the world. He has these items in his inventory. So one is the boots, but since they're global, if you go and loot them from him and then you reset the level cache and you reset Nir back to where he started, he will no longer have the boots in his inventory because you have them now. Next, we have a potion of healing, which we saw right here. This potion of healing is not a pre-created item. This is generated from its template. So when he appears in the world, his item list takes the template for the potion and produces one of them and just puts it in his bag. So it doesn't have a unique ID until it's been created from the template. Here is the dagger. The dagger does have a unique ID. This is why I picked Nier for the example, because it's like he has a little of everything almost. So this dagger is an actual item that has its own idea it exists, but it's also local, and we're going to explore a bit about what that does last, basically. But for now, the dagger is also part of his item inventory. But that's the end of his item list. So everything else in his inventory is not just items that are automatically his inventory, they come from other sources. So I showed the trade table. Those are items that appear when you trade or pickpocket, but they don't show up when you kill them. The items that show up when you kill them are the thing that's called the treasure table, which he doesn't actually have one. Nier does not have one of those. Garangoth does. So that's why I brought her thing up. Both of these other items just exist. They're both local items that when you first load into this map, they're on the ground in various spots. When it initializes, how convoluted some of this stuff is. When it does this initialization, this goal file for the excavation, they all happen essentially at the same time, but when this runs, it puts the spider's lyre into Drow's inventory, to inventory. When this one runs, different file, it puts the broken moon lantern into his inventory. For some reason, those two items are put into his inventory by two different scripts. So when he spawns into the world, he doesn't have these two items yet. But as soon as it initializes, runs all the initialization stuff, scripting stuff, it puts them into his inventory. So they're essentially the same, though they're technically not. So that's why if this item right here, if you just leave it on his body and we go and reset the level cache and come back, it won't be on his inventory because it's still wherever its starting spot is somewhere else on the map, probably in this room or somewhere like that. If Nier dies, somehow accidentally dies, if someone cruelly makes him die.
Another parasite.
Shut up.
Collect it. It might be useful.
In his inventory, wait a second. Wait, that's what the trader table thing was. I'm so glad I did this on accident. If you kill him without trying to trade with him or trying to pickpocket him, the trader table items will not be on his corpse because they aren't actually generated until you try to pickpocket him or trade with him. But because we did try to pickpocket him and then killed him, it put those items on his person, but they don't exist until you try to trade with him or pickpocket him. That's why they're there now. But if I killed him without pickpocketing him first, they would not be on his person. I had forgotten about that part. But you notice now two more items have appeared on him, his robe and his sword. As I mentioned, he does not have a treasure table of stuff he drops. These are his actual equipment items. These are his equipment table. You probably could. Anyone who actually has a trader table, which is not all that many characters, but it's plenty of them. That's the thing. The way the tables work, the treasure tables, the trader tables, these sort of things, those items don't actually exist until it needs them to, basically. So when Nier first enters the world, he doesn't actually have the necklace and the two rings and the extra gold. They just don't exist. When they need to appear, because you traded with him or try to pickpocket him, it says, okay, what items does this guy have in his trade table? Oh, these things. And it puts them into his inventory, and now they're there for that point on. There is a different thing for vendor stuff. That's why it stops it from dropping everything in their inventory. And I think that's a thing with characters being labeled as vendors. I forget. I've only dabbled in that a little bit. I forget what causes the difference there. But these two items are his. You're right. Trader table is used whenever you either choose to trade, either like with a vendor, but even with a regular character. When you click the button in dialogue, that'll be down here where it lets you trade with them, and it pops up the trade interface on the screen. That is trading. And pickpocketing apparently uses the same system. But there's an additional layer that stops vendors from dropping all of their items when they die, and there's something behind that off the top of my head I don't know, so I'm not going to waste y'all's time like going and trying to figure it out from scratch. His equipment table is way up here, right here. These items, the sword and the robe, those are his actual equipment that he uses in combat or whatever, and those drop when the character dies. These also use the same thing with stats, not 10 blades, but stat setups. So because an equipment tables are not like trader stuff, and if you kill him again, if I recall correctly, even though this says unique, if I'm remembering correctly, he'll drop a second sword of screams. I might be misremembering that. Though we're probably going to go test in just a second. But so let's go ahead and loot everything that he has on him.
This one is
Yeah.
absorb its.
And then rehook up with the party somewhere.
What am I to do?
And we are going to go. Wait, when was this save from? This is my actual under. I should be able to leave. Probably. Yeah, there's a command very conveniently called die, and it will just kill or destroy whatever ID you put in that call. The text events are essentially debug commands meant to be used in the toolkit, but they still work through this console and let you do lots and lots of they basically just preset list of commands to just save time. In this case, this one unlocks all waypoints, and since waypoints are global triggers, you can teleport to them from anywhere, which is all you're doing when you take a waypoint is just sending a teleport to a particular trigger. And since they're all global triggers, you can teleport across regions. And so even though this particular save hasn't even left the wilderness yet, here's another example, Bobby. If you want to keep track of maps, everything has its own separate title in the waypoint list. That's a different map. Worms Crossing and then Baldur's Gate are two separate maps. It depends on who they are. Minthara is a very special exception compared to almost anybody else. There is this list that says prevent knocked out, permanent defeated, that very few characters are put onto. Minthara is one of them, and it gives her special rules to follow when knocked out. Normally, if a character is knocked out or an NPC is knocked out, they're essentially treated if they're permanently hostile. It's the difference between permanently knocked out and temporarily knocked out. If they're temp knocked out because they were temp hostile when you knocked them out, then I believe you long rest, it wears off and they get up. If they're permanently knocked out, they're essentially treated as dead. They will be perma defeated whenever it does corpse cleanup or whatever, which I think it may also be long rest or leaving the region, leaving the map. I think actual vendors, have a slightly different tweak to the way their rules of their inventories work. Difference between which? But so we're going to go to, we killed Nier. Now we're going to go to anywhere. Let's just go to the mountain pass. But the knockout. Oh, yeah, Tim knocked out, perm knocked out, yeah. So in Minthara's case, it specifically says if you're on that list of don't perma defeat when they're knocked out, which is very few people, it ignores that rule and just leaves her knocked out. Which was part of what caused a bug. I don't know if anyone who's watching actually experienced this bug or not, or may have heard of it, but it's all fixed now. But there was a quite a while, for like a couple patches at least, I think, after they introduced the whole thing they introduced to allow Minthara to be recruitable without destroying the grove and all that. The It was really like hacked together. Like, clearly it was not their intention to have her do that. When they decided to do it, they probably just assigned some poor scripter just like get it done, and it's like just sort of get patched together in weird pieces that, like, there were a lot of issues. And I don't, no, what are the kids called? Shade? No shade on whichever one or more scripters did all that, because they weren't expecting to have to, they probably just were told to do it real quickly, and it wasn't part of the normal development of the game. But there were a whole bunch of issues, and they kept tweaking it and adjusting it and trying to improve it, like in a bunch of different patches. And so there was a time, I think, still up to, I think patch 8 is when it finally fully fixed all the issues with her. And that is perma-defeated. If you're on the perma-defeated list, database list, a bunch of stuff gets ignored. If you try to, even if you bring back to life, resurrecting a character does not remove them from perma-defeated. And a character that's on perma-defeated list, you can't talk to them, you can't give them movement commands. There's a bunch of stuff you can't do to a character that is on perma-defeated database. Resurrecting them for whatever reason, even though they're no longer defeated, it doesn't remove them from it. You have to manually remove them from perma-defeated if they weren't meant to come back to life. And there was a whole weird scripting thing with Minthara that was part of the whole keeping her alive thing, where or knocking her out instead of killing her, all that, where when you enter Act 2, she's still knocked out, and when you get to the Moonrise Towers and it's initializing the execution scene where she's talking to Ketherick and all that, it did a whole bunch of stuff to Minthara to get her ready for that, and including making sure she's fully healed and all this stuff, and restoring and removing her knocked out if she's knocked out. So if you did the knocked out version, it's, well, we don't want her knocked out in the middle of the room, so remove that. And for some strange reason, I said strange to me, I don't know why they chose to do this, but there was a totally different bit of script that had to do with being knocked out, that said, if you're like if Minthara has her knocked out status removed, erase her current dialogue. I don't know what that was. It might have just been some sort of weird old thing for some debug thing that was lying around. I have no idea what that was for. So the issue was that when it was time to initialize Minthara for the execution scene, it would at essentially the same time give her new dialogue that she's supposed to have and remove her knocked out status. But because the order of operations gave her new dialogue and then it removed knocked out, it immediately erased that new dialogue it just gave her by removing knocked out. And everything would seem fine during the execution scene because that's its own separate dialogue scene. You're not talking to Minthara during that. It's all part of a whole different thing. And then she'd go down into the basement of the prison, and the dialogue there with the two gnomes, that's also not Minthara's actual dialogue. Even though you can end up talking to her in it, it's not assigned to her. But if you ended up in a situation where you dropped out of the dialogue with her and she's just standing there, you couldn't click on her to talk to her because it never set the right dialogue onto her. That got fixed finally in patch 8. No. Jaheira is a different thing. Normally I might explain it, but that's the video I'm working on right now. So I'm not going to try to explain it on the stream. In fact, I could say, if anyone knows of any Jaheira bugs that are like actual problem, like content blocking bugs, not like I tried to click on the ground and she didn't walk far enough. If anyone knows, I have several that I already know, but I don't. But so someone might say the same stuff. But like, if anyone thinks of something and feels like blurting it out, and I happen to notice it, or if you want to, I'm trying to know the best place to send me a message. I'd like. I'm not going to say Patreon. Yes, technically you can send a message on Patreon, but you have to pay to send messages on Patreon. So I'm not telling you to do that. But there's no real good place to just send me random messages. But I should probably make a post. I might do that after, just like tomorrow or something. Make a YouTube post. I've done it before to like ask questions or whatever like this. So I may do that, and just so anyone knows, like, give me all your Jaheira bugs. I already know like a half dozen ones that I'm going to cover or whatever. But yeah, next video is all about Jaheira and her bugs. It's the Jaheira bug video, because she's very buggy. In my opinion, my belief, opinion not exactly, I believe she has the most like problematic bugs still in the game at this point. Obviously, I've talked about bugs for like Shadowheart and stuff in the past, but several of those have been fixed. All of them have some bugs, but like she has a lot, and they're a bigger deal. Yeah, I've seen the whole house in Spawning Dead in Camp. I never looked into why that like he dies for a variety of reasons if you don't free him from the whole various things involving the Goblin camp. If you don't let him out, will kill him as part of the resolution. But why he ends up in that spot in the camp? If I went and dug through like the camp position script and I could probably find it. But that's the sort of thing that I'm trying to avoid making you watch that kind of stuff. Like I got to put some sort of limit on how boring if I can avoid it. Yeah, that's the same. It's the same bug actually. That's probably the most interesting one for the video. That's obviously going to get the most attention in the video. Probably is the whole Jaheira faction bug, because a lot it's what causes it, I think, is quite interesting. How you can avoid it is interesting. What happens when it has happened to you is interesting, because it involves a bunch of different elements about combat, and how to fix it, air quotes, but close enough, through in-game means is also kind of funny. So that bug is the star of the video, but there's some others also. But so the funny thing is there's like one bug that people may think is 2 or 3 different bugs. It's all the same bug. Because faction stuff determines a lot of stuff. But all this is going to be in the video. So, right. So the reason we came here to the mountain pass. Here's a dagger that was on Nier's. Again, this dagger is a pre-created item, like in the toolkit. This dagger was created with its own unique ID. It's pre-selected before the game even loads. And that same dagger is in my inventory. Even though it's local, I carried it over here, so now it's here. I can go look up find the ID for it. Dagger. Here we go. Okay. Dagger reward, but it just drops off his corpse. So I can check its position. And this is its position. And again, if I check my own position, it should be exactly the same because I'm currently holding it. These are probably very small numbers, so I don't know how well you can actually see those on the stream, of course. Someone watching on their phone trying to stare at their phone to see it. So yeah, so the position of the dagger and the position of Shadowheart are exactly the same because, she's carrying it. So if I take that dagger and drop it on the ground, now it's here on the ground. And now its position is going to be something very similar, but slightly different because I moved a little bit. So yeah. So as far as the game is concerned, that dagger is essentially now, it's still a local item. So it's essentially now local to this map, sort of. While we're on the map and the dagger's on the map, this map, we can manipulate it. We can, query its position, move it somewhere else, do whatever we want to it. So I'm going to make a save here with the dagger on the ground, but I'm going to pick it back up again, and then we're going to I'm going to delete the level cache by this way, So this just completely reset the Act 1, just like the time travel thing. If I go back to Grimforge, which I didn't actually do the combat event yet, so they're probably not aggressive to me. But just in case, I was using a save before from Act 2 where I'd done the whole Underdark, I'd fought all the Dwegar, and the whole faction thing, it became your enemy back then. The faction relationships are stored globally, so if you go into, if something has its faction set to 0 so they go hostile with you, they'll stay that way forever. Even if you reset the thing and bring them back to life, they still hate you. That's not the only way you can put into combat, but that's a common way, and that's why I said the goblins stayed hostile in the video. That's the Dwegar were the same way. So they're probably not hostile. So because I didn't fight them yet, so we're gonna go back to Grimforge. Right there, yeah. There's something that's a good one. There's some stuff that I was gonna look into that has to do with her being a follower or not. Part of that, I was actually just talking to this last night with Ruby, who may or may not still be around. Is technically actually a bug with the Moonrise Assault, but because it affects Jaheira, I think I'm probably going to include that. I'm not 100% sure yet, and that may be the same sort of thing. There's things that have to do with whether the siege is considered still going on or not, like whether she followed you, just some stuff. So that I'm still I haven't looked into fully yet. So this particular save that I used for this is when I hadn't done much of anything Grimforge yet anyway, so they're still back. Now you see they don't have dialogue anymore. I can't click on them because the dialogue is set for most characters during that initialization, and so when you reset them, they don't have the dialogue anymore. The characters actually can't have default dialogue. I didn't know that till I was messing around with this, that some of the goblins outside the goblin camp will still talk to you because they actually have baked in default dialogue. No, that's kind of interesting, but not the sort of thing I was thinking of. But I mean, of course, if it's a global character, they'll keep their dialogue because they didn't get reset. But so all these people you could normally talk to, I can't talk to any of them. These two, a lot of people have probably never seen either of these characters because they're always standing here off stage. I forget which is which, but they're replacements for her and replacement for him, if I recall correctly. Basically, they're replacement for each of the two leaders of sort of the Dwegar groups. So when you have the near interaction, if everyone's alive, then you can either side with this guy to do the whole mutiny thing, or side with her to be like loyal to Nier. And so if she is dead, Thrin is dead before you free Nier, somebody else needs to stand in as like the person who you kill Nier. Also, someone needs to be the representative of that group to decide whether the gnomes go free and stuff. And one of these two fills in for that. He just appears and says, "Oh, what are we going to do with the gnomes or whatever?" And the other one is like this guy. Like if he's dead and you kill everybody else also, and normally you would talk to him about whether you're going to free the gnomes or not, and it will be this other guy. Characters just like items in that case. And if it's a global character, essentially they exist all the time on every map. It is apparently the source of the bug, the XP bug, where if you save and load, most notoriously on the Nautiloid, any global character who's supposed to inherit the level of the area where they originally first spawn on a later map and give that amount of XP will instead grab the area level for, I guess, the whole tutorial or whatever, because it's loading them into the tutorial even though you never see them. Every global character, item, whatever, technically exists on every map. When you start the tutorial Nautiloid, in essence, out in the void around the Nautiloid, there are Gortash, Orin, Arabella, all these characters are just floating out. You can never see them, but they technically exist already. And same with items. So you could go create a new. I could do it. I mean, you go to the Nautiloid, and I could just move Alfira next to my character, and I set her on stage, and she'll just be there. She's on the Nautiloid map, not on the Nautiloid, but she's on that map somewhere way out in the void. Yes, but there's nothing in it. The only thing I know about it that it's used for, first, it's made out of brain. I showed that on the previous stream, I think, or maybe the first stream. I showed on one of the earlier streams. It's made out of brain. The floor is, and nothing actually in it. The only thing I know of, it has a trigger that has to do with initializing Shadowheart before it puts her into her pod or something. But it's, if you go to it, there's nothing actually to see there. It's just a small square of brain. So I'm going to go back to, I could let him out. I think he doesn't run the, because they're all local. So if I destroy the rocks, he doesn't actually, let me check something really quick, just in case it actually matters. Give me just a second, sorry. Okay. All right, sorry. Back to normal. All right. I'm glad you like the videos. The nerd, well, as though I make any other kind other than, I was going to say the nerdy ones, but that's the only type. Oh yeah, I was going to destroy the cave-in out of the way. The die command works on other things too. Here comes Nier. I think he doesn't talk when you do it this way. Okay, good. So first of all, I can try. Well, I can't pickpocket unless I go invisible. Where's the? And do it to everybody. Sure, why not? In game, there's invisible, and then there's invisible. Invisible, like you drink an invisibility potion, makes you have invisible status, and you got a, glowy white outline, and you can have that invisible removed with invisibility effects or whatever. But there's also like just a straight up not visible, like this. And this can't be removed. It's not a status. It's like not a condition. It's an in-game setting. So it's like off stage. So I'm in the view cone, but I can't be seen in any way. So I can just do whatever I want. The join with this and leave the part, that I don't know about specifically. So as far as pickpocketing, the only thing he has is this potion of healing. Let's try killing him and see what is on him. It should be his armor and sword. I think the sword. I didn't loot it before. No, I did loot it. So he might not even have this. So I looted everything he had. So it created another potion, as we expected, because it's created from the template. Okay. So if he dies... Oh yeah, see, so we have Sword of Screams on us already. And even though it's labeled as unique, as I showed way earlier, that sword, which is somewhere around here, right, this says unique on it, but apparently that doesn't apply to equipment tables. So I now have 2 Sword of Screams. But so he dropped his equipment again. He dropped that potion because it's generated from a template, but he didn't drop anything else. And the dagger, I was carrying it around, so it couldn't be in his inventory because it's in mine, and there's only one of them. So it didn't move it into his inventory. It's not like there's no scripting command that moves it to his inventory. It's just supposed to be there, but it uses the same ID, so it's not in his inventory anymore. It's in mine. So we're going to go back to the save that I made. No. Like this version of invisibility is like rarely / never used. It's like almost anytime something's not visible, it's not there, it's off stage. Lae'zel is off stage before she appears. So her friend, the replacement Lae'zel, if you're playing as Lae'zel, is also just always on the Nautilus standing around off stage. So here's the dagger that the last time I picked it up and took it with me, and so since I had it, Nier couldn't have it in his inventory anymore. This time I'm going to leave it on the ground here. And now we're going to go back to Grimforge. If I can figure out how to click things. Okay. Timeless body. Okay, yes, the timeless body scroll is what I was working on most recently. That one I just saw. Someone made an offhanded comment I saw on Discord with someone saying there's like issues with the scroll, and I never even knew anything about it. Yeah, that particular thing, I was just gonna make a joke about it because yeah, it says burned, but she just like puts it in her pocket. I don't know why. So and if there's a missing animation there, that's timeline stuff I couldn't really tell you. But there are a number of issues with that particular conversation, and especially considering it's related to her epilogue dialogue. I think it's important enough to treat it, even though it's not exactly game like breaking exactly. And if you have over 60 approval, everything just plays out fine. But there's enough issues with that dialogue that I do plan to cover it, and also cover it in a different way. But that's a surprise that probably not that many people will really care about. But it's that part's a secret from all. Okay. So did I forget to reset it? I probably did. They have dialogue? Yeah, I forgot to reset it. Yeah, the retiring thing is based on her doing the scroll burning. So if you never found the scroll, or if you didn't get her to burn it, supposedly burn it through the dialogue, that particular flag of her so-called burning it is what determines whether she's considered retired or not in the epilogue. Yeah, True Resurrection, I've heard lots of people who know D&D stuff talk about how it's supposed to be super powerful, and how the the fact that the one in the game, all it does is give you full hit points is kind of pathetic. I forgot to delete the cache this time. Okay, deleting the level cache again. Now we're going back to Grimforge again. And again, refresher, dagger is dagger plus one's on the ground. Now we're going back to Grimforge. Second time, take two. Yeah, that's the thing as far as you saying that Jahir is your favorite character. I didn't even really, that was a big part of my inspiration for the idea of this video was I had a long time ago, some of this is going to go in the video because I think it's interesting enough, so you're getting a sneak preview of a little bit of it. On one of the earliest videos that I did, I guess it was after I made the Night Song Point video. And it might have been like a comment on pretty quickly after that, someone asked a question about how they talked about the parent points, and other people started throwing other things at me. Well, how does this work? How does this work? And which is what changed the direction of my channel and led us to where we are right now on the stream. Because I was like, okay, I can figure that out too. I'll figure that out. I just started saying, sure, I'll figure stuff out that people want to know. And I realized that was more unique than just doing strategy stuff for how to play through honor mode, because there are a lot more things about that, and no one was doing the sort of thing that I started doing. So I'm like, well, I can be more valuable and more, offer a more unique service through my videos if I'm talking about this stuff instead of just talking about how to play. There's already other people who are better at it than I am for talking about how to like beat honor mode and stuff like that. So the name sounds vaguely familiar. I'll let you know I do not do I don't like use mods. I don't use other people's mods basically at all. I don't do like modding stuff for the game other than my own small contributions to scripting stuff. I don't play the game anymore. I haven't played the game in a long time. Okay, so but yeah, so on one of those earliest videos when people started asking me questions about stuff. So either the parent point video that came out quite soon after the Night Song points, which is quaint to go back and look at now because of all the stuff I didn't know when I made it about how stuff works, and the mirror video, which I also made a really embarrassing mistake but thankfully was able to fix because YouTube let me cut it out of the middle of the video. All stuff that I wouldn't make, mistakes I wouldn't make now, but back then I was very early learning the script stuff, so I still make mistakes all the time. I just made more mistakes back then. And so on one of those earliest videos, when I first was like making the stuff so people were asking me questions about how stuff works, someone asked me, it seemed like such a basic, simple thing that I thought I'll just answer it, be able to find it quickly by just doing text search or something. That was about like saying that Jaheira sometimes called them cub, and other times they didn't do it. And I went and tried to look it up, and I was like, it sounds simple. It looks like, from what I knew then, and just glancing quickly, it was like, oh, you just have to have recruited Minsk, and then talk to her about Minsk, and then have like over 40 or 60 approval, just different versions, and she's supposed to say it then. I just threw that at them, like, well, yeah, but it didn't. It worked one time, but it didn't work on another playthrough. And I was just like, well, I don't know right now. I'll put that down for the future. And then way later, several months ago now, I finally investigated that bug, found out that it was more complicated and weirder than I had thought. And I was, because I'd seen people ask about it enough times, I thought, okay, that's kind of interesting. I wonder if anybody wants to know. Now that I found the answer, I wonder if anyone wants to know. So I went to the Larian Discord server, where I spend way too much time when I'm supposed to be working, and searched for anybody asking about that particular cub thing. I found one person, like a year before that. I was like, okay, this person may not even be. I think I checked to see if they were still on the server. Around, like, okay, they're still around, but that was a year ago. What are the chances that they even care anymore? But I sent them. I found the message. I quoted the message from a year prior that they asked about, and replied to it and said, I don't know if you still care a year later, but I found out what's causing that problem. And they're like, yeah, I do want to know. So I'm like, okay. So I talked about the bug and the whole thing. Again, Hyperspace Tal knows the same bug I'm talking about because he's already dealt with it. Where it's actually worse than just the cub thing. What's really happening is her whole dialogue is getting locked up on one particular step. It's extra bad because for whatever reason it's missing the audio. So when she says yes, question mark, it doesn't play any sound. And that happens because of you have to talk to her about a certain thing at a certain time, and if you don't, then by a certain cutoff point, then her dialogue gets trapped in you can never advance her dialogue past that point until you completely leave to the in-game area. Then it moves her to a new dialogue set. But and that was what was preventing the cub thing, because you have to have had this other dialogue with her, and then have it try to go to a certain other part of her dialogue tree, and it can't because it's locked up behind that other one. So when I explained this to this one person, who I thought was the only person I thought was like interesting, it is approval. That's the thing. It is approval. You have to have over 40 approval, and if you have over 60, it's a different line. But the problem is, to reach that check for the approval, she can get locked behind a stuck dialogue, basically. And it's pretty easy to do. The funny thing is, it's more likely to happen to someone who's played the game more than once, because it happens if you don't go ask Jaheira what you're supposed to do now when you're looking for Minsk at a certain point in this quest. If you've already played the game and you've already found Minsk and you're going to do it again, you're not going to go ask. You probably not going to go ask Jaheira again because you already know where to go. And if you don't go talk to her about where you should go, then you're going to end up running into the bug. So it's kind of funny that it punishes repeat players who are skipping over dialogue because they already know the answers. But so I went to tell this guy on Discord. A whole bunch of other people, like a half dozen other people, were like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad you did. Always wanted to know that." Like, and I was like, "Oh, there's actually a bunch of Jaheira fans." It got such a surprisingly large response in the middle of a random, Discord channel, that I was like, "Oh, okay, maybe there really is some weight behind making a video about Jaheira stuff." Because if that got that big of an impromptu response from people, that there probably are some Jaheira fans out there. And especially when I've seen all the people talking about the faction bug and all that, I'm like, okay, Jaheira's got enough weird bugs and stuff that I'm going to make a video all about him. I only saw the ones that I know about and ones that are significant enough to be worth covering. I said there's probably some minor things here and there, but like there a line missing here and there is the sort of thing I'm not going to talk about. That I'm talking about significant things that have actual weight to the bugs, that like block dialogue or block progression, that kind of stuff. So all the way back to our thing we're doing in the game here. as I already mentioned, I dropped the dagger, I left the dagger on the ground, and then went back to the Act 1 map. And so we're going to check its position again. And that's the same. I gotta check the freaking thing again. Oh, right. Yeah, this is the right thing. This is 6-5. Yeah. Okay. 6537. Da, 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 da. Yes. So you see its position is this. And that may not seem like anything. But normally, if I had dropped any random local item on another map and then moved maps, it would say nil, nil, nil for these values because it doesn't exist. But it does show up here. How am I checking its position if it's a local item and I dropped it on another map? Well, I check the position of myself right now, which I probably misspelled. Of course, I get host. I'm really, my brain is frying in real time. I need 3. Okay, there we go. Excuse that brain hiccup. You see that the values are a little bit different from where I'm standing, where the dagger is, because I wonder who has it. So the teleport in here. How far back are we gonna go? All right, forget it. I'm gonna teleport directly to near. Giving away the secret. Where is he? Here. Okay. Hyperspace Sal is the only person I know of. I mean, there's other people who do all sorts of modding stuff. The only other person I know of who actually digs into the existing Larian scripts to any significant degree to like figure out what's going on with all this sort of stuff. There's plenty of people who do like no modding stuff way better than I do. Like I don't create all these things. I just learn what Larian did. I don't care about creating like totally new stuff from scratch. Not my thing, really. I'm not creative. I just figure stuff out. I guess I might as well kill him again. Okay, kill near. Come on. There we go. And ta-da! The dagger's back in his inventory again. Because if if the dagger, since it's local, once we moved to a different map and left it on the other map, once we got here, it essentially was no longer considered to exist anywhere in the world anymore. And so Nier's inventory is perfectly happy with saying, oh, this is where the dagger's supposed to be. It's in his inventory. Because prior to that, it didn't exist anywhere else. When I carried it in here, I already had it in my bag, so it can't be in his bag at the same time. It didn't move it to his bag because when it populates their inventory, it probably just checks to see whether it already exists in the world or not. So you can sort of fiddle with the local item. You're not changing the item's properties, but you're sort of, it's borrowing your globalness while you carry it. I mean, creative as far as like I could never come up with a new character or a new map or a new I can't even when games advertise themselves as like you can make your own house or whatever. I don't care. I don't do that even a little. Like that kind of that kind of creativity is I don't do it at all. Coming up with ideas to like get something accomplished, sure, or to figure out something works. But like I would never make like my own mod where it's like I created a new story with new places to go. Like that's what there's none of that. Whatever the nerdy numerical, version of creative maybe, but not like artistically creative. Well, yeah, see how items, that's the deal. When it comes to, again, what spawned let me before I even start ranting, the rant I'm about to sort of go on is not directed at you personally for using the word spawn. It's more a sort of collectively that word getting used in a lot of places by people who don't know what's going on with all this. And not to imply that I know how a lot of it works. I know how some of it works. In a practical sense, no, I would not be interested in that. In the practical sense, I don't have time to do anything like that. I have to just work. But but beyond that, it's like I don't know. The stuff that I make is like I'm really much more of like a figure outer and like a bug fixer more than like creating stuff like ideas from nothing and saying, I wish like that's even part of the creativity I mean. Like the idea of creating a little scripting is used to make characters walk around and do things. But even that is like I wouldn't really think of something to make them do. I'm more like look at what they're doing and say why is that happening and figuring it out. Right, the dagger didn't get duplicated. That one item again. It could be duplicated as we saw earlier by using the copy character equipment. Though it still wouldn't be the same item. It would be a new copy of it with a new ID. The original item has a set UUID that's intended to be in Nier's inventory. And apparently, if it already exists on the current map, it won't put it into his inventory, but when it loads them, if it doesn't already exist somewhere else, then it considers it valid. That's me just sort of making an educated guess about what's actually going on in the engine when it comes time to populate inventories, but that's how it appears to work. Oh yeah, the thing about spawning. So yeah, so if I rant about spawning, it's not directed at you personally, as I was saying. The ultimately spawn doesn't like mean it's not there's nothing wrong with that word really. If someone's just sort of asking about like how items work and they use the word spawn, like it's whatever. But the way that as we were sort of talking about for the last hour or whatever about items, an hour and a half, however long it's been, is that items, the way I'm going to use the word generated, but I don't know what the developers would call it, in a bunch of different ways. And like everything else, what's actually happening at some point is engine deciding how to, put the art asset there and, to create an ID for it and all that stuff like that. But it can be done in various ways. All these different stuff. It can be part of a treasure table where it'll be generated when it needs to. Like if you open if there's a treasure chest, it's basically like the Eversight ring. We know it's in that chest in the morgue, but it's essentially Schrodinger's chest. Before you open that chest, there's nothing in it. Once you open it and once you measure it, once you open it and observe the contents of the chest, now there's a ring there. But until it needed to be a ring in it, it doesn't actually exist. If it's created from a treasure table. If it's an item like this dagger that has its own pre-created ID, that can be put in a chest somewhere. I think could be put in chest, I'm pretty sure. Or on a character inventory or on the ground or whatever. And that is always there, at least as soon as the map loads, if it's local. But for chest and inventories, we saw that earlier with the whole pickpocketing thing. His trader inventory didn't exist until I observed it. So, and we saw it. If you kill, you can see it even more. Unlike the chest, where you can never look in the chest and not see the ring, we saw it with Nier, where if you kill him without ever engaging with his trade inventory, trade interface, those items are just simply never created, never put into his inventory. As far as I know, opening a chest is the same thing as looting a corpse as far as treasure tables are concerned, I think. They both do the thing where they roll from the table, and items like the Eversight ring are guaranteed to drop, and other items can roll like a random chance for stuff like food or whatever. You could have a thing where there's a chest where it's like when you open it, it has a ring every time you open it, and it has some amount of gold, which is like it rolls like a random amount of gold from a certain table, and then it has like either like 2 pieces of food or 3 pieces of food because it rolls dice essentially to decide whether it's going to be 2 foods or 3 foods. Well, see, it depends. And I said, I think trader ones, or like the vendors, I think may work in a different way. A lot of it, there's enough different layers to it where I can't give great answers for some of it. And that's the thing is on those that it's not, you say it's generated as soon as the level's loaded, but ultimately, how would you know that? If it's a pre-created item with its own ID, then yes, it has to always be around. But as I'm saying about observing, there's no way to know that the item is there or not until you have already told the game to observe their inventory, basically. Because like I tested that with like what's her name, Roa, I think it was in Moonrise Tower. So I was looking for some particular item that she like can sell. I think it was something like that, where you can query the inventory of an NPC to see whether they have any items that match a particular template. So because since it's not an item that's got its own originally pre-created ID that you can look up, it doesn't get an ID until the item is created in her inventory. But she didn't have the template in her inventory when I queried it from across the map. When you go talk to her and open her like trade, then it's there. Yeah, so for well, see that for that's another thing I wonder about, because pre-dead corpses could even conceivably work differently. There's weird stuff. Characters can be killed during the initialization, or they can start dead. But yeah, there's a lot of, so for that it may even work differently for killing NPCs. As I know that obviously the trade one, maybe only the trading one works differently. Like it is confusing to me how all the different layers to the rules of it. But the things that are traded from the stats like that, for the most part, that's the things that it's not an item. Once it's been created, now of course everything has to have its own unique ID. So the spawning thing was to say the reason it becomes a rant is because a lot of people, this is what I ranted about in the previous stream, so it's a repeat for anyone who's around again, though I'm not going to do the whole thing right now necessarily. The thing we talked about earlier with the hirelings, where when you rehire, you dismiss a hireling and then rehire them. They don't have their original items that you had equipped on them. They actually recreates all of them from their templates, which it uses a command called template add to. And there are many people who like say, I want to quote unquote spawn an item on message boards or on Discord or whatever. And somebody tells them, you do it with this command, template add to, and you just have to find the ID for the item. And someone will say, this is the ID for that item. And as an example we looked at on the wiki earlier, if you were just some person saying, I want Nir's head, and you went to Discord server and said, how do I get Nir's head? I want it. I need to turn the quest in or whatever, and I forgot to cut his head off. And someone will say, oh, just use this template add to, and then they'll go to the wiki and they'll go to this. And as you learned earlier, if this is like three times removed like of wrong for trying to get Nir's head for the quest. First of all, this is the wrong template ID. As I said, this is the cinematic ID. It's not even the actual head's template ID. And if you spawned his head template, you'll get something that probably has the same icon or whatever, but it's not the story item. The story item is the item itself. You need the actual item itself to go turn in for the quest. The template is not the quest item. But that's not always true. For whatever weird reason, one of the ones I know off the top of my head is the Spear of Night that Shadowheart needs to take into the Shadowfell to stab Nightsong. That is a pre-created item in the world, but when it's checking to see whether you have the spear or not, so Shadowheart will let you go into the Shadowfell, or so you can stab Nightsong, it checks if the template is in your inventory. So in that particular case, you actually can template add to the Spear of Night into your bag, and it'll work. But most of the time for like quest related stuff and other checks like that, you need the actual item itself with the original ID. So spawn, template add to works great for consumables, for like any sort of general equipment items. Pretty much anything you buy from a vendor basically is almost always going to work fine if you spawn the template. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but it probably is usually. But as we saw, that's why Eversight Ring doesn't work when you spawn the template, because the stats are not on the template. They're just a block of data. So when the ring is created out of the treasure table to put into the chest, it uses the stat block, not the template. Template can have the stats attached to it, but it doesn't have to. And that brings us to why in the most recent video I said, template treasure tables, stat blocks, and templates. Now you see what those three things. That's what I was talking about. The treasure tables just kind of covers vendor tables and other stuff too. But so it's frustrating, not to you asking it, but rather when somebody's asking, how do I get this item? And someone just throws the same answer at them over and over again about template add to, and it's frequently the wrong answer. When you're in a map, nothing happens. It has to be initializing the map before it tries to read the level cache. So you can't, it won't do it again while you're standing there. And if you load a save, it uses the level cache from your save, so it'll refresh it again. You have to switch maps. Well, see, there's nothing wrong with the word spawn. That's what I was saying. It's not the word spawn itself. It's that the way the game itself works, as all the stuff I've been, rambling about for like an hour and a half, is there's lots of different ways items become put into the world. And so, for an example, something like Eversight Ring, there is no way for a player through like console commands to, quote, spawn it, because there's no Osiris call that uses the stat block to create an item. We've seen that you can copy the equipment of somebody, and it really does copy the stat block, but someone has to already have it equipped. One of the things I keep trying to preach to people who are talking about this when they're looking for items, especially stuff like story items or whatever, the easiest if it's like a global quest item type thing, which some are not. Here's head, here's local, because it's no one cares after you leave the Act 1 map. There's plenty of items and characters that are global for seemingly no reason. If it's a global item, you can access it anywhere. So one of the ones that I've seen people ask about a few times is the what's it called? The Necromancy of Thay book. The good question. I'll get to that in a second if I don't forget, which I probably will. So let me pop this up again and copy it down. So the Necromancy of Thay is global. That's why I used it as an example in the video, because one local. The reason I picked the two books I showed in the video for when I talked about local items and global items is because they're both books and they're both story items. But and this is only on the second best latency. There's an even less latency setting, but this seemed to be good enough. You can be a story item and still be local. I mean, so like Near's Head here is local. So Necromancy of Thay, I've seen people talking about saying like, oh, I forgot the book somewhere or whatever. And because it's global, it exists technically on every map. So even though like, oh, whoops, I forgot to ever pick up the Necromancy of Thay, I left it back in Act 1. You can still just move it into this is the thing, you don't spawn it. You don't create it out of nothing. It already exists on that map. It's just off in the void. So what you do is you move it into your inventory. You use another command called toInventory. You might, in a lot of the cases like this, need to use the one that's more a longer thing with proc toInventory and on stage, because a lot of the time items like that will end up off stage, and you need it to be on stage to do anything with it in your bag. But you can move it into your inventory, and that's often the right answer. So when people are looking for a specific item, especially quest type stuff, what people should really be saying is you use this toInventory to move. The problem is those IDs for those items, those are nowhere unless you know where to look. And the wiki does not have like any of that for the most part. It's all template IDs. It doesn't tell you that. It just says UUID, which is really misleading. Most of the time people mean template, but there's no consistency. The wiki drives me crazy with that UUID field, because it's like sometimes it's exactly what you're looking for if you're trying to spawn something from a template. Sometimes it's the wrong template. Sometimes there's no ID at all. Sometimes it's the actual item. None of it, people are like, really, it becomes frustrating because I'm like, I see this sort of blind leading the blind thing. and I get frustrated just because I'm like, I want everyone to know what they're trying to do, but I can't be everywhere all at once. And so I see people answering questions they don't really know the answers to, and I'm like, oh no, you're misleading them. And it happens a lot when it comes to item related stuff because people only know the idea of create it from its template, which is often the wrong answer. But yeah, to move something to your inventory, you need to know its actual ID, and that's not like on the wiki. You have to. It is for characters. The wiki is actually really good for character IDs, NPCs. It's sometimes these weird variant things that can be just confusing, but it's actually very good about that. But fortunately, Norbite's search has made this stuff a lot easier. Before I discovered all this, I just had to do everything through searching through all the files locally, which is in a way better. Norbite search has some weird holes in it that I don't exactly understand why. And I have all the same files locally, but it takes a lot longer to search through them here. His search is incredibly fast. So this dagger is an example. This is its actual ID. So if we go look up Nier again here, and it says he drops his dagger +1. The funny thing is this ID someone could have put the actual ID or could put the template ID. Let's find out what this actually is. Right, so this is the template that we saw for the dagger. Now the funny thing in this case is, if you were to try, you wanted that dagger for yourself, because that particular version of the dagger there's nothing special about it. It's just the same dagger. It doesn't have any special stats. It's just a pre-created version of that template, basically. So if you were to use template add 2 with this template you found right here, you get an item that it looks and acts identical to the one Nier is carrying. But as we just learned, if you were to do that, he still has the original one in his bag. It works differently than if you took his actual item away. But other items that have stuff addition to the template, or especially story items, because the story item attribute is not, it can be part of a template. It's part of items, is not part of templates usually. So yeah, I see people say that about stuff like, oh, I left Gortash's Netherstone. Can I get it? Sure, just use template. Just add the template of the Netherstone. Like, no, that's not gonna work. Okay, so I know I just got a question about something. Oh yeah, we're gonna look at Boots of Apparent Death. There'd be some reason why I knew. I had to look them up and discovered there was a reason to think they didn't. I think I might have done a search for like unique. I don't even remember now what I did when I was doing the research. Right. Well, we know where the head is, so I could go test that. It probably just works because it probably doesn't actually count whether she's dead. I'm not sure. The way quests we're getting to quests step might need her to have been killed. I don't know. We'll test that here in a bit. I think it may have just come down to this, that the boots don't have the unique stat on them. I think that's why I found those as ones that worked. And I, of course, went and tested to confirm that it's true. I think it just came down to that. I was looking through different ones that didn't have unique written on them. And so the stat block for the Boots of Apparent Death unusually do not have unique down here. And that seems to be all it takes for it to spawn another one. I almost, when I was originally planning to say more about the item stuff in the video, I thought, during the research, I thought the coruscation ring could be gotten a second one, and I didn't realize that I think there's some danger in the saves I use, because a lot of them are from like patch 6, or even patch 5. And a lot of stuff gets updated by what Larian calls save game patches. When you load a save from an older version onto a newer version, but not every, like, there's things that don't get updated, and I think that the coruscation rings, like, status as unique, I think may have gotten updated at some point, and so I was able to actually spawn a second one, but then when I went and made a new save and tried doing it over again, it didn't work again. So The so yeah, the boots are like that, and the same. I think I accidentally discovered the morning the what's it called, Twist of Fortune. I think I was just going around testing the stuff in Act Two when you reset the NPCs, and when I saw that the loot thing was funny to me. It's a story item, but it you don't take it with you when you leave. You give it to when you complete the quest, or you give it to Art if you complete the quest. And I guess because it's on the map, it puts it back into uh, Malice Thorn's inventory again, so you can loot it again. And so I think I was just test checking each of the three Thorn bosses, and saw the mace and just assumed, oh, it's part of her equipment or whatever, and then looked up, oh, no, it's not actually. It's just for whatever reason that one's not unique. That was making me think of one thing I was thinking that involved the toolkit. Was there anything that is pending that I show before I try loading the toolkit? 'Cause toolkit may, believably, cause my computer to not like lock up completely necessarily, but like freeze up while it's trying to load stuff. Maybe, but I can try because I was thinking of a couple different things I could potentially show. One of them is in that wedding chapel map that is very small map, so that'll probably load okay. The other thing is in the Shadow Curse Lands map, which is a lot bigger. There's no Lower City. We're not going to Lower City. We're not even going to try. The no mystery house for y'all, but I may be able to do Act 2, but we're you can't run the game at the same time. But actually, before I do that, was there anything else on my little list of pre-written stuff that I didn't talk about? These questions, I did this, house in bear form. Oh, that, but that doesn't really involve the game itself. Oh, like kind of does, but so we're going to make an attempt to do toolkit related stuff. So there is a possibility going forward that we may have issues with the stream performance because of the toolkit. If it seems like the stream completely freezes up and just is not working at all, please let me know. There'll probably be some hitching at least when I watch the stream archive of the previous stream. There was some frame skips and stuff when I'm trying to do stuff in the toolkit. That's going to happen, but I mean like worse than that. Like if it starts running really badly, then I'm gonna have to just quit it. But we are gonna do a test first with this smaller map that will have less problems running probably. So, yeah, like I don't use the toolkit to like create and do anything. I just use it to move around the maps to like look at stuff and find things and look at triggers and that kind of stuff. So that's the thing. This toolkit has been modified in a way. I'm not going to say how the modification, what it is, or where to get it or anything, because technically you're not supposed to do it. But Wizards of the Coast, don't worry. I'm not using it to create any new assets and to create stuff of your copyrighted material. I'm just looking around. The only reason I have that modification installed is because for some frustrating reason, the AI grid editor, which lets you look at the grid even if you don't care about editing it, is not available in the base toolkit. And it's one of the things I want to show. So I suppose I probably should, now that I think about it, after I quit the game and switched to this, I should have actually shown this again in game for the people who weren't here on the last stream before so doing it out of order is going to be kind of stupid. So anyone who might be here who was here last time is familiar with this place. So I should have showed it before I came here. Whoops. There is a map in the game that's never used called Wedding Chapel that kind of looks like a wedding setup. It has paintings of Raphael on the walls, which may have nothing to do with Raphael. You get to realize these sort of like placeholder type unfinished maps, those could be someone just picked paintings out of a list or just out of the toolkit they just to put on the walls, and they happen to be Raphael paintings because those paintings exist in like the House of Hope. Yeah, someone asked about this hours ago, and I said it. If I get to the toolkit, I'll show it. Now, I think believe whoever that was. Sorry, it was hours ago. I forgot who asked. Uh, Probably wanted to know whether I found out anything about what the point of this map was, and the answer to that is no. I remember doing a search for it when I first found it, and I don't think there's any references to it. It's just there's maps that just get made and never used. But the by using another console command, you can teleport yourself to any map that exists in the game files, even if it's never used. I did that in the Act 3 Asylum video. I talked about going to the other more diabolic forge place. That map exists in the game files, but you can't ever go to it normally. So when I went to this particular place, I see I should really show this. I need to show this on another map first. I'm doing everything out of order. Let's try loading something else that's also not very big, ideally, so I don't already run into performance issues. The problem is RAM. The toolkit's already RAM hungry, especially on the larger maps, and the mod, for whatever reason, makes it even more RAM hungry. And so, what I could just try Wilderness. Let's try Intermezzo because that's smaller. Okay, so we're gonna try going to Worm's Lookout. This is even as small as it is, it's going to take longer to load than the one I just did. But hopefully will not be too terrible. It's very small, so but for anyone who could actually see something this tiny, this is the RAM. This is how much of my total system RAM, 32 gigs, that it's being currently used. So in this map, it's not awful because the stupid thing keeps popping up in front of it. And like 57% or whatever. If I went to one of the larger maps, it's going to turn red because it's going to go up into like 70, 80 something percent of my RAM. And Lower City takes so much with the mod installed that I think it's using like swap space on the drive because it takes like 10 minutes or something to load into Lower City with the mod installed. Without the mod, it's bad, but it's not that bad. Okay, so here's the actual. We just had a video talked about Worm's Lookout. Here's Worm's Lookout. This is how it was created for the game. They used this toolkit and just created it like this, sort of. This is made up of a bunch of templates. If I loaded the templates for this section, you'd see all the stuff. You'd see all the walls and the lighting and all this stuff like that. That's what they actually create. And then those are put together onto these maps. So this is what the game, when you play the game, essentially, you're playing on this, not on the templates. So this, you can actually switch over to moving a character around in this. I'm not going to bother doing that right now. But the main thing I use this for is all these blue things. These are, if you ever heard me talk about triggers, those are triggers. They're all just called triggers, even if they don't trigger anything. That's just what they're called. And they can be different sizes and shapes and stuff. A lot of things are just point triggers, which means they have no size. They're just one coordinate position. And that's used a lot for if something needs to appear in a certain spot or something. And you see they don't have any sort of, this is like a movement thing, da-da-da. If I find a trigger with an actual size to it, this is why you always, when you first enter Worm's Lookout and you're standing on this tower, that's because it teleported you to this trigger right here. Like that's a goofy thing. You see this? You probably can't see these little menus. Deselect, the thing I clicked on, deselect is locked in the regular version of the toolkit. Why? It's really annoying. I was trying to see if there was an actual trigger that I could show the extents of. There's Jahira. There has to be. Somewhere there has to be the music trigger, but template, whatever. Okay, but the reason I loaded this map was to demonstrate AI grid. Change the trade by an option when you talk to Worm's Lookout. Probably. Are you talking about if you've never invited her into your party up to that point? She's still an NPC. Anytime that she's not in your party, character's actually NPC. It's weird. Like when they leave your party, they're technically being, quote, made into an NPC, which gives them a whole bunch of different stuff. So it may be a side effect of that. I have not dug into her with that specifically, but I might look into it now. Not now, like during my workday. Um, the so I mentioned AI grid in the most recent video. I mentioned it a few other times before, and I also had a comment one of those times with someone correcting me saying, "Excuse me, it's not called AI grid, it's called nav mesh." And I'm like, "Look, buddy, AI grid is what Larian calls it. That's why I call it that, because it's used for more than just literally navigation. It's, I guess it's the same thing. It's just, but they have a tool that automatically creates it for you and all this stuff, and it does heights and all. So it's the same thing, but it's like I call it what Larian calls it, and it determines distances and all this sort of stuff. And so on the regular toolkit, you can't see this thing. It's not there. So let me lower the distance to something reasonable. And when I click this, you're going to see some colors. Everything that is green, move this over a bit. Come on, mouse. Okay. Is like walkable terrain. Technically, it could be walkable, but be in a spot you can't reach. If it's red, it is not walkable. Blue has something to do with elevation, if I recall correctly. Because I don't make my own stuff, I've never like actually done anything much with the editing, creating my own grid from scratch. I just learn how it works. So these areas here that are all red stuff, there's essentially 3 states when it comes to AI grid. Green, which is walkable, red, which is not walkable, and then no grid. See how there's a limit to where the grid just ends. If there is, if the grid exists and I were to teleport a character above it, they would either snap to the ground or fall to the ground depending on what teleport setting you use. If it was on green grid, then you could land and walk around. If I teleported you onto red grid, you'd stick to the ground in that spot, snap to the ground, but you couldn't move. If there's no grid at all, there's no grid. So if you teleport you there, you don't move anywhere, you don't do anything, because you basically are in a void of nothingness that has no attributes as far as elevation or distances or anything. So there's a different red. You never normally could never end up on red grid because you can't move to a spot that's red. Yeah, that's these little squares. They're like units of grid basically. So like nothing can occupy a space. It's like the Planck length. Nothing can be. There's no space. There's no unit of space smaller than these blocks. And this is how it determines like unit distance of objects away from each other. Like when you if you try to like shoot a spell that has an 18-meter range or whatever, it judges whether you're within 18 meters by AI grid distances. And the same thing, that's how it determines elevation for whether you get like high ground bonuses or D bonuses. And etc. So that's why if you're in a place that has no grid at all, you teleport yourself into some weird place on the map. Like if I teleported my character way over here, you can't not only can you not move, but you could be right on top of an object and you can't pick it up because the game can't tell if you're close enough to it to touch it because there's no distance information. So it doesn't know and just says you're not in range of it. Even if you're overlapping it. One of the things that Offstage does that I sort of quickly kind of hinted at, saying you're like immaterial and inactive and inert and all that. It basically means you are essentially removed from the AI grid so that things can move right through you. They can occupy the same space. Normally something by default, you can't occupy the same space as like another character on the AI grid. You can if you're off stage. You can if they're detached. Detached is another thing that's kind of half off stage. Like if you're detached, I could actually talk about that. The other thing I was thinking about showing. which is kind of just more and more rambling. But so the point of showing this is how, so all maps that you can walk around on in the game have this. Cinematic areas rarely do because you don't need to walk. They just use them as assets, and all the positions of the characters are all pre-created with the timelines and everything. So, but sometimes, like for whatever reason, what's her name, Vlaakith, if you go to the in-game like map and go to the area where her Vlaakith's like castle place is, that's used for the cinematic. There's no AI grid in that cinematic area. But if you go to the template level itself that's used for that map, that does have grid. And that is how I was able to walk around on it on the Asylum video, I guess in-game video, probably fourth part. The template lets you walk around. So you can actually do stuff. Grab paintings, open chests, touch stuff. But the only way to reach that is by using the teleport to level command. So yeah, so now you have an idea. So anytime I'm talking about AI grid in videos, this is what I'm talking about. Green means go. Green means you can walk and jump to, and what red means you can technically stand there. You never could in the game. You couldn't reach it. But if you teleported yourself onto red grid, you can't move, but it technically, you're still on the grid. And if you teleport in the middle of nowhere and there's no grid at all, you essentially don't exist in the world, and it has no idea where you have coordinates, but it doesn't have, you're not treated as though you're in range of anything or distances or anything like that. So having shown that, let's go back to the wedding chapel. Now this would make a lot more sense if I'd shown it first, load up my own stream archive from last time and then show what it was. I can just throw it out there. Was there anybody who... Oh, come on. Let me move, please. Trying to... Wait, lock up already? It's not letting me move the camera. That's not a good sign. The toolkit's not locked up. The stream's not locked up. What is going on? Okay. It was just being really sluggish. All right. So is there anyone here, you can hear me in chat, who was here for the previous stream where I went to this wedding chapel in the game? Be perfect timing if there's not a single person. It just seems like probably no. When I went to this level, at the time I didn't know what the explanation for this. When I came here, I talked a bit about the paintings and everything, and we even tried. I was able to walk around right over here, like in front of this painting, grab this painting. Oh hey, so at least one person. I actually got that reference with the knot, by the way. Took me a second. I was able to grab this painting off the wall. I was able to walk around just a little bit over here. And I talked about how I usually don't stream. It just takes up a lot of time that I get work done so slowly that I just don't have time to do it. But this painting on this wall and this painting over here, I couldn't walk over there and loot them. I teleported over there and showed that there's no AI grid there. So I couldn't, even right on top of the painting, I couldn't do it. I couldn't telekinesis it, if I recall correctly. We tried a few different things on the last stream. And I remember wondering, why can I walk around a little bit over here, but not in these other areas? And at the time, I didn't have this mod installed in the toolkit. And then when I forget why I was even checking. I came here and looked at it. And this is why I wish I'd been able to show this off back then when I was doing it the first time when I was showing those things. We're going to zoom out a bit. You saw what it looked like before, how I showed the AI grid on that other completed map, the Worm's Lookout. Where it was all lined, the grid was all on top of all the surfaces and objects and everything like that. Look at get a good eyeful of the shape of this little map, this little area with the seats and everything, the shape of the room. And I'll point again, if you can see the mouse cursor. This is the area right over here. This sort of part, a little bit of this part here, I was able to walk around when I teleported here in the game, but not anywhere else. And I'm like, that doesn't. Why would that be? So now the reason is the AI grid is misaligned. I'm not sure exactly how this happened if someone screwed up in a file after the fact, but so the grid's supposed to be there. You're supposed to be able to walk around all like normal, but it's out of place. So what has walkable grid? Just this area right here, the green part. That's why I was able to walk around and grab the painting and walk a little bit over here, but I couldn't walk anywhere else or touch anything else. I could have actually teleported myself onto this spot if I'd known, and that would be red grid, but when I tried to go over here and click the paintings and stuff, there's no grid there at all, so I couldn't do anything. But if I had known, I could have actually teleported myself over here and walked around on the air. In theory, yes, but then it had to literally mod the whole game to put this new version into the game. It would be like creating an entire mod basically, and so I'm not going to try to do it. I know, so I don't even know about how editing the grid is even done. It's some of it's automatic. I said I used the toolkit to look at existing stuff, not to create stuff. So a lot of those questions I just never bothered to try. I'm never going to try to answer because it's not part of what I do. But yeah. So if I'd known, I could have walked around over here on nothing because the grid doesn't care what the level looks like. It just cares that there's grid there. So this area I could have been walking around on. The same thing is like true the Mistra Gale meeting area during like the epilogue stuff. This level doesn't even exist in the game as anywhere you could ever go. I mean, it exists in the files, but this makes it more interesting. It's like anyone who uses the toolkit could create their own wedding chapel if they wanted to, you know. The place where Gale and Mistra are standing to confront each other during like the ending, that has always confused me because it's green grid. Now that I think about it, maybe I wouldn't be able to. I think now that I think about it, I think what I just said about being able to walk around the air over here is maybe half true. I think this is just a guess at the moment. I think it's possible that when it's deciding whether you can try to click the ground, it needs to be an actual like surface, and then the grid decides whether you can actually move or what the distance is or whatever. Because the spot that Gale and Mistra stand on is invisible. It's just a block of AI grid, but it's green. But if you go teleport yourself there, you can't click on the ground, the non-ground. You can't click and move. But if you send a movement command, like if you have one character over here and another character over here, and you tell them to you click to talk to them, you can still talk. You'll move to talk to them. It's strange what it lets you do and not do. So I have a feeling that maybe there's some interaction between like map surfaces and the grid, but I can't tell you for sure right now. The thing that is most frustrating to me because I'm so close is that I wonder if I could demonstrate this in any way else. I'm going to check real quick while I have a message on Discord. Current screen is yes, no, yes, okay. Not that low latency. Okay. Nothing nothing important. Okay. Sorry to make sure I didn't have anything important Discord message. So that's distracting me. I was thinking about the the triggers and whatnot. I was thinking I could actually sort of kind of show this in the toolkit, maybe. It'll be so small you probably won't be able to see it, to be honest. But let's see. Okay. So yeah, this I'm going to point at this and talk about it, but I assume none of you will probably be able to. It's so small, you probably won't be able. So you have to take my word for it for the moment. Though you could look it up. This is the Shadowcross lands. This is just organization. The maps can be anywhere. They're just organized this way. So this is the maps and stuff that are used for the Shadowcross lands. This is the main map that you actually play on, and these are various template maps that are put into place on this one. So like the Night Song prison area and the Moonrise dungeon and stuff. And one of them, of course, is the Shar Temple. And something that's surely way too small for you to see. All these have the SCL label on them for Shadowcrest Lands. But the Shar Temple has WLD, which is, you were watching any earlier, that's the designation for the Wilderness, which is the Act 1 map. And anyone who, I didn't play early access, but I've done enough with it where I know this now, knows, if you played early access, know that originally the area behind Nier, where now there's that whole drop off and you see the temple of the Shar temple stuff down there, there used to be a bridge to an act exit, but you couldn't go anywhere, or like an entrance, you couldn't leave. If you clicked on it, the game would tell you it's not ready or whatever. That was going to be the Shar Temple, because the Shar Temple was originally created to be in the Wilderness map, not Shadowcrest Lands. So that's why it still has a designation WLED. Every reference to it in the rest of the files, it's part of the early access section of the files that had only other Act 1 stuff. And through looking through the files themselves for early access builds, like one of the earliest builds, the Shar Temple is there. Like the map data is there. There's triggers, there's stuff. But because the exit to get to it doesn't work, during early access, Osiris scripting that I talked about way earlier, they've added on to Osiris over time. Someone just showed up now. I feel bad for you if you're just now trying to keep track of what the hell is going on after 3.5 hours of my rambling. They've added a lot of Osiris. Even post-launch, they've added new Osiris calls and stuff that are very specific. But in early versions of early access, there were a lot of Osiris commands that didn't exist yet. They were created, and I'm sure the same thing will happen with Divinity. If that game comes out in some form I can get my hands on and actually data mine it all, assuming they still use Osiris, which I hope they do, because I already I have a base to work from. There will surely be a bunch of new commands that I've never seen before. When I looked briefly at the Divinity Original Sin 2 scripting, it's Osiris already, but it's that much simpler than even an early access version of Baldur's Gate 3 was. And there's some calls that are only in that version that got removed, but there's a bunch of stuff that didn't exist yet. And so the call that I use to teleport to any level I want didn't exist yet in the early access build. I just can't use it. You can still teleport to triggers, but there's not a single global trigger in that Shar Temple. In the end there is, because there's waypoints and stuff, but in the template level thing itself, in the early access build, if there was even a single global trigger in there, I could teleport in and I could show you what the early access version unfinished Shar Temple looks like. It exists, but there's no way to get there that I know of. Theoretically, you could go in and mod stuff around and make a mod version of early access that lets you go there, I guess. But all I know is, this is way too small to see, but if I were to load up this little thumbnail picture, you do get to see a sort of slightly rough version. The main thing that's recognizable is the big statue of Shar with the platform that she's holding. That's already there. But the rest of it is much, much rougher. It's very incomplete. But it exists in some form, even in an early version of early access. I'm so close. I can teleport to Act 2 in the early access build. I can teleport to Baldur's Gate. There's nothing there. There's literally nothing there. But there's triggers already. So you can teleport. You're technically teleporting to like the Act 3 part of the game. There's just nothing there. There's triggers that have labels and stuff on them for what they're supposed to be used for. But it's just a big empty void. But the Shar Temple actually has stuff in it, but there's no way to get there. If there is, so frustrating, so close. But if only that command worked back then, I could just go there, but it doesn't. Yeah, probably, you already saw the screenshot. Probably I was showing them the. No, it's not the. It's the guy that ripped off the guy that discovered a time travel. I was showing them the wedding chapel map with the misaligned AI grid. Uh, so that's perfect timing. That now I'm going to attempt to load Shadow Curse Lands map. It's not nearly as bad as like Act 3, but we may have issues when I try to load it. So if the stream just starts going really badly or freezing up or anything that like catastrophic, as this is loading or after it finishes loading or whatever, please, like, if it chugs a bit, that's okay. Don't freak out too quickly. But if it seems like the stream is just gone, then please try to let me know. So I'm going to try to load it. And if you look in the bottom left corner of the program, you'll see that little gray bar turn red at some point as it loads stuff in and starts eating up more and more RAM. Um, I can talk a little bit about what it is that I plan to show in here, though. So I showed it in a screenshot, also Proxy had seen, and I posted on the Discord, the Larian Discord the other day. Um, the the so-called Faith Leap trial. First of all, internally it's called Path of Darkness trial, which makes a lot more sense. Um, as we speculate, I think the reason they call it it's a reference to freaking the third Indiana Jones movie, where he has to walk on an invisible platform over empty chasm, and it's called Leap of Faith. So I'm assuming it's a reference to that. And the way that it worked until patch 7, I believe it was, is that it was pretty simple. What determines uh, whether you get considered to be walking off the path. Um, yeah, it's still trying to load it. It hasn't turned red yet. Well, we're still hanging in there. Um, there were three, I believe, three big triggers that are right below. Basically, it's like, again, I'll be able to show you all this if it ever loads. I just show you the AI grid thing. Because of the way that puzzle, if you want to call it that, works, you can't actually have a little narrow path and then chasm around it the way you would where you just fall off a cliff. Well, it looks like it loaded. Are we? Hopefully, we're still. It may run badly. I may be dropping lots of frames, etc. But so if it looks really awful, please let me know. For now, it looks at least it's working on my end. Um, darkness. Uh, all right, good. So here we are in the Path of Darkness room. I mean the Faith Leap room. Um, and you will see now in this version, patch 8, you see a whole lot of. Well, some of those are actually AI cedar stuff. He's got a lot. That must be for like, God, that may even be part of what they used to try to stop. I haven't even tried to figure out what they did to stop you from like being able to just click on the thing and walk there. But the deal is inherently your character will refuse to walk off a ledge into a chasm. So they can't just make a little narrow path with regular chasm around it, or your character you couldn't walk them off the edge. So to make it this puzzle where you have to stay on the path, they have to do it in a different way. So the first step of that is the AI grid again. This is how the room looks. It's all green because chasms are green too actually. But there's this slight elevation to the path that you walk on. So if you walked into this room or whatever and there was none of the stuff in place that's supposed to make it kill you or teleport you or whatever, you just walk around everywhere, which I did in the video. I'll explain why that happened here in a minute, and why you shouldn't. If you were to recreate the glitch, the time travel thing, and go back here to Act 2 and go to this room and try to walk on air like I did in the video, it'll kill you. I'll explain why that's true in a bit. So yeah, there's this very slight elevation to the parts that are, on the little map. So the way that this used to work before patch 7, that was really easy to circumvent and trick it, was names again. Death. There's death triggers. That's trigger. Okay, yeah. I have to. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the actual script to make sure I have the right ones. Our temple trials, and trials generics, I think. Okay, I think that's the fullest. Yeah. Okay. Right. It's probably even worth showing the save game patch because that's relevant to what we're talking about, different patch versions. Oh, my Notepad++ slowly searches. It's probably a bit sluggish right now since I'm running the toolkit and streaming and all this at once. My system is okay, but it's nothing amazing, so I'm pushing it right now. Yeah, save game patches. Okay. We'll explain that in a sec. Where is I'm going to do it? The ones that it removes, right? Okay. This one is 0, 1, 2. Yeah, I thought there were 3 of them. Okay, so there once was a trigger named something. The grid display is blocking it, so I could go below and show it to you, but it's a lot easier to do it. So remember where this grid is. Just remember the whole room is green. It's all walkable. There's no chasm, but there's a slight elevation to the correct path. So remember that, because I got to close this so you can see. This is a trigger that has an actual size and shape to it. This is one of them. This is another one. And this was the last one. So this is prior to patch 7. It was just these 3 triggers. You see, they all line up and cover the entire room, basically. So the reason when I had the AI grid up, you couldn't see these is because they basically, if you look very closely, essentially the very top of this trigger lines up with the lower part of the AI grid that I showed. That tiny elevation on the path you're supposed to take raises your character just a little bit above this trigger. So when you're walking on the correct path, you're not touching this trigger. If you touched the trigger prior to patch 7, this is how it worked. If you touched one of these 3 triggers, it said, whoops, you screwed up, teleport you, kill you, whatever, by walking off the path. But since they're only below the path, that's why you could do stuff like jump between the platforms, because you weren't touching the triggers, you're just jumping over them. You could fly, you could do all sort of stuff like that. The only way you'd get treated as failing the trial was walking off of the path and touching these triggers that are just barely below the path itself. And because it was so easy to cheat it, somebody at Larian just loves this stupid puzzle and made some poor I wonder if the guy who loves it is the one who did the work on this, because otherwise they made someone do a lot of work that they shouldn't have had to do. These 3 big, very simple block triggers. This is how it used to work. Someone just very easily make 3 big rectangles, job done. So I turn these back off again to get them out of the way. The proxy already knows what's coming, but it's going to be slow because I got to do each one individually. You sort of see it in this list over here. There actually is, I forgot, well, I should show that first actually. There actually are higher triggers. That I think there were certain places you couldn't go high. I think this is why it was like you were able to do stuff like fly underneath them. I think certain things you could end up hitting the higher triggers and doing it too. I forget what would cause these to, but you could do stuff like maybe fly worked and jump didn't, certain jumps, I forget. So they kind of sort of tried to stop you from doing other weirdness with these higher triggers, but it wasn't enough. These are actually still here in the patch 7 and 8 version. Yeah, Missy's Step, that would have worked too, because you would avoid these. You'd go between the 2 sets of triggers. So I think maybe jumping or something else might hit these. I'm not sure. It doesn't really matter that much now because again, these are actually still used. These ones are still used. The first three that I showed you have been essentially removed. They still exist on the map, but they're never used anymore. These three in the ceiling are, but they're the less important ones. They are still part of the trial to this day. But what was new was all of this. It's going to take me a second to do all these because there's this many and I got to display every one of them individually. Some are going to be blue and one's going to be pink. I really should like go through the floor so you can't see it happening until I'm ready. Clicked the wrong thing. One of those I think I may have missed by clicking the wrong thing. We'll get to that in a second. I should say something while I'm doing this so it's not just total silence. Those are even other weird. I'm not even sure. But those may actually be these particular ones may actually be something else, but we'll figure it out when I get up there. Okay. I think I turned off all. Okay, there we go. Yeah, one of these I accidentally forgot to turn on. I have to figure out which one it is. That's one of them. I think all the ones I think the thing I clicked like turned off all triggers I'd already. Okay, yeah. Okay, so someone came in here and made this whole, they very specific, they mapped the whole path out with individually, carefully bespoke crafted triggers. I've never seen anything else. I haven't looked through, there's thousands and thousands of triggers. So of course I never looked at most of them, but of all the ones I've ever looked at, I've never seen anything else with these sort of shapes where someone went in and very carefully crafted the exact shape of the path. Someone was like, all right, you want to try to cheat our trial? Fuck you. We're going to remake it like this. So since patch 7, this is the actual way it works. That these, thank you very much. Now, these triggers, I can pop the AI grid back up again. And now you can actually see. Now you see how they fill in all those gaps. So now if you ever are anywhere off, since those other ones I showed in the ceiling are also there, now if you try to jump over these and whatnot, it dings you for that because they're up at the same elevation as the part you're walking on instead of below it. So yeah, this change. This is why when they made the stupid change in patch 7, and everyone's like, "Oh, you can't cheat it the same way anymore." Some of those things that used to work no longer work because of this. Because like flying over these and all this stuff like that now gets treated as. I mean, fly may still work sometimes. I forget. I think there's certain things that still kind of work. There's one here too. I just forgot to click it. But yeah, they went to this length just to try to force you to do this stupid puzzle that nobody likes. So yeah, so the reason that the thing is, again, I think when it does those, it has to, I forgot the way the scripting for it works also. It's like it's treated now as to hit that as though you're going through it, I believe. I haven't actually tried going in here and doing actual regular gameplay testing in a long time. Off the top of my head, I actually don't remember which things may still work that allow you to circumvent these, but it makes it a lot harder to do than it used to be. The thing for anyone who watched all the way to the end of the newest video, no, the triggers for you to interact with them, they had to be what they call registered to a character before they interact with triggers. There's a easy sort of command that just registers the whole party for triggers. Beyond that, you basically need to intentionally tell that you want a particular trigger to be registered for a certain character. So a lot of the time, no. I think Proxima even done that where I think he like walked, what's his name, in here. Balthazar or whatever. But it depends if he becomes part of the party. I forget when he's registering triggers for party. I forget if it applies to the party followers and stuff. I don't remember now. There's a lot of stuff like that I've never really tested. But a lot of the time, no, because it's the same reason why there's some particular trigger where something happens sometimes and not other times. It's just because they unregister the trigger when it's done, basically. Okay, so it may not discriminate. It said it can be done in different ways. But a lot of the time, I think it's also meant to lighten the load on the scripting and everything, like so that it's not checking every character walking through every trigger. Like it checks them only against a registered list, so that way there's a whole lot less like overhead when characters are like walking around in the world. But yeah, it can be different triggers can be checked different ways. The thing that interesting, what the Minotaurs? So yeah, at the very end of the most recent video, this is something I discovered when I was working on the research and stuff for the video. And at first I thought I was going to put it in the video as something to say until I dug into it further and like, oh, whoops, that would have been a mistake. The reason I was able to walk around just all on the air here, that isn't, that's, well, it's sort of a side effect of the time travel. Obviously it is because I couldn't do that normally, but like, he's even weirder. One of those Minotaurs has got some settings, but I don't know if that affects. It doesn't matter. Getting off topic as usual. So yeah, if you just like made it play through the game right now, and I told you, and went to Warner's Lookout, and then did the bug to come back, reset level 2, act 2, and come back here, you'd still get killed. See, the scripting continues to run. Initialization doesn't happen again, but the scripts, if they haven't specifically been completed, which a lot of scripts don't complete, most don't, it's still listening for events and stuff. So if it hasn't specifically been like deactivated or canceled or completed or whatever, stuff will still activate. If the script itself is listening for events, that's still running. It's just the initialization. So these triggers are still active to kill you. All these ones we're seeing here. So the reason that it didn't happen to me in that clip I showed in the video, and what I originally thought would apply to anybody, is because as I talked about, this was changed in patch 7. And so this is the current version, the current patch 8 version of the script. And you see this whole list, all those triggers I showed, these are all of them. All those different little ones are all these in this big list. If I were to pop up the script from patch 6 for this, I could go do it, I guess. Copy this and let's go do it. This stream is all about doing this sort of weird stuff, including going into text files. So I have goals backed up from all the previous versions. I was missing 1.5 for a long time because I needed a save file. I didn't have a save file from that one patch, and somebody gave me a save file at some point, and I ripped the goals out. Unfortunately, everything prior to patch 7 had to pull the goals out of the save files, which means they don't have the nice organization and dev notes and all this stuff like that. I didn't get any of that until patch 7 made them available, I think, as a side effect of the toolkit being part of the publicly available stuff. So it's going to look uglier, but you'll still be able to see the list. Everything's like jammed together, and and there's no variable names, there's no dev comments, all this stuff like that. You can't see anything that's commented out is gone because this is pulled from the compiled version or whatever you want to call it. But so that same thing, but now you see the death trigger list is much, much smaller. It's just those first 6, the 6 big ones I showed, the 3 low ones and the 3 high ones. It used to be using those 6. In the current version, it still uses those 3 in the ceiling, but these 3 lower ones, 0, 1, and 2, if we go back to this list of the current version, where where is it? First part. It starts at 3, 3, 4, and 5. The 0, 1, and 2 are no longer in this list. So if you create, just start a new, totally new game or whatever, or anything before Act 2, right now in patch 8 or patch 7, this is what is going to be used when you go to the Shard Temple. All those little triggers I showed and everything, but not those 3 ones on the floor. It no longer cares about them. They're not considered. They still exist in the map data, but they're not checked by the script. On the other hand, let's say you had a save in patch 6 where you're already in Act 2, so it had already set up this scripting initialization stuff with the old version of the trial. When you load your save in Act 2, if you're in Shadowcurse Lands on that map and you're playing a save from before patch 7, it will do all of this. It'll go in and delete those 3 old triggers from the database, and it'll put in all those new small ones so that it'll run the way it expects, because it missed the chance to initialize them when you first loaded the map, because you already loaded the map on patch 6. This save game patch, when you load your save, it fixes things basically by updating everything. So even if you made an old, like said, most of my Act 2 saves, all that stuff is stuff I made when I was working on the Act 2 honor mode guide, which was during patch 6. So like all those old saves are patch 6 saves. But for the most part, it doesn't matter, because when I load one of those saves, it runs a whole bunch of save game patches and updates stuff. So if I load one of my patch 6 saves that's in like the Gauntlet of Shar that was set up with the old scripting, it's going to do this right here and fix everything. Update, add all those new triggers to the list, make everything work now. But the save that I used when I was experimenting to do the time travel glitch stuff was a save I'd made in Worm's Lookout back on patch 6. So it was a patch 6 save in Worm's Lookout. This save game patch doesn't run unless your save is older than patch 7 and you're in the Shadowcurse Lands map. When you load your save, I loaded my save in Worm's Lookout, and then through the magic of proxiness, I went back to Shadowcurse Lands without loading a save in Shadowcurse Lands and without reinitializing all the scripting. So it still used my patch 6 list of triggers instead of the new ones, because my save happened to be from patch 6 in Worm's Lookout, and I never loaded a save in Shadowcurse Lands. That is why I was able to walk around on empty space at the end of that video. That very specific combination, or if you had an even older save. But because my Worm's Lookout save is patch 6, that's why it worked. When I first found it, I was like, oh, this is amazing. I want to put this in the video. And then when I figured out what was going on and all of that stuff I just explained and realized, oh, okay, so no reason to say this in the video as a thing, because anyone who doesn't have a patch 6 or older save in Worm's Lookout is not going to get this to happen in their save. So but when I was trying to put something at the end when I was talking about the file stuff, like, well, I got to put something here. I need some sort of B-roll footage. I'm like, wait a second, that's a perfect thing to put there. I'll just throw that in, not explain it, and just put that under it while I'm talking. And that was the perfect place to put it. And not explaining was funny to me, not only because it looks weird in and of itself, and someone might just see it and go, oh, that's probably a side effect of doing this glitch. And then they would do the glitch and then go there and then fall in the hole because they they thought they could walk on air and they didn't know what they were doing. I tricked them. I doubt anyone tried it, but maybe somebody did. So yeah, better unexplained in the video and explained here. I love Proxy's videos too. If only he'd make another one. I said, for the first time in history, I got 2 full videos out before he did. Literally unprecedented. You all need to put pressure on him to get another video out. The okay. Speaking of videos. Of course, I may have missed like 8 different questions. I had something else. Speaking of videos, that I was going to talk a little bit, well, a lot about, I guess, that involves video stuff and scripting things in the game. But if anybody has any other, particularly anything I could show in the toolkit before I shut it down, but for anyone who's, a lot of people never even mess with the toolkit, so it's like me saying, "Hey, what do you want to know in this?" So like, no one's going to have a question. For the most part, it's like, it's useful for finding things. If you want to know where a thing is or whatever, like where is that thing, and you know what it's called, you can put it up here and then just go straight to it, and so that's kind of convenient. A level near the entrance to the channel that has any notes of them breaking it. Not sure exactly what that is you're talking about. The it's it's freezing up on me again. Um, uh, Something in here. Um, Behind me. Uh, the there's a lever that opens the door. Uh, it doesn't. Well, okay. Does it have a constellation? Big. It has a has a script attached to it. DOS2 puzzle lever. That's funny. Uh, well, let's try seeing if there's any reference to this in the script. One, dual entity event. And night song chamber door level. The lever is unlocked is a global flag. That is interesting. Um, okay, what's up with this global flag? My favorite of the DOS2 labeled things is your starting spot on the beach is labeled as DOS2. It's like even Larry knows that everything's just starting on a beach again, the same as the previous game. There's a save game patch involving that lever. Or the flag that's involved on the lever. That's interesting. I suppose I should open that just in case. If you open the door, okay, if you open the door, it specified that the lever is unlocked. And then there's a place that is referenced there. Do you happen to remember any patch specifically that it still worked? Doesn't matter which one, as long as it's one of the major ones. Or remember when it stopped working. Uh, Maybe we could go obviously all the way back to the beginning. I guess I do have 1.0. So, uh, It's interesting. It's in trials. That it's considered part of. I guess it makes sense. It's considered part of the trial since you can't open the door without the umbral gems you get from doing the trials. Um, that looks. Oh, wait a second. Okay. uh, here in the launch version, when you use a lever, it switches the door state from open to close. As we just saw, the way it works now, it's specifically checking for the global flag that the lever is unlocked. The lever is unlocked when you open the door. So are you saying that if you go inside, if you like teleport inside without opening the door, you can't use it to open it? It looks like you have to have opened the door first before you can use it now. Or are you saying even that doesn't work? That's what it seems to be. It's somewhere along the line they put a check in that you have previously opened the door. Right. So it seems like again I could look through and figure out when they did it. Um, Now you have to have the funny thing is the whole time traveling thing, you clipping it, and getting through it anyway. Since this is a global flag, if you opened this door and then left Act Two and did the time travel and you come back and the door is closed and locked again, you should actually be able to use a lever without opening it because this global flag is still saved. It's global. So hey, there you go. That's not specific at all. But so yeah, so which patch that happened on, we could theoretically figure it out. Uh, you mentioned four, I think it works. So let's try five and see. This is this is the most exciting stream content ever. Uh, Looking through old version script files to find out when a script changed for no good reason. Whoops. So patch five, it's in there. So four might be the last time that it worked. We're gonna track it down just because we can. Well, you were dead on, Proxy. Patch five is when they changed it. Patch four, it still worked, and it could have been like some hotfix or whatever. I don't have minor versions, so yeah. Patch five made it to where now you have to have opened the door for the lever to work. So if you unlock the waypoint and teleport yourself in, or you clip through the door or whatever, you can't use the lever to get out unless you're playing on patch 4 or before. Okay, mystery solved in real time. Now you've seen how it happens. Uh, there was. This is because I'm nearby. I was wondering what is down here anyway. Some rocks. The is it visible? Yeah. This is some really old triggers. The fact they're out here is probably because the positions of some of this stuff changed. This stuff was all probably in those really early versions. I talked about this a bit. I didn't show it at the time in the Act 2 Asylum thing. These triggers out here, there's one that says, again, Shadowheart Torture Dream Scenes Trigger. This is the thing, this is part of the thing I talked about that's in the early access stuff, but is long gone, but the characters are still staying in the asylum, where Shadowheart has the memory where she's torturing her parents and all that, and the sister superior and all that stuff I talked about in that video. This is one of the leftover triggers for like where that. Maybe actually it's intentionally out here in the black. It might be they put it here because they want to have like a black area around. I don't know, but this is a trigger associated with that cutscene that is long gone. As such, I mentioned that also in the Act 2 Asylum Guide, if I go back to the trials, where is the. Save time by going through the floor, but I can't keep track of where the hell I am. Oh, come on. Lose my bearing. Okay, this is one of the trials. I'm looking for the one with the clones. Self same. Here. Uh, Clones are there if I turn on off stage stuff. You'll see them. There they are. Just show them in the most recent video, so it's very recent. There's the 4 guys. Funny thing is, if you see this guy here standing where he's supposed to be, if you actually come in here without triggering combat, for some reason he ends up down here, like in the floor. He like pops out if you go into combat. I didn't bother showing it in the video because I'm like, it's too minor to bother, but it's just something weird. Oh yeah, so I mentioned that also in the Act 2 that this internally is called the mental torture trial, and as an example, there's another case here. VB stands for voice bark, which if anyone's there, like if I don't know if Hyperspace Tal's around, he knows what all these things are. And voice barks are just, I don't know why they're internally handled in a different way by the system, but they're basically the same as what they call AD, which is automated dialogue. In either case, it's like when characters talk spontaneously with text over their head. I don't know why I'm pointing at my own head like you can see my hand. When text appears over a character's head instead of in a dialogue sequence, that's called automated dialogue. And voice bark is sort of an alternate version of that, but it can also be other things because there's a thing called like an interactive voice bark that is like a dialogue scene. So voice barks are weird to me. They have their own separate section in the toolkit. I don't know exactly what's going. There's plenty of other people who do modding stuff and know voice barks way better than I do. There you go. There you go. Extra fun logic. Exactly. It's just another more complicated version of AD. So there probably would have been some kind of if you ever again, normally not see it. If you ever doing anything in like if you look at the parse dialogue files, for example, if that's something someone's looked at, they haven't done anything else, and there's tons of dialogue files that have AD in the name or PAD, which is for party or player, I forget which it is, and those are all automated dialogues. There's tons. Whoops. Dream Visitor's voice. It's a special kind of. It's still labeled as AD. It's its own. It gets its own distinct script that runs those, which is somewhere in there. It handles why it prints it with its own special colored subtitles. There's like a script that specifically runs like a Daisy AD instead of just a normal one, and it just shunts it through that. I guess in a sort of a light version of the way the narrator just sort of talks globally. Daisy does exist on every map. She's a global. He is a global character that follows you around, unlike the narrator who doesn't actually exist. But there's just a command to just send Daisy ADs that makes them talk on the screen with the little stuff. So the fact that this is labeled as VBBox and actually has a size to it, nothing happens here anymore. I don't think. I think it might have changed to something else. I thought I remember seeing something that there was supposed to be some sort of dialogue where Shadow was talking about a memory she had or something, but I forget. I haven't messed with the EA stuff in a long time. Anything else I'd want to show in Toolkit before I shut it down? Load the game again. There's always stuff to show in Toolkit, but there's a box. This is, and you can see exactly why. When I showed this in the video, it said, "Oh, the gem is just floating there." Like, just because since you don't get the gem until you finish killing the clones, it just puts it in the world off stage, and when it's time to you to get it, I think it does it. I'm trying to remember. Does it drop this one on the ground, or does it put it in your inventory? I think it drops on the ground. It's been just again so long since I actually played the game. Either way, it's when you kill like the last clone, because it doesn't know which one's going to be last. It doesn't know who should be holding it. The ring, the Killer Sweetheart ring, that is actually specifically on the number 1 clone. Thank you. Because there's always going to be at least one clone if you're playing solo or whatever. So Killer's Sweetheart is actually considered to be I forget if it's actually in the inventory how it's treated, but it basically belongs to the first clone. So the ring, it'll drop like where the first clone dies, as opposed to anyone's. So the reason that this is here, as you're saying, when the fourth clone dies, it just teleports it over to where you killed it and puts it on stage. Okay. Uh, I normally I stop working at midnight, which I'm already past, but I think I'd like to go at least somewhat more. You can't pickpocket it because it's I think it's set to I forget how it drops. There's a thing I looked it up before, but I'm not going to try to do the YouTube break thing because last time it caused the stream to get weird. But I am going to take another bathroom break just for a minute before I launch into this next thing. But I'm going to not that there's anything interesting to show up. I'm going to go and shut the toolkit down, but and have you observe the weave. Um, and I'm still going to tell it to run an ad. So everyone enjoy this ad while I hit the bathroom real quick. This time I'm remembering to switch the video back. Did it work? Okay, good. I'm gonna run the game again, and at any point, instead of anyone has a question about something that I might be able to answer, as always, please feel free to ask that even if I launch into something else. Funny thing about this thing that I'm into, um, oh yeah, the parser is it's. I wish I knew enough about how it's made to like update it to do more than it does, and to it has some quirks and stuff to it. It's amazing. Again, like I know, no disrespect to the person who made it. It's saved me all sorts of. It's again made it my this whole channel wouldn't exist the way it does if it wasn't for the parse file because they got me started. Um, but there's a couple of quirks to it, and it doesn't work on like uh, right on older patch, older like pre-launch versions and stuff. So I wish some of that worked, but um, uh, I mean, tired of now. This may be a mistake for me to try to launch into a whole new thing this late, but uh, the bell ambush fight, skipping it. I think I still covered the main things I know about. When would I have been talking about that in the Leave No One Behind video? I think. Um, oh right, Carl Academy. Yeah, we can test that real quick right now, actually. Um, well, no, I already have her in the group, so I guess I need to not have her in the group. Which I don't have a save. This is before I started making a lot of saves. So on the Karlak campaign, this is the earliest save that I made. 6 hours in, that habit had changed in Act Two. So I need to pick somebody else who has an older save that doesn't have Karlak yet, which probably just use my generic my Tav character that I use for anytime I need to do stuff with all the companions at once. And this is from a just on the beach save. So the question was about if you have not met Karlak yet and you turn the head in. I believe that was what you asked. Uh, so I need to. Do I have that in my notes for the time travel video? Since I was finding the head, you'd think I would. Yes, right here. Here are the notes for the time travel video. Um, okay, whoops, it's way over here. Question. Just the first thing I was going to say before I was half finished, I was going to say, first of all, you let me know if you're playing on patch 5. Um, uh, just soft lock, but not like in the nightly camp. I'd have to look if there's something for that because I know you can. Well, it starts though. I know under normal circumstances, when that dream starts, you can instantly end it and everything works fine. Uh, but as far as the fallback camp may work differently because there's some things like the way Raphael's dialogue, for example, works, where it's like a forced dialogue that prevents you from ending the night. So I'm like, maybe something there. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I might be able to figure it out if I dug into it. Maybe. Okay, do we want to go talk to Anders first and get the quest for the head, or just pick it up right now and then talk to him? Does the order matter for your question about the head? Stupid soul coin. I know to play without the sound turned on, so I don't have to listen to. I have only voices turned on usually, so this stupid soul coin is driving me nuts. Yeah, I could do that. We said right. Well, he said you can jump ahead quest steps normally anyway. So we can experiment a couple different things and see if anything happens. Well, no quest happened when I picked it up.
Who's there? Please, keep your distance. A devil. The most we are paladins of Tyr. She
Are you?
slaughtered Count. We were
Did
lucky
she?
to survive our encounter with her. She ran toward. She must pay for her crime. This is the sword of justice.
Is it?
It's all I have.
Is it?
But it's yours if you stop her. May the just God guide you. Well.
Well, I do have the option of giving her his head. I do miss a lot without sound effects turned on.
As promised.
He certainly looks like he's accepting. We'll see what it does as far as the quest is concerned.
It's sacred. The most valuable thing I've ever held.
Yeah. Okay, well, okay, so I got the sword. The quest is considered complete and said Anders reward us. Yeah, right, so it acts just like, it just shows the steps that we completed. So it shows that we met Anders and he asked us for help, and then that we got the reward. So it just skips the steps where we met Karlak and killed her and everything, because we didn't do any of those things. So yeah, you can turn the head in directly without ever even meeting Karlak. Mystery answered. The I can do. I'd have to deal with. I can try doing the same thing. I tried going to the way, but that will send me to the camp. Raphael will be there. Well, if I don't have the artifact at the moment. The artifact will appear in my bag, but only after I try to go to bed. But that should maybe work. We're gonna try that real quick. Oh, most likely. I guess I could check that real quick. I wonder. The funny thing is, I wouldn't be too surprised if, first of all, she's probably still there. Second of all, if she is, and I talk to her, I wonder if I have the ability to say, "These guys told me to kill you."
Breathe deep and move.
Yeah, she's still there. They already met the paladins.
One horn. This is the devil you've been tasked to kill.
Now the funny thing about that head, right, it's local to this map, but it's probably currently sitting in Anders' inventory, probably. So the funny thing is, I'm wondering if I were to kill her, will it let me take her head again, and will it take the head away from Anders and give it back to me? It'll teleport it into my back. Maybe we're gonna find out.
Try again. And pick your next words carefully.
Better check your tone.
Well, fuck me. It's you. From the Mind Flayer's ship. Let me guess.
Yeah, well,
You
it
met a
wouldn't
group
be
of
another one because
burnt
it's the
Terran
same
paladins on your
head.
way over.
But I mean, I was gonna say she only has one head, but then again, we just handed in a head, and she's clearly got one on her shoulder. So, in a sense, there's two heads. See again. So the narrator said, "This is the devil you've been tasked to kill," but then you say, "I haven't, can't say I've met any Tyrans. I don't know who you're talking about." Oh wait, here it is. Okay, never mind. It's right. I'm telling you, I'm getting a little tired.
Oh, let me guess. Baby eater, devil
Past
worshipper.
midnight, my brain starts to turn to mush.
Believe me, I never killed anyone who didn't.
A great heathen, you're the blood.
Okay.
What was that?
Yeah. You are. Yeah.
Not by choice. From that pig, I'm
I believe
Karlak.
you.
And you are?
Here to take your head again. Here to take your other head.
You know, I don't really want to kill you. So hear me out before you do something you can't take back. You already know the latest yappy little dogs she sicked on me are nearby. A group of dope.
Kill you.
Too bad. I thought maybe you could be a friend.
Sorry, Carl. You're
Could've
cute and
done
all, but
with
we've
one
got
of those.
science experiments to do that involve killing you. Okay.
A faint, acrid smell clings to the corpse.
I don't know what the.
Like the
Then
memory
again,
of
I don't
a
know what
storm.
YouTube thinks about the scene of someone getting their head ripped off. I'm gonna mask this real quick and take her head off, and then I'll let you know what happened. Once we get past this cutscene. She's pulling the knife out and cutting. Yes, it did. It did put the head back into my bag again. So now I have her head and the sword. Everybody wins, and by everybody I mean just me. So yeah. The cutting part isn't bad because it just kind of shows her sawing with the knife, but the holding the head up part is probably not a good idea. The so yeah, there we go. Um the I would assume that all what, four, three, four? How many are in there? Three? Why do I feel like there's a fourth one? Um they're probably all in the same combat group. I guess I'd have to check to be sure, but I'm assuming because the quest is completed, that it won't let me. He'll just say whatever his generic post quest dialogue is. But we're already here. Let's find out. The thing is, obviously, under normal circumstances, you may be able to just give him the head and then kill him, and it's in his bag. I didn't actually check whether it was in his bag before after I gave it to him.
Your actions save many souls.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So yeah, he doesn't care. Quest stuff is pretty like linear and absolute. Like, if a quest step is done, it's done. It's like undoing quests is like complicated. Like it's there's tons I see people ask questions like on Discord about that, like they need help with something or whatever. And there's a lot of stuff that's actually pretty easy to sort of fix through a few scripting commands. But it's like, oh, if you have a like a or like a whole place died, and you're like, is anyone like bring them back to life? Like, when they died, a bunch of stuff happened. Perma defeated lists and quests completed and all, and like undoing quests and stuff is like, there's no simple fix. Same kind of divorce being a role and friends must be him. Yeah, there's plenty of things that are like that, like quest step stuff that's like whack. I mean, he said if you really go like combing through the game or playing it a lot of whatever, nearly every element of it has some sort of issues somewhere. It's just it keeps together well enough where it works pretty damn well in the end, considering how the insane number of moving parts there are in this game. Um, uh, oh yeah, I was gonna try seeing about if I just try like going to the crash map or something. Um, it'll do all the fallback stuff. Raphael will be there, etc. The that's something that's it's mildly amusing to talk about if I go there. Maybe we'll see if this part works as I think it should be. Whoops. And then so let's just try going to this map, and it should put me in the forest fallback camp. That was one of the things that I said I didn't end up talking about in the time travel video, because it's I had a long conversation with Ruby about it's kind of funny Ruby and Kinsley are both here right now, that about why that the first time if you do the single, if you skip the sleep cutscene in Worm's Lookout only one time and then you sleep a second time, you wake up during the day but still fight the Gither in front of the portal during the day. I show that briefly in the video. If you do it that way, you can go into the prism and meet the Emperor, do all that. You come out and it's daytime, and so you can already use waypoints again then. And because you finished all the Emperor stuff, you've actually moved past that point. And originally, that was all how I was going to describe it in the video, because of the whole weird thing with they put that hotfix out that made it part of the reason to do it the way I said in the video now is because it's not a big deal, but just it's an extra step because of a thing that I figured out in the course of working on the video that ended up not mattering for putting in the video, was that if you do it that way and you go back to, let's say you did the whole shebang where you skipped the Shadowfell with the jumping through the wall trick, and you've got the waypoints for Act 1 and Act 2 both available, and you do this where you skip the cutscene, sleep cutscene only one time, talk to the Emperor, and you go back to, say, the Act 1 map. If you try to then move to the Act 2 map by a waypoint or whatever, it will teleport you to Act 3. You might go, how did that happen? And the reason that it teleports you to Act 3 when you try to switch from the two maps is because what's actually happening see how when I tried to travel to the Kresh map, it stuck me into a camp here? This is what's called a fallback camp, which means if there's something that you absolutely cannot miss as far as the story and stuff is concerned, it forces you into a camp so something can happen. It happens here with like Raphael and Withers and stuff. It can happen with other things like Karlach. If she's never told you about her engine, she'll be here. This is, if you've never met Bazora with Will after you save Karlach and all, or if you didn't meet Karlach, she'll show up here in the fallback camp. If you if you didn't do Alfira yet as Dark Urge, it happens here. It's kind of funny. You actually can, if you do things in the right order, you can stack up a hilarious number of things happening in the same night in this camp. Like, it's the most eventful freaking camp night ever if you do it, set it up right. I even thought of making a video, but it would be such a short video. There's not really much to do, so the thing is, every time you change regions, every time you use a waypoint to go to a different map, or you use a map exit or whatever, anytime it asks you if you want to change regions, basically, when you do that, just under normal circumstances, just like nothing strange is going on, the screen fades to black and then it loads or whatever, and you load into the new place. When it fades to black, it's sending you to camp. You just don't see it unless there's a reason it needs to force you into a scene like we just did right now. Every time you change regions, you're going to camp. It just sends you to camp, checks if there's anything it needs to force you to do. If the answer is no, it immediately sends you back out of camp, and you never see it because it does all of it during the fade out. The way the scripting for the whole Emperor meeting the Emperor in the Prism and moving on to Act 3 thing works is that once you're done meeting the Emperor, the next time your avatar character specifically leaves camp, it teleports you to Act 3. So, if you do the time travel thing in that situation and then you try to switch maps, it's sending you to camp during the fade out and then sending you out of camp. And since you just left camp with your avatar, it teleports you to Act 3. It's why also if you send your avatar to camp during that time travel-ness and then try to leave camp with your avatar, it sends you to Act 3. If you send any of your other characters in your party to camp, they can go in and out of camp just fine. It's specifically the avatar. It's left camp with avatar is the trigger for sending you to Act 3. But the funny thing is, I said, I didn't actually know till talking recently that it only does that teleport the single time because this blocking the waypoints is done in a separate part of the script because they didn't expect it to matter because you shouldn't be able to split them up like that. But even so, it was still in the end no reason to say, well, you'll get teleported to Act 3 and you got to turn around and go back again. It would have been, but talking about the hotfix coming out in the middle of the video was more amusing. So in the end, that's what I went with. But I did do the research to figure out why changing regions was sending you to Act 3. And it's because you're technically going into and out of camp every time you try to switch from one map to another. And the reason is because sometimes it needs you to go to camp, like right now. So I could... There's another thing I was going to talk about with Raphael. For the trick that a lot of people are familiar with the about getting his armor here in Act 1 of the camp, there's a few things about that. First of all, for whatever reason, I think it's just because people, if the way to do something is to do A and B, and people do A, B, and C, and it works, they start telling everyone you need to do A, B, and C, and it just spreads. Even though C isn't actually necessary, people keep just repeating that part because they don't know any better, and it doesn't matter. It works if you do all three. And as an example with the armor, a lot of people say that you need to go like talk to Nettie and get the tadpole that's on the table next to her to get Raphael to show up. That's not true. The tadpole has nothing to do with it. Raphael will show up at one of his 5 designated spots if you have basically done anything where you're trying to figure out how to cure the tadpole, which works with his storyline. That's why he shows up and says, offering you a way to get the tadpole out of your head. So any of the various ways that count as trying to cure the tadpole will make him show up the next time you enter that area. So the most common one by far is people going and talking to Nettie. It's actually when she mentions Howson and the door opens, that is the moment at which you've activated Raphael, basically. Other ways are Omeluum. If you do Omeluum's quest in Underdark with the potion, that counts. Trying to have the hag remove it in the tea house. Meeting the Gith Patrol counts for some reason, or completing the Gith Patrol event, I think counts. I guess the idea is that counts as you trying to go towards a crash, so that counts as enough for trying to cure it. And I feel like I'm forgetting another one. Oh, if you meet up with Howson, there's a couple different Howson-related ones that count as trying to cure it. So basically all the different ways that you try to go talk to someone to cure the tadpole, doing any of those various ones, including meeting, I think you have to finish the Gith Patrol event and not just meet him. I forget, but it's mostly the same thing. The next time you then enter one of those 5 areas, one of them is in the Grove, but if you go in and talk to Nettie about Howson to trigger Raphael that way, and then you immediately walk outside her place and go over to Raphael's spot, you won't trigger him then. Volo maybe. I don't remember if that counted or not. I could find a list, but to get Raphael to show up in the Grove, you have to actually leave the Grove and come back again. So that's why you don't usually run into him there if you're just kind of wandering around the Grove. If you go talk to Nettie and then you go wandering off and you go straight to Merkin or whatever, you won't activate Raphael in that spot. You're more likely to see it in, I don't know what the most common place for most people is. I think the least common has got to be the upper floor in the Shattered Sanctum. I've still never actually gone and seen him there. I know it's one of the places you can go, and I've seen people talk about it, but I don't think I've ever actually done it. But so when people are talking about the trick to get the armor, Priestess gut, that's probably, again, now I want to look the list, that's probably could be it also. Any of the ones that count as like quest objectives for the broken bridge is where I always ran into them. But the yeah, gut is probably going to be one of them. That may be the one I was forgetting. The Act 1 Forest Monitor. Is it post EA? Yeah, okay. Here's the list. So the apprentice is Nettie. Yeah, Hag trying to do it. Yeah, Goblin Priest. So yeah, Gut, Omeluum, the Gith checkpoint. Again, I forget what actually counts for doing that. And then like rescuing Howson or talking to Howson about he asks you to kill the leaders. And this and something about told about Moonrise. So various Howson things. And visiting SEL, but that doesn't make sense because if you try to leave the map like we just did, it'll force you into camp with Raphael anyway. So yeah, Gut was the other main one I was forgetting. The speaking of fallback camp, I think that's what I'm looking for. Act 1. Well, Volo, I guess, doesn't really is not good at his job. I'm gonna search, but Windows search is so bad I wouldn't be okay. Uh, Because I don't remember what the actual script was now. The actual monitor script. Is it the cutscene? Cambion transformation that doesn't happen anymore. This is really old. That is referencing Golden Path stuff. Ah, freaking. How long would it take me to find that? Um, that I don't know. Like apparently, just early into like he's monitor is his internal name, and it's some of the oldest dialogue file stuff still calls him that. Like a bunch of flag stuff associated with him is called monitor. I don't know why. These I think there's at least I thought there was somewhere in like a dialogue synopsis that calls him the monitor or something like that. Like so there was some intention in that name, but or at least a title. Um, That's kind of funny. So there's a text event that just teleports Raphael to you. It doesn't set him on stage, so you couldn't see him. Um, the okay, it's right here in front of my face. Perfect. Okay. Um, all right. Awesome. I accidentally stumbled onto it when I was just about to give up. Um, yeah, there's a old dialogue that references those other like human dummy versions. I think the reason there's four of them is it might have been a thing where if you're playing multiplayer or whatever, each one gets their own Raphael or something. Maybe I'm not sure. But yeah, something where he shows up in camp and tells you like a secret about your companions or whatever. Uh, the so when people were doing the trick to get his armor early, as I mentioned, that there's the thing that doesn't about tadpole doesn't actually matter, but the thing that does matter, that's one of the steps for doing that, is that you have to trigger him, go to one of the places he's going to show up, and make him show up, and then either if you're playing in a party, you can switch to one of your other party members and like attack him while he's in the dialogue, or the solo method that's faster is where you drop something like a damaged surface on the ground, like a acid, whatever, caustic bulb or something, and where he's going to spawn, he spawns on it. It counts as being attacked, and he disappears. And then when you find him here in the fallback camp, because since you didn't finish the dialogue with him, it considers you to still need to talk to him, so it forces you to talk to him here. And in this situation, if you attack, as everyone knows, if you like attack him, then it will force you into the dialogue, unless you do the whole thing with magic missile and stuff with the two different guys. You know, with both of these, I was pointing with my hand, of course, but and so you use silence to prevent yourself from getting into the dialogue, and then you attack him over and over again until you knock him out and you can loot his armor. If you try to do this without the step where you run into him in the world first and attack him so he disappears, when you try, if you skip that step and come here and try to do it here, even with the silence or whatever, he just disappears and doesn't let you get it here. And I had wondered why that was. And I think someone was asking something at some point where I went and dug into it, and I found in a nerdy way the answer to that question to be amusing. And it's in this area here. So because he's stuck into the fallback camp, the reason you can't, if I try to go to sleep, like I can go talk to Withers, just get it out of the
I shall
way.
be here in my camp.
And I got no one else in camp, no companions or anything. But I guess I wanted to actually click the bed, but it won't let you go to sleep because of this. So this thing that prevents you from ending the night is this what it calls required talks right here in camp. So Raphael has this basic script. So when you meet him out in the world normally and you attack him and he disappears, first of all, disappears, I just explained this in the newest video. He is doing what they call poof. It's around here somewhere. Actually, I think he has his own proc as far as, vanish is its own proc. And it launches a timer play effect. Yeah, it's doing stuff, But it ends up, goes somewhere that maybe, it's down here. Okay. So yeah, it sets him off stage. No, often when he disappears, he has his own special poof effect, which is has that reddish, hellish glow. Normal poofs are much like a puff of smoke. Poof is just a visual effect version of going off stage. It does the same thing. But this is, as I said in the video, he doesn't go anywhere. Just goes off stage. That is happening right there. So normally, if you attack him, if attacked by anybody, that's why this is why the caustic bulb and stuff like that works to count as attacking him, because it doesn't check for who attacks him. It doesn't care if he's attacked by anything or anyone, and he's not already dead, which is kind of funny that it's in an Act 1 script. And he doesn't currently have required talks, and you haven't already done this before, then run the thing where he stops talking, and he says don't bother attacking me, blah, blah, and disappears. So there's some key points here, and they're in this. Query only once is a thing used all over the place. Only once is just a big database list called only once. And anytime you want something to only happen once, it checks if something's already an only once, or does a query only once will say, is this thing already in the only once list? If it is, then abort, and if it isn't, put it in the list and move on to the next thing. So it means if you put this query only once into a script like this, it means that whatever's happening here will only happen one time. This part will only happen one time. Anything past that. So that's why if you were to resummon him in the world or whatever and attack him again, this is why he disappears when you attack him. In camp, you go, okay, well, it's if I attack him right now, I never talked to him in the overworld. So if I attack him right now, it would do this. Okay, he's been attacked. He's not dead, but he does have required talks right now. So it's going to fail when it gets to not required talks and stop. It's going to ignore these two lines. So you can keep attacking him. So, it should work just fine without ever attacking him outside of camp, right? Well, here's what happens. You attack him over and over and over again, until the last hit that knocks him out. When he gets knocked out, his required talk dialogue is removed. So the resolution of attacking him and having required talk dialogue, the order is such that it's still resolving the attack, removes this because you knocked him out. So when it gets here, he's no longer has required talks, and it goes down here. And if you've never done this before outside of camp, only once hasn't happened yet. So it poofs him, sets him off stage in your camp. Because, but only on the hit that knocks him out. That's why you can attack him over and over again, and then only when it's time to knock him out and take his armor, he suddenly disappears. Because this gets removed. I found that amusing. Do I know why throwing ball by him in the fallback camp skips a dog scene? The that right, anything that could be a thing that once if you start talking to him here, it may immediately remove the required talk thing. So that certainly could be it. Have you tried like? I was just saying, let's say you try attacking with someone else. Have you tried doing things you can't normally do? In fact, I'm currently solo, makes it harder to do. That certainly could be as far as interrupting the dialogue by being attacked. Dialogues can have various restrictions on how easy they are to interrupt or not. His is weird that I thought that if you force end his dialogue, it still doesn't count you as like having met him or whatever, but I don't remember now. But it could be the same thing where as soon as you talk to him, it start the conversation, it may already remove it from this list, and so it would act like just like the knocking out thing. This would get taken away. It would resolve the attack, the second one or whatever, and then do it. So yeah, off the top of my head, that's what I would guess. The so right now I'm going to just go and get his dollar out of the way.
Well met. I am. God. There. Middle of it. I could.
Currently do not have the artifact. It should appear as soon as I try to go to bed.
Suddenly, you feel an unfamiliar weight amongst your belongings.
In case people have never seen this scene.
A
Because I showed this in the rare
curious
dialogue
multi-sided
video since it was part of the...
Ancient-looking glyphs cover its dark metal exterior. You recall seeing Shadowheart with it before, but how do you now have it?
Good question, because the plot demands it. It's kind of funny that Larians acknowledged how ham-fistedly they had to force this into your bag. I forget if I turned on yet on this. If I reloaded the save. Investigated.
No openings you can see, yet you sense something inside
There's something
it.
inside it. Oh yeah, Palm. I know a bit about other people, like at least two people in the chat, three people in this chat know polydom stuff much better than I do. The only thing I contributed to that was sort of finding why part of it works the way it does as far as scripting is concerned. There is scripting specifically involved in the way Dominate Beast works, and it's different from the way Dominate Person or whatever works. The when you dominate like a person, they like become like an ally, whatever it is, where they like attack for you, but they don't become a controllable follower, but beasts do, and that's a side effect there. And there is scripting for the way that what's his name, Sovereign Glut, works with his zombie followers. It appears to be that a side effect. The whole polydomination thing seems like the way that reason it works is because someone copied and pasted the script for Glut's zombie followers and applied it to the way Dominate Beast works. And you end up with some weird side effects if you leave the party, the whole thing. Which is again why it doesn't work on a the non-beast version because that works differently. Yeah, I forget what happens if you go back. I will first. Okay, well, okay. I forgot that well, we can't test. So all that was a waste of time for skipping this because if you do it that way, it sends you straight to the sleep cutscene without the ability. I thought it put you back in camp and had to go to sleep again. So now instead, I got to. Do I have a save where I have Shadowheart with me? I would need to have Shadowheart not in the party. Let's try this save. Hello. I guess I didn't try going back to Shadow. I know that Shadowheart can end up dead. But I think it might be really the map. The reason I know it's one of those things where like it's so small, there's no way to find a place to put it into a video. Even the rare dialogue video would just be too tiny. But something I thought was kind of interesting is that if you have Astarion in your party and you go back and find Shadowheart dead, he refers to her as a half human since he's an elf. I think it's the only place in the whole game where anyone does that. And I thought that was kind of interesting. Probably. Yeah, I mean, anything, yeah. Underdark stuff is old. So I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so do I have the artifact in my bag? No. How do I not have it in my bag? Oh, because I haven't done the I haven't done the scene outside the freaking well, so let's just go straight to the exit area instead. Do I still have teleport coordinates for that lying around? Probably. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually done it in the game. I know it happens. I've like found the dialogue line for it and stuff, but and it's supposed to be when you find her dead. I think it's if you do something where I think it may be where you leave the map and come back. I forget what triggers her dying like that. I will be actually talking a bit about the poly domination thing in the video that I'm working on. Not a whole lot about it, but I will have to explain a bit about doing it again because it's involved in the Jaheira, one of the Jaheira books. The goblin. We can do the bridge, but I need to go to the other place. I might as well do that all in one swoop. Where is? Okay, goblins. These are still going to be in the wrong order. Yes. These coordinates are they're so old. How old are they? They're in the cheat engine order because when I made this list, most of these were when I was still using cheat engine to move around. Getting a bit sluggish at this time of night. Oh, whoops. Yeah, see, for example. The
voice says your vision then the visions fade.
My power.
The voice is quelled. The artifacts do.
No.
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho. Okay. I have an artifact. All right. Yeah, the weird thing is like every Speak with Dead is like its own dialogue file. So like I wonder if some old ones just have some really old versions of her lines or something. Can I just save? Yes, good. Okay. Yeah, we'll just, deal with
And you know what happened? We had a oil.
I also found it funny about this that like if you uh, do this like normally you're not doing fallback camp stuff in Karlax here or whatever. You're forced to talk to Will before you can go to bed.
Never
But
wanted the easy
if
path.
Karlax also has an exclamation, like it won't let you get stuck where if anybody has an exclamation point, you got to talk to all of them before it lets you go to bed.
Tend to be unforgiving from what.
But I promise you.
The weird thing with Karlak's approval with the Will scene is another thing I'm probably going to put into that like miscellaneous companion video or whatever because it's so weirdly small. Like where else would I put it? Or any sort of miscellaneous video.
There's something I want to talk to you about.
No, I don't care.
Fine. It can...
I shall be here in my camp.
Well met. I am Raphael.
Come.
It's
the thing is I don't remember if Daisy Dream is an SCO or if it's something else, but we're gonna see what happens anyway.
A curious ornate box. Its many sides are engraved with indecipherable glyphs.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is, the when it shows you dreaming, but when it normally before the Daisy Dream starts, it shows you lying in bed, but it's a slightly different. It's its own unique lying in bed animation. It's not the regular one. That's the lead into sleeping. That I think it's so. Holy shit! Look what just happened. It just switched to daytime on its own. I don't know why that just happened. I was gonna say that I think that said that that sleep thing is its own SEO, and when we skipped it, we got the regular one. But I'm not sure why that happened. I can't imagine why. What timer? Like what would be going on there? That that sometime perhaps deserves some investigation, but I was not expecting that. I doubt anyone. I assume Kinsler wasn't expecting because he thought it didn't happen. Yeah, you might again. Well, yeah. I mean, if I wasn't yapping on a stream, I would have assumed that it was just locked. I was talking about SCOs and the scene that you skip for the time travel thing and this one that are internally called SCO, which stands for Sleep Cutscene Override, and it's supposed to stand in for the regular sleeping around the campfire scene. So it's a bit different. There's a bunch of different stages to night and night into day stuff. And again, Hyperspace Tal, if he's still around, probably knows all these things because they're involved in all the different dialogue stuff. There's like all these sort of like steps as you go from like it being nighttime in camp to going to sleep to like being asleep to like making it to the next morning. And you can have things what they call campfire moments, which happen before you're actually like going to sleep. It's when you like try to end the not in the day, like you in the night or whatever. Everybody does those, but you haven't actually tried to sleep yet. So the SEOs are actually fairly rare, where it replaces the being asleep. There's another thing called solo dreams, which are like a thing that happens like while you're already like gone to the sleep step. And those are things like Dark Urge with the butler showing up in camp. Those are like those when your character. This happens a lot with origin characters. Like Shadowheart lies in bed and thinks about. I think it's where origin Shadowheart Avatar actually has her memory about the wolf is done as a solo dream, and since she can't talk to herself about it in the world, so there's all these different steps of going through that. Oh yeah, this is the Avatar dream. Yeah. So that's the thing, and I'm wondering if there's something that's underlying about the Avatar Dream setup. I know you can start the Daisy Dream and then just end it, and everything works fine. You can just force end it instantly, and it pops up the quest just like it did here, uh, and everything's fine. Like anytime I need to go through this part, I always just force the dialogue skip because everything works fine. So, but I've never looked as if there's something. For all I know, it's been sitting in the Daisy Dream script all along that it says if something 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 run a timer for 10,000 or whatever, and then if it runs out or 30,000 or something, just force it to daytime. I don't even know. I do not know what happened there. Uh, I'm glad I'm glad Kinsler asked about it because uh, maybe I'll be able to figure it out at some point. I'm not going to try to dig into it all right this second, but it's interesting already, even if I never figure out anything. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I'm wondering the very fact that we were just sitting there and it was like a timer went off. I mean, there's tons of timer related scripting stuff, but it's like I would have never suspected that, and it still might be something else. But switching to daytime, like all that stuff is like script stuff for the most part. Switching from night to day is done by like Osiris and all these things. I mean, there's a lot of handshaking between like the engine stuff and the scripting for like long resting. It's all like long rest stuff and general camp stuff is like really complex. It's part of what makes it difficult to try to deal with a lot of camp stuff. Why there's often no simple way to like stuff like camp nights, the things where like a certain thing happens, where you have one of the scenes around the campfire, or it's Karlach. Well, before they, when the bug was doubly bugged, and you could start romance with Karlach before the party. The thing, any of those sort of things like that, where that night is like queued up to play. If you've already bypassed, like you've skipped a camp night and didn't like do it, it's really hard to like go back and do it again. Like there's a bunch of different references to camp night stuff all strewn throughout like the database that all gets cleared when the night's like done. So trying to redo a night or whatever you've already done, there's like no simple one line thing you can do. It's like a bunch of crap. So it's when people are like, "Oh, I missed the Karlach romance in Act 3 because I didn't talk to her when she had an exclamation point." Like, well, sorry. It's like you can force the dialogue. It actually works. You can force a dialogue on her. That actually works in her case because it's a question mark thing. You can force dialogues. Like you can force Shadowheart's uh, beach scene and all that stuff like that. So, um, uh, the contemplation scene happens all the way up until I will show this if I saw the toolkit open. The Until you leave what's considered the crash area, which hyperspace tile is talking about, which is just a big trigger that covers a whole big bunch of the first chunk of the area. The borderline, the border for that trigger is, uh, I could actually probably go there. Um, Whoops, I can't travel. Can I leave camp? Oh, right. It's still trying to send me to the. It's trying to send me to the crash map because that's where I was going. Um, the let's go back again. Well, it said the what's considered the crash site is bigger than just the beach area. Not a whole lot bigger, but and that's the thing, you can combine, you can get the contemplation scene at the same time as one of the ceremonial forces night scenes, and you can have Gale, Astarion, Shadowheart. I think just the three of those. So the border for what's considered the crash site, uh, just by memory, one of the it crosses right over here, somewhere right around here. I think it's just past where the little net. Like it's just like around where this net is, somewhere right around here. That's where the edge of the trigger for leaving. So you can't recruit Lazelle because she's over here. You can't go that far. So the edge of the trigger is right around here. It is over here. I think if you go completely in, like into, you cross over like through this threshold into this area. I believe that it crosses the trigger. to leave the crash. And oh, she died on the ship. Yeah, sorry. There's all those sort of things. It's funny. I don't think I might, when it comes to gameplay stuff, I think so linearly. There's so many times where I'm like, it works this way, this way, and this way, because I'm thinking of like just the default settings, and I'm just thinking in scripting all the time. And someone's like, actually, you can just do this really simple thing, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even think of that because I never play the game anymore. And so yes, you could get a star in. I think it's the fire. Where is it? Somebody a long time ago on the stream asked me something they may be long gone, asked me about this mind flayer here. Already dead on the save, but there was actually a couple of things that I was going to mention about that. Yeah, so this right here where this fire, like right over here where this fire is, it's a big box, so you could kind of, if you know where someone, you could line it up in your head. If I still had the toolkit open, I would show it. But you can see, I said how the line is here. If you just sort of follow that line over here, basically jumping over this fire, that also counts as leaving the crash area. There's just a big giant rectangle covering the whole part of the map. So yeah, it's actually possible to recruit. Yet normally, Gale and Astarion and Shadowheart, and then also Lae'zel if you killed her. But you can only have 3 people in this lying around you on the bed anyway. So you can actually get that scene with multiple characters in bed with you, or not in bed with you, I guess. But so yeah, so there was a couple. I'm going to load back to a save that hasn't killed him yet. Do I have a convenient or anything up here is probably fine. I can I'll just use this save. First of all, that mind flayer that's dying on the ground there is the same mind flayer that Draw Ragzlin is using Speak with Dead on in the Goblin Camp. Once you've seen like the mind flayer moved outside a certain radius of it, there's a couple different ways it does it. There's a trigger around it that like moving in and out of it will cause it to like die. And I think if you get all the way to like the Goblin Camp, I forget all the exact
Right on my feet.
activations now. But when it's preparing that scene in the Goblin Camp, it teleports that mind flayer away from that spot, puts it in the room with Drar and that, so it is the same one. Something that I have no idea why they did, but it is funny to me, and I think I brought it up with speedrunning stuff, and everyone's like, well, that doesn't really make anything any faster. But it is something I thought about. I even considered, I talked about earlier about saying I thought about making a video that was like various companion questions, but I've also thought about making a video that's like literally just a collection of stuff that's too small to go into, like just like, here's 50 things or something. And and this is one of the sort of things that's just like an odd thing. So here's the mind flayer. He's dying. If that dying status is removed, he'll die. And one of the ways to remove that status is by healing it. Missed with my potion, of course. That would have been more dramatic if I hadn't missed. Sure, it needs to make sure it heals him, but I don't want to hit him with the potion because I'm going to kill him with the potion. There we go. So you can see it in the combat log. Was healed for 6 hit points, succumbed to death. So yeah, it would have been better if I hadn't missed the first time. But you can use any sort of healing spell or whatever. Also, it's better when you have like Shadowheart here with you. I should have recruited Shadowheart and then had her use her heal spell. But yeah, so healing the Mind Flayer instantly kills it. I should have stopped a while ago. It's like I I have no internal filter for good sense of stopping. Last time I like ran out of water and I'm like, well, that's a good reason to stop. But I brought extra water this time just so it wouldn't happen. So I really could go on way too long. Uh, the funny thing is, I remember there's people who watch the videos and would potentially watch the stream who are uh, in Europe, so it's like the worst possible timing for like the stream starts. So it's like 2 in the morning or whatever over there. But I've gone on long enough now where people be waking up and drink their morning coffee with the stream on. Um, uh, it can't be. Well, again, it's I guess you theoretically resurrected or something. But yeah, the let's see, Poland. There we go. Uh, it will always kill a mind flayer if like it's just a matter of course. If you never came in here and like did anything with it, it ends up killing it anyway. Um, and his scene, of course, isn't literally casting. Uh, 5 p.m. is interesting. 5 p.m. would be 16 hours. Um, the but yeah, okay, so other he said, I mean, you could do something with it. Once you get over there, it moves it over into place, but you could always do weird things to screw with things if you want to. Um, uh, I it does try to only kill it when you're not in the trigger, but usually with stuff like that, it depends. Sometimes it doesn't. It's like there's the whole weird thing with where you can cause Roland to just go off stage and forever until the end of Act Two by positioning someone in the combat trigger area where they don't want you to be, and it only tries to do it once. Um, so yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I guess I mean in theory you could test that. Sort of. I'm trying to think. You have a save I could use for that. Maybe people recruited to save myself a little bit of time. Um, but I can't have like left the crash site yet. Is this still? What's when I have Shadowheart in the group? I have all these campsite saves because this is first of all, it was back when I still had autosaves turned on, and this is when I was testing stuff for the dial the Ceramorphosis night scene stuff. Was this character was like originally created for that? So I have all these different camp saves early on when I was doing testing stuff like the whole contemplation night and all that sort of stuff. So um, well, it's like my earlier. I learned my lesson when I was doing this. For the Act One, I had a lot less. When I started to realize over time I should have had more saves, so I could go back and test things or whatever. And so even as Act One moved on, I started having. You see, like I went from not having a save for the first 6 hours of the game, and through a lot of most of Act One stuff, and then once I reached like the end of the forest area and I've got more saves in the crash. And then Act Two is where I learned my lesson from the first uh, first Act One guide video, and so there's way more Act Two saves, and a lot of these saves I don't think I've ever used again. I just haven't deleted them. A lot of these I use regularly. I still use these same saves I made back during that guide to go to various places quickly, certain game states and stuff uh, for Act Two. And in Act Three, I only have a few because I didn't play very far into it. But once I reached Act Three, I also started just learning more and more about how to just create the state that I want. So I don't need it's not as big of a deal to have a save all over the place because I can just teleport around and set the flags I want and stuff like that. But it's still nice to have saves sometimes. So particularly the last save that was from playing quote unquote legitimately when I was first starting to work on the Act 3 guide before I realized the direction of my channel had changed, is here. So there's many times that I want to like just do something kind of normal in like in Lower City. I keep using the save over and over again. This is the latest normal save I ever made. Basically everything past this is a save from like generating a scenario or moving around doing stuff or whatever. So this was a while ago, in 2024. So then all this stuff is all kinds of just test things and all stuff. So you'll see saves. Some of these were still just stuff. This was when I was testing stuff for Gale's. This is the Gale video. That's how far back that stuff goes, where I'm like testing different states of the romance and stuff with Gale. And Gale dead during the epilogue. Tiefling Party with Barkus there was and Goblin Party is so I could have both parties saved. So if I need to show something, either the Tiefling Party or the Goblin Party, I have these saved. And this is when I started doing Asylum stuff, obviously. See Asylum saves. This was when I was working on trying to figure out, I had a few different Minthara knocked out saves when I was trying to track down what was going on with the dialogue bug that I talked about like 3 hours ago. More Asylums. You can track the history of the videos by like the saves that I made. All the Asylum stuff. Beach template. This is like when I was on the template I showed in the last of the Asylum videos. I talked about this beach that was, as far as we can tell, the originally intended ending place before it got changed to the dock. And so I used the command to teleport to this level, and I just happen to have a save there. This is when I was setting up to show the Karlak Steel Watcher and more Minthara stuff. This is so I could show. This is when I was showing Minthara, the whole Minthara as a zombie in the sewer and all that was from those saves. And there's the trolley joke. This is when I was in the process of setting that up with Shadowheart and the Tiefling kids on the trolley tracks. As a save in the Morphic Pool. Some reason I wanted to have a save for doing the whole Raphael sign the contract. I forgot what I was testing with that, but I normally don't recruit Minsk because I really hate him, but sometimes I need him for videos. I gleefully killed him in my one real playthrough. Okay, this is a save with the campus full of every possible recruitable character. Here's the save with Zombie Lacrissa in the Elf Song Tavern. These are things that were for this is preparation stuff for the like rare dialogue. This is set up for the clothing vendors and this stuff here. Okay, these two saves from the lore from a few hours ago when I was talking about figuring out the whole thing about the bug with Jaheira. Yeah, I've only played through the game, like played the game once from beginning to end, all the way through once. The process of figuring out what was going on with that whole cub thing, these saves were for that. I don't know why I had a specific save for Gale at the Goblin Party. Maybe the other Goblin Party save didn't have Gale in the party or something. I realized I never had a save in the Festering Cove, so at some point I just added one. This was for when I was working on the companions leaving video. I needed to so this is set it to where as soon as I leave camp, it'll talk to Zevlord for the pre-grove thing. About tadpoles, what would you want to know about tadpoles? Other than the duplication. The duplication might get its own video, but I don't know what other questions you might anyone might have about tadpoles at this point. This is so I could do stuff with Minthara on the throne after you beat Ketheric. This is SCE is like Shadow Curse Epilogue, I believe. This is for the whole sequence after you beat Catherine, go back to Moonrise. I think it's as soon as you like loot the Netherstone from Catherick, I think. It begins this whole sequence they calls SCE, where a bunch of stuff happens, including part of where the faction bug with Jahira starts. Um, the This is a set up for the trick for the Leave No One Behind video with Roland stuck off stage. This is all Leave No One Behind video. Buries people dead and whatnot. This is so if I go to camp and go to nighttime, it'll show Zevlor dead, fake Zevlor dead. That was something I could have showed in the toolkit. I wouldn't have thought of it earlier. So me saying this out loud is going to be really pointless. I can at least go to that save. Um, um, I still use just a lot of time with quick saves. It's like there are plenty of times where I have a quick save or something it really is going to end up mattering. And I have it set to save 50 quick saves at a time, but like there's some times where I'm just doing so many quick saves that I realize I pushed something that I kind of wish I still had off the quick save list, and I wish I'd made a permanent save for it. Um, at the moment I'm about taking all of them will get a free tadpole. I'm the duplication thing involves that same sort of sequence. I don't know about every individual getting a free tadpole, but you might think they again. I think you're still talking about just the duplication bug, but if you're not, then I'm not actually sure what you're talking about. Um, oh well, yeah. Astarion and Gale will automatically be willing to take tadpoles, and Minthara just starts with one already. It starts with more than one, I guess. So there's a lot of Minthara leads to a lot of confusion for people because their tadpole related stuff as far as dialogue with the party is concerned. There's basically two different things that the companions react to. One is that anybody in the whole camp use a tadpole, and the other is that you specifically consumed a tadpole. And so, because Minthara already has tadpole powers, if you recruit her into the camp, it instantly activates the UI element up here for tadpoles because she already has them. So that unlocking of the tadpole interface, basically, everybody will start acting like you've got tadpoles involved now. I still don't know what you mean about free. I've never seen or heard anything about people getting an individual free tadpole. So I'd have to know more about what that is. They said the way the duplication thing works, you could be talking about the same thing and not realize it because it works in so many potentially different ways. We could be talking about the same thing, but I'm not sure. Um, So yeah, NPCs will other party members will start talking about the fact as though you use tadpoles because since Minthara did, there's a different flag for using one with your actual avatar that will lead to some different dialogue. But you will, no, these are all the same. There's all just this is it. I use the same for anytime I can. I use the same campaign, the same Shadowheart campaign that I've been using since I first started making YouTube videos. The only time I use any other campaign is when I need Shadowheart as a companion to be in the video. So I originally made the this will one to do that really early on, and then once I made that like tab save thing, I realized I can just use that and just cover any companion related stuff. So anytime I need to have all the companions involved, including Shadowheart, I use that one now fairly recently, and then for everything else I've used the same Shadowheart campaign forever. So anyway, this earliest save I still have for that Shadowheart is from again December 2023. And so this is all just the same Shadowheart campaign. Um, all right, well, okay, but I unfortunately will need I won't be able to say anything more on it without knowing more than just that same phrase. I would need more than there's a way. Unfortunately, that's not enough information on its own. Um, I've never heard anything about a free tadpole appearing. Uh, I know a few tadpole related things, um, but no, yeah, these are all individual saves at different points, and these go back and forth. I mean, they're chronological from Act One and Act Two, and everything past that is it's just whatever I need to save at that particular time. Um, yeah, we were actually near the end of it because this is Leave No Behind, which I was doing not that long ago. I forget why I wanted to save before Blood of Lathander. I don't even remember what that was. I was saving the epilogue. And then we get up to this is time travel stuff. So these are my most recent saves. And it's funny, I made this save before the hotfix, and now this save is useless because if I load this save, it runs the sleep cutscene in the middle of the day. This is what activates the new hotfix. I made the save before that. Now I don't even really need the save. I kept it, but it's kind of funny that save is not really useful anymore because it'll just shut me, unless you want to have the scene play. But if I load this save, it'll just instantly put me into the into the scene where the gifts show up. And this was for, I think, this is when I was setting up for showing all the stuff with the Gale romance scenes. So I needed a save for that. Um, uh, Favorite companion is approval is the biggest part of it. I think romance status is part of it. It's a weirdly elaborate script. It anytime it keeps re-rolling it, not rolling, but it keeps rechecking who your favorite is a bunch of very frequently, way more than it really has any reason to. And I know approval is part of it. It can only be one of the 6 origins. It can't be any of the other characters. And I want to say that dating is a check above approval, and partnered is a step above those. I think so. I haven't looked at it recently. I do know I remember testing. There's a video from earlier in the game's life where someone triggered that scene without any companions, and it played it with Withers as their favorite. But I remember testing it sometime a while back now, and it didn't do that anymore. So I think that might have been fixed since that video was made. I'm pretty sure it just skips it. I forget. It was a while ago that I tested it, but I know I was not able to reproduce the Withers thing, at least whenever I tested it. So whatever caused that, I'm assuming got changed in a patch at some point. I know approval was certainly part of it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a tiering to it where it's partnered and then dating and then approval, I think, but I don't remember for sure. Yeah, so I was gonna go to nighttime to do the Right, I kind of figured that was probably the case. I've looked at it, but it's just been a little while, so I forget. So here's the whole Zevlor dying thing. So I talked about this in the Lead No Behind video. How again, not only is this not the real Zevlor, and it's actually even more obvious if you really look at it. His he's level 1, and his stuff, his health is wrong. But this little setup of candles and this painting and this Zevlor, they're not always off stage in this camp or something. These are actually their own level templates. The same way these tents and stuff are. They're all loaded in together. You can actually go to the toolkit and go to the map for this thing. It's just this giant open void with just this tiny little. You zoom in and you see candles, a dead Zevlor, and this painting. So this is just a self-contained little unit that is loaded in, said very much the way the tents are all, see, the tints have all, all the little odds and ends that represent that character. All of this stuff is contained in a little template thing. And so when that character is part of your camp, it just loads that template into the camp like this. And so this is basically one of those. And so this little pocket of stuff is all combined. Oh yeah. It's like if you happen to get there and Gale, you never did that. I guess plenty of people do that. It's common if you have Gale to have already done his 3 items and had the bomb disarmed and all that before you reach that point. But yeah, if Gale gets discarded if his bomb has not been disarmed, it is. It is. That just reminds me. It's funny that it's like at least like I got to say at least once a month, maybe even more often than that. I see somebody on the Larian Discord talking about some bug in their game where they try to long rest and then they just die and get a game over for no reason. And it's like, it's always the same list of steps where you go, hey, by the way, did you kill Gale? Like, oh yeah, I killed him a while ago. Yeah, that's why. Nobody knows that you just throw Gale in a pit and then try to sleep 3 times in a row, then the world explodes. Um, um, that was that's making me think. Something I was thinking of recently that not that necessarily anybody. I was thinking. I guess I was thinking this recently when I was thinking of the. If I want to be melodramatic and say backlash, I got in the comments of the newest video when I implied that some people might lose interest if I went on what was like a 45-minute tangent that I did on stream explaining all the stuff about how items are generated. I was thinking about the fact that like the sort of stuff in the people saying it's okay, you can be nerdy or whatever, and that's what we're here for. Like that's great that there's some of you, there's maybe even a lot of people. Like I'm humbly, genuinely appreciative that there's any number of people who are totally down to like want to know all these nitty gritty stuff and hear me even ramble on like this on the stream. That is fantastic. But when it comes to YouTube viewership, there are many people who don't have that kind of attention span in a variety of ways or understanding of things. And you can judge this based on things like comments I get on videos and analytics where you can see where people skip ahead on things in the videos and all sorts of stuff like that. And one of the examples where I thought I'd been explicit enough, and it's involves the whole thing we're talking about with the Dark Urge favorite companion, but I've seen many people who misunderstand what I said, even though I felt I said enough words. And in the video about making companions leave forever, I talked about the Dark Urge scene, since obviously that's a way to lose a companion by killing them. And if you do kill them, either intentionally or not, then the next morning you have this scene where the rest of the camp confronts you, and you have to pass a DC 30 deception to not have them all go hostile to you and all be dead. Which I actually really kind of appreciate that Larian really. This is a tangent already. That they really like doubled down on that by saying, if you don't successfully like wake this, it's not that hard to wake the character up. You just have to pass the DC 14 Wisdom, which is not too hard, but you can fail it, or just not even realize you need to try to do it or whatever. The fact that if you do end up killing them, you have a in a lot of times practically impossible deception check is the only way to stop your whole camp from going aggressive, and you have to kill all of them. Like that really fits the whole Dark Urge thing. Like you just kill everybody. A lot of games wouldn't have put you in that situation, or you had to go out of your way to make it happen. But it's actually not that unrealistic to end up having to kill your whole party. But so you have that favorite character scene. If you have that scene where you do keep them alive and you have the whole thing where you spend the night with them and they talk with you and tell you how you're going to get over the urge and all that, and you're tied up in bed and blah, blah, blah. That person basically gets flagged as the person you spent the night with as your favorite person. If you then, after having done that, go to the Ball Temple in Act 3 and do choose to embrace Ball, tell Ball he's great, and you're going to go be a slayer and kill everybody. Jaheira and Minsk, if they're in the party, will immediately leave. If they're not, they show up outside the temple anyway. You have the whole scene where you walk outside the temple and Jaheira confronts you with or without Minsk. And if you had the favorite companion night scene and you kept them alive and they spent the night with you, that one character, Jaheira will try to talk them into siding against you. And if it's Will, he'll always side against you. If it's Karlach, if you have whichever the approval, under 40 and Gale under 20, and then Shadowheart, Lae'zel, and Astarion cannot be talked into going against you. Not the whole party. It's not like anybody in your party just all decides to side against you or not based on what character they are. No. It's only if you did the scene, the favorite character scene, that character who spent the night with you, they will be the one picked by Jaheira. If they're not even in your party at the moment, then nothing happens. But many people from the comments and whatnot think I said that your whole party will just turn against you or not based on their reputation or whatever. But I specifically said that favorite character that you spent the night with will do this, and people still misunderstand. So anytime you're watching, the people watching this stream, if you're watching one of my videos and you think, he didn't really need to explain this like that, I understand. You did, but a lot of people didn't. Trust me. So that was the thing I was dealing with in this newest video, where people were like acting upset that I implied that not everybody might follow along with everything I'm saying or want to listen to everything I'm saying. It's great that there's people who do. Those are the people who are going to make comments a lot of the time, make usually positive comments. But you got to understand you're not the whole audience. Unfortunately, I wish the whole audience was very attentive. They got like multiple comments on the video telling me I don't need to explain everything so much or try to simplify things too much. And I'm like, it's great that you think that. I wish everybody had that same mentality, but it's not the case. Yeah. There's a lot, like, I'm not even sure about those ones specifically. I know there's a lot of dialogue lines where there's, like, in a practical sense, there's no way to actually ever do them. I know, like, someone was asking me, I think on the previous stream, there's dialogue lines, the, every time I just have to say pool now, I'm in the videos, I'm, like, thinking about it and going, well, I don't know how else I can say it. There are certainly words that I say when I'm doing YouTube script reading voice that are not going to sound the same if I'm talking now. There's certain sounds where it's just like, they just do not sound acceptable to me in a video if I say them the way I normally do. So I have to go out of my way to enunciate them, which leads to some somewhat unnatural sounding pronunciation sometimes. But I will take that over it sounding mumbly or slurry or whatever. The Texan accent coming out whenever I say words with the R sound in them, I sometimes notice that. Parent was the biggest one, where after I realized when I made the video about the parent points and then listened back to it and realized that I said parent points every time, and I'm like, wow, is that Texan sounding? And so the next time in whatever video later that I was talking about her parents again, I'm reading it in my script going, I gotta be very careful to pronounce this as a 2-syllable word. So that's the difference between, it still catches me. You can hear it when I say insurance in the Act 2 guide. And of course, when I was talking about what was it, Act 2 Asylum video, whatever one, where I talked about the area where the Gortash and Orin conversation is with the painter. And I say Omeluum the way that Amelia Tyler says it. I always try to find somebody saying a character name in the game and say it the way they said it. Though that can be very frustrating because freaking one of the Tiefling kids that's on the list for the achievement, that's spelled IDE, that name is said like 3 different ways by different characters. It's said 2 different ways by the same character. So I was like, what the hell pronunciation? So I think I went with Ide in the end. It is said Ide, Ida, and Ida or something like, I forget what the third pronunciation was. There were three different pronunciations for that name. Nobody knows. Apparently, no director directed on how to say it. This one of the kids, one of the other Tiefling kids, refers to that character by two different pronunciations at different times. Even the same characters can't get it consistent. Same thing with Saris and Karis. That name is said both ways. I decided to go with the name, this pronunciation that the character herself says when you first meet her in Last Light Inn. She refers to herself as Saris, so that's what I went with. So the times where I can't find anybody saying it, I have to just guess. There's been some. I even try to find like for some Forgotten Realms names of stuff. I try to see if I can find someone pronouncing it or find a pronunciation guide for it. The Forgotten Realms wiki has pronunciations for some things and not others. That's where I saw the Titivolus thing. And but like Evard versus Everd or whatever, I don't know. I basically just look for people saying something in YouTube videos, and whichever seemed to be the majority, I would go with that pronunciation. And so yeah, I would think I went with Evard's by Tentacles. But I think the what was it? Armor. I think I said armor of Agathis, and people said it's Agathis. I'm like, okay, I didn't know. Yeah, so some of those I don't know. Yeah, the Kaga thing is still throws me because I'm like, I'd get it if they said like Karga, or if her name was written Kogha and they sound like Korga. I'm like, okay, I get that. It's like an English thing. But how does the A turn to the O? That's the part I don't get. Yeah, they like, and everybody does it. All the different characters call her Korga, and she was once named Saga with an S instead of a K, but there was never an O, at least not that I've seen. So I don't know how that became a thing. If she was named Sorga at some point, that part I don't know. So I don't understand why everybody calls her Korga. Maybe it's actually that name, that spelling, has some sort of like, it's actually Irish or something, and just we're all dumb North Americans who don't know or something. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. But I have joked about the pronunciation a little bit. These days I just go ahead and say Kaga, move on, because I've never seen someone like correct it to say you're supposed to say Korga. I have seen people make comments on videos saying you mispronounced it. It's Kaga, like whatever. Not on mine because I never actually called her. I've joked about it, but I never like just called her Korga. The one that got me that was kind of funny is the very first time I mentioned Raphael. I think it was probably in the Gale video. I said Raphael, and someone corrected me in the comments, and I'm like, oh yeah, like I realized. Yeah, everybody in the game says Raphael. I should have said it that way. The reason I said it Raphael is because I grew up on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and that's how they said his name in that. So I realized I was just defaulting to that pronunciation without thinking about it. But now I say Raphael when I'm talking about it. Funny thing is, I say grew up on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but like that show keeps coming back in different versions, so it doesn't mean anything. I grew up on the original version of the show in the 80s. More recent versions, I don't know if I don't know if they pronounce it Raphael in the more recent shows. I haven't seen any of them. Someone in the last stream asked if, like I said, if I ever actually played Dungeons and Dragons. I was like, well, to give you an idea how old I am, I did play Dungeons and Dragons for a couple years, like just with like my family members. At the time when I was playing Dungeons and Dragons, first of all, I was playing non-advanced D&D. Back when there was still a separate non-advanced version. And Advanced D&D existed. Advanced D&D came out earlier than I always forget how old it actually is. It came out in 74, and it's old or whatever. But AD&D second edition didn't exist yet. So that gives you a bit of an idea. There was only one AD&D, but we were playing original D&D, non-A, which didn't have many of the things that are sort of meme things associated with D&D, especially before version 3, like Thaco. It was an AD&D thing that didn't exist in plain regular D&D. Yeah, way after Chainmail. But there was what they call like the basic set or something. There's so many different versions, but it was a whatever version that it was in around the it coexisting with AD&D in the mid '80s. The, the the '80s refers to a century that happened before the one we're currently in. I realized, according to my demographics, some significant portion of the audience of my videos wasn't even born yet when it was a 19 at the beginning of the year. Okay, it's very. I really should stop. Uh, of course, I could just ramble off nonsense forever. Um, does anyone have anything else I might answer? One of the things I plan to do from the very beginning of the stream, I never did, but it's like it'd take a while. It's way too late to try to really do it now, but it's fine. And I guess it's do it the next time I do a stream 6 months from now or whatever. Um, but not not that just at this point, so we've devolved to just telling old stories of growing up in the '80s. Um, uh, which is probably a good sign that it's stopping time. But I did want to, if there is in fact, I always am having ideas. Like there's sort of like a 3 or 4 year Rolodex. Uh, there's sort of a we see it was called Rolodex because it's like round. It's like a little it's a rolling index. It's a bunch of little cards with like alphabetized, and you put it on your desk. Not that I ever had a desk job, but like that. But the I technically had a cubicle job 25 years ago. But the and it would be you have like people's names on it alphabetized, and each you have letters on these little like tiny little index cards on a little roll ringing thing that sits on a desk, and you can flip through to get to the name you want, and on the card it would have like their name and their phone number, and then maybe if you still have one in the '90s, you might start to put email addresses on there. Uh, and it was called Rolodex because rotates. It's like on a loop. You just you turn it, and it flips through all these little cards, and you flip to the name you want, and you find their phone number, and you call them. It was like an office type thing. It's not like people had this in their homes usually. Sort of. It's like you basically would just add cards with information. It's like it was set up to be alphabetized, but you could just put again, I never had a job where I used one of these, but they were around. It was invented in like the '60s or something. I don't know, but they were still around. You would see them places where I went in the '80s and '90s. So yeah, they would have like it's like a businessy type of thing. So you'd have like contact information for business type stuff, and the point of it was to organize, so you didn't just have like a drawer full of cards or files or whatever. You could just quickly spin it over. I mean, I guess I could Google search a freaking Rolodex. Um, Uh, it looks like this. So again, so it's called Rolo because you can see it's got like a little you turn you this is like a little thing you turn, and it'll just these will all rotate around and flip over. So you just quickly spin it to the letter you want alphabetically or whatever. And look, NBC News: The Life and Death of the Rolodex. You should all go read this article and learn. I'm sure you'll learn something about Rolodexes. Apparently, you can still buy one at Walmart. Okay, that's kind of funny. Uh, and yeah, the whole Rolo thing, all of them have this thing you turn. That's the consistent thing because that's what makes it Rolo is that you you rotate it to spin it around to get to the letter. And it's like if I get to this Wikipedia picture, it's kind of small. I don't know if you guys can see it on the stream, but streaming Google. But it's like it's in alphabetical letters, and you'd have like print information, like you said, phone numbers, probably the main thing. Uh, And right. So in the end, I'm glad I ran it by proxy to learn A, that younger people don't know what Rolodex is, and B, that in the end I came up with what I thought was funnier thing anyway. Uh, then the Rolodex comment wouldn't have been as good. So I'm glad it turned out the way that it did. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like ultimately, it's still really kind of before my time because it was like people said, first of all, I said it was invented in like the 50s or 60s or something. And the people, the places I saw it when I was like, when I was a kid, like if I went to like somebody's office or whatever, uh, you'd see them on people's desks or like at a bank or something. So it wasn't like in the 80s, I wasn't working an office job. I'm not quite that old. Um, but yeah, so I was going to make a joke about the since you have dating five people and it pops up the list of five different people you can have romantic memories about to try to block out Zarel. I was going to make some comment about picking like a name out of your Rolodex, and I'm glad. Yeah, so in the end, I think what I did was funnier, but that was the original context. Um, yeah, I think they were still around for like probably a while. It's one of those things where there's no real reason to get rid of it until it was just like people were so everyththing we did through the computer because people were using phones. We still picking up a phone and dialing it. Everything up until at least like mobile phones were so ubiquitous that it's like everybody's using for everything. Is if you still had like a desk phone, uh, the idea of having looking up a phone number so you could call it would have been a thing well past 2000 or whatever. It wasn't, especially in like the West where mobile phones, people just using mobile, and even then it's like I don't even know. Do office jobs these days still have desk phones? Is it just people have a company mobile phone? I guess probably. I don't know. The last time I had a real job, mobile phones weren't really. It was iPhone was came out in what 80 I mean 80 2008 or something. Doesn't I forget. So my last real job was way before that. So um, the But so yeah, so the idea of having like a company mobile phone, like I just had a desk, I had a phone on my desk in my cubicle 25 years ago, and I didn't have a Rolodex though. Uh, I don't think. I know I would have never used. I don't think we would have had those. But I was always computer savvy, so I would have just kept numbers like that, like in a text file or something on a computer. And of course, once you get into the later '90s, emailing people was going to become much more of a thing for office stuff than it was obviously in the '80s. People had email in the '80s, but it was way less common. So, believe it or not, the quote unquote internet existed not only before the World Wide Web, but earlier than people might think it did. It wasn't really accessible except for like government stuff and business stuff like, until it started becoming, it was like universities and stuff made it. It was kind of a university thing until stuff like AOL and stuff in the mid '90s really kind of made it easy for people to get online at home, just regular people. Uh, in the '80s, I was doing more like what they call BBS or bulletin board system, where you just call a local number that someone runs a thing on their computer and you just dial into it directly. And I used to play games and stuff and uh, on BBS. Played a game where you played as a upstart gangster or something. Like I think you try to rise in the ranks of as a gangster by you start with like buy brass knuckles and buy a switchblade or something. It was a long time ago. Can Halcyon date multiple avatars? Um, I don't know. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure his entire multiple romance thing. I know very little about multiplayer stuff, but I'm pretty sure that just he still just interacts with his set romantic avatar and then a companion that avatar is romantically involved with. Uh, Avatars in a lot of ways are kind of just treated like separately from everything. Um, the people ask that a lot with stuff like saying, "Oh, like if I play as Gale Avatar and I become a god, can I cure Karlach's like heart?" And it's like no, because whatever companion romance uses the companion's romance track. You do the same things they would do. There's some slight variations and stuff in dialogue and whatever based on if you pick certain origins, but it's like they don't take over. You don't get to have the scene where you go up into Elysium if you're playing as Gale, because that's the only thing that happens when your Gale is the companion. So it's like you get the Karlach companion scenes, and it's the opposite with if you're playing as Karlach, where you have the scenes where you have to decide about going to Avernus or not and all that. Yeah, I think there's somebody. It's funny. I was talking about the Jaheira bugs, and not that long ago, someone was talking about some bug they were having that I never heard of, and I was thinking, oh, hey, this is perfect. I can add another one to the list. And as I started to look into it, they were talking about how they were getting stuck in a particular like dialogue loop. I forget exactly what it was now. And I was like really confused by looking at going like I see like what's causing the effect of what they're talking about, but there's like there's no way you could end up in this situation because uh the the way like approval is only tracked for like avatars. So avatars have approval with companions, but so there's all sorts. Anytime it checks for like hitting a certain approval threshold, like during a dialogue, those threshold flags are actually set onto each companion themselves, where it checks when it's time to check when it's start a dialogue or whatever. It goes and checks the approval rating between the companion you're talking to and the avatar they're talking to, and just sets all the appropriate threshold flags so you can check whether you have enough approval and all that. And one of those, like, the bug was happening only because one of those threshold flags was set onto the avatar. And I was like, how would that happen? Or the avatar it was something along those lines. And after working on this bug for a while, trying to help this guy and figure it all out, I go and talk to the guy again and tell him some of what I learned. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, I was using a mod that makes people into avatars. I'm like, oh, thanks for not mentioning that from the very beginning. This bug doesn't exist. You bugged yourself out by using a mod that turns companions into avatars. That's why. So all this work I spent trying to figure this bug out and thinking maybe I had a new Jaheira bug to put in the video, and no, he just caused it with a mod. People love asking for help for troubleshooting and then never mentioning they're using mods. It happens a lot. I reference it so much. Like very early in the time I was on Alarian Discord, I already was observing how frequently that would happen, where somebody is like comes in and starts talking about some strange thing that happened in their game. And this is long before I was trying to like help troubleshoot stuff for people and all that, but just seeing it happen. And I'd watch people trying to help them and discussing stuff. And then after like 5 minutes of trying to help this person, they're like, oh yeah, I'm using these 37 mods. And like maybe you could have mentioned that from the beginning, like that's why this thing happened. And so after seeing that happen a few times, it was like a year and a half ago or something, I wrote this message. I wrote something like, I think like 50% of the people looking for help on the server, they say something weird happened. And by the way, I'm using 50 different mods. And so now every time I see that same thing happen again, I keep linking back to my old message over and over again because it happens so frequently. Yeah, one time I actually said that, like I joked about that, and the guy said he had like 182 mods installed or something. And it's just like, if you're asking for any kind of like assistance where something seems to be something you think is bugged or operating in some strange way, at least just say, I'm using mods. There's a reason that they have a troubleshoot channel for non-mods and mods, but people ask for help in the other channels too, and it's like, just mention something. The goofiest one, it doesn't happen like constantly or anything, but I've seen people do it there, and even on the wiki Discord, they'll show up and go, hey, why does the wiki not mention this weird creature that's over here in this corner? Like, and you ask them, so you're using a mod that adds extra encounters to the game? Oh yeah, I am. Yeah, that's why it's not on the wiki. But yeah, that was the thing. The guy hooked me on accident with the Jaheira thing because I was like, I like trying to figure out bugs, and the fact it was Jaheira specifically, I was like, I already knew I had this video planned, and so I was thinking, hey, this might be worth doing. The funny thing is the effect that he found. Again, I forget the specifics now because it was a little while ago. I might have notes written down somewhere when I was trying to figure it out. But the funny thing is, the bug that he ran into, you actually could have it happen if you switch to one of your companion characters in camp or whatever, and then I think it may be, I don't remember if you can have the dialogue, if it's a camp only dialogue, I don't remember. But if you switch to one of your companions and then have them talk to Jaheira, you actually could encounter this problem because they do have those approval flags set on. That's what it was. I think what it was is there was a place where it's trying to do an approval. It is bugged. It's just a bug you would never normally run into. It's trying to do an approval check. So it checks for one of those threshold flags, but it accidentally checks that the avatar has the flag set instead of the companion. And it's supposed to be a companion. And normally those flags are only set onto companions. So if you talked to Jaheira, like with Karlach, if you just selected Karlach and went and talked to Jaheira, you actually could get this particular bug to happen. It was a dialogue thing. So the bug was that it was checking the wrong character for that flag, but it wasn't something that would normally cause you a problem. I forget what even bit of dialogue it was, but because you would only see it, it'd only bug out on you if you talk to her with another character. And I'm like, I don't think that deserves a spot in the video, though it is kind of amusing. Is it? Not that some people don't mention mods. It's just a really common thing for people just like they're playing the game, they have some sort of problem, they don't know what the problem is, they run to Discord and just say, "Here's my problem," and they don't give you any other information. And sometimes it's really obvious when it's stuff like extra encounters or I went to sleep and the world blew up, where it's not a mod. It's just you already know the answer is Gale. But there's plenty of times where people just say that and you have to like you're in a tough spot trying to help people because you want to have to just the very first thing you have to say is just immediately say, "Are you using mods?" Because like I don't want to have to ask that to be the first thing to ask every single time you're trying to help somebody. But if you don't do it, then you spend time trying to figure out their bug or whatever, and it turns out they're using a bunch of mods. And people will be like, they'll say stuff like, you ask them, "Are you using mods?" Like, "Oh, well, I am, but nothing that should affect that." And they just say like 7 different mods. It's like, well, we don't really know what, like, mods can technically be doing just about anything. And there's many times where they could have some sort of just weird piece of code or something in there, a scripting thing they might have done, not knowing what they were doing, or it's left over from something, or just they mess with an ID somewhere. Like, it could be all sorts of different things. And especially when it comes to stuff like crash type things or like weird graphical issues, whatever, those would really be impacted by like mods that just change textures or whatever. I don't know. I don't do any visual mod stuff, but it's like, that's why for me it's often like pretty much as soon as someone starts talking about they're having problems and they just start listing a bunch of mods they're using, I pretty much just check out at that point because I'm like, I don't have the patience to try to just like figure out what some mod you felt like installing is doing to your game. It's just too many variables. Like knowing what's going on in the base game as like and building up an encyclopedia of that information in my head so I can answer some questions without even having to look it up or know where to look to answer things is one thing. But when mods start getting involved, it's like I don't want to try to figure out, like every now and then I have gone, if someone is like has a problem that sounds fixable and they're specifically talking about that it's a mod related thing and it sounds like it's the kind of thing that I can answer, I have occasionally wasted time when I should be working and go find the mod they're talking about, download it, unpack it, and look through its scripting and stuff to figure out what the problem is. Not a whole lot of times, but I have done it a little bit. Or someone's like looking for the ID for an item or something that's from a mod, and if you know how to extract a mod, so it's like I just go and find it really fast. So it's just like you could tell them, well, here's how to do it, and it's just like I know how to do it already. I can do it pretty fast, so I'll do it to help them out. I guess it just kind of depends on what I'm in the middle of or what mood I'm in or whatever. If someone asks a question like that, I have occasionally gone and found a mod just to answer a question, but most of the time I won't. And if it's like graphical mods and all that kind of stuff, I don't get involved. Hmm. And of course on Larian Discord, it's like even with the channel that specifically says it's only for not only not modded but like never modded, like totally vanilla, you're not buying the game at all, you still have people who either like just don't pay attention to that, or they think they ignore the was previously modded part of that, or they think the mods I'm using shouldn't be causing this problem. Like they try to slip by the either intentionally or unintentionally will post into the vanilla channel, even though they're still using mods or were previously using mods. That's one thing with the mod stuff. Again, mods can be all, mod is such a generic term. It could be changing all sorts of things. And particularly when it comes to the area of like script type stuff that I'm used to, any kind of mod that makes any kind of changes to like the global database and stuff, you could change flags, you could create new leftover stuff, you could change all sorts of things that involve the state of the game, and removing the mod doesn't fix anything because all that stuff's been saved into the database. So there'd be literally no way to undo it. Like if you had a mod that just changes parts, like sets flags and clears other flags, or changes relationships or all sorts of stuff in the database, and then you save the game, that's permanent from that point, and it doesn't matter what you do with uninstalling mods or shooting them into the sun. There's nothing you can do to fix it. So that's the sort of thing where it's like people just think that, oh, I used to have a mod but I haven't used it in a while. Like, well, depending on the mod, it still could be permanent effect on that save. All sorts of stuff like that. That's part of the reason that said the mods I have used the same mod all along. It's technically not necessary anymore, but I still like it. That I got when I first started working on the honor guide is a mod that lets you just use the full regular save system, an honor mode. So like when I started, there wasn't even the custom thing didn't exist yet, but obviously I couldn't make a guide video with a single save honor mode. So being able to both do regular saving while playing honor mode and also name your saves just like you could normally and all that. I used a mod from way back then, and I just still kept using it because I don't even know if it's necessary at all anymore. I don't even know what happened now. If I thought I tried removing the mod and it still named it single save and stuff. So I think that mod still may be useful. So because everything, this whole campaign, this is technically on honor. It's custom now because once you die it switches to custom. But I do everything honor stuff, which most of us, for the whole point, when I'm testing gameplay stuff, it makes sense to test honor a lot of the time. But occasionally I bump into weirdness because I forget I'm technically on honor rules on this campaign. And like the tab save there is not. Script Extender is a completely separate thing. It's not, the game doesn't even know it's there, basically. So it's not a mod. And the same sort of thing, I haven't used it all the time, but I think I've gotten kind of comfortable with it these days, and that's the free camera mod, which is one of the native mods. So I think that's the only ones I have installed is the Save Anywhere and the free camera. I think that's it. So anything that changes the way, and Script Extender doesn't really count. Anything else, because that's not only do I generally not like changing, if it's a game where I'm playing it a bunch of different times, whatever, but this game's got so much different things you can do anyway, I did never feel a desire to like change it even more with mods because there's so much stuff built into it natively. But Shadow Dolly, there was a while where, like, when I first started using the camera, I used it just to do video related stuff, like to get angles for like thumbnails or something. And then I kind of didn't like it when I was trying to just play because there's some automatic camera positioning it does by default that gets turned off here. And then sometime I turned it back, installed it again for the same purpose where I needed to get a certain angle shot or whatever. And I just got kind of used to it now, to where now I'm fine with it. So now I just left it on. It's pretty much like, not essential, but better. Like for videos, it's just really useful to have this mod on. Right, for playing, it bugged me, and it still kind of does. But I'm so disconnected from playing the game normally anymore. And for video purposes, being able to do like this is really useful. Like, say I want a shot of Shadowheart under the moon. Like, you can't do this with the normal camera. But so for making videos, like having this is really useful. And same thing, like if I want to show, that's part of what I was going to, think I said that I should have done, if I was going to do it, I would have do it hours ago. I was planning to go through, I think I was going to use the romance video to kind of go through and talk about some of the sort of behind the scenes elements that go into making the videos. Mostly like the scripting related stuff, not just like video editing stuff, because I don't do anything very special when it comes to that. I'm actually pretty sort of basic and amateur with my actual editing. I thought it's kind of interesting that this is sort of like triumvirate of me, Proxy, and Morgana when it comes to like what we excel at when it comes to the video like making process. And it's different between the three of us. We all have to get stuff done, but it's like each of us specializes in a different thing. And it's like Morgana has, of the three of us, has the most complex editing, which is kind of funny. I think she's slaving away at editing today. Uh, like syncing things up to music beats and all sorts of much more in the actual editing. Proxy blows me away with his animations and stuff. I don't know how the hell you do any of that stuff. Like the Slayer video with all the animations with the Slayer clawing at the screen and the character select and all that sort of stuff. I don't know how to do any of that sort of stuff. And but during the actual video, it's more straightforward. And mine is also straightforward during the regular video stuff. The extent of my editing is stuff like some zooms here and there, and like I've started to do a little bit of like the drawing on the screen thing, but it's like I do really simple stuff there. My thing that I do is what I call in-camera effects, which is that I manipulate the game itself through scripting to create things, and then I just record. All of the recording parts simple, but I even either scripting stuff or just about every shot, because I'm not doing playthroughs. I don't even have this space to just record a whole playthrough anyway. So like my recording process, like if I go to delete this, I remember that. Here's the time travel. So this is the most. I haven't deleted any of the video files in time travel video yet. This is every video file I recorded for that video, and it wasn't a super long video. So you can see it's like just a whole lot of individual clips, and some are a few seconds sometimes, and some could be like a couple minutes or whatever, where I just go through the script and essentially go sentence by sentence through the script and go, what do I want to show for that sentence that I'm going to say in the script, basically. So just about every line, sometimes a couple lines, but a lot of the time every single line, or sometimes even part of a line, has a engineered clip every time. And so this time I did very, very little game manipulation because the bug itself is so weird. I didn't want to change the game state to something unnatural on my own, because that would be kind of missing the point. So I did a little bit during the intro, but for the most of it, I didn't do much manipulation that way. But as far as like recording a shot just to be used, everything is recorded individually to match the script, as opposed to recording myself playing the game and then like writing the script from that. So it's kind of in reverse from the way a lot of other videos get made. And because of that, that's where it comes, where I was talking about the camera mod, is that like, if I say like, let's talk about Jaheira in camp. So I'm like, I need to just show Jaheira in camp. So, all right, time to record a clip of Jaheira in camp. So we'll get a good angle that looks good. So like, we'll put the character kind of nearby, so it kind of looks like you're talking to her, and I want to make sure you can see her there, and she's in the middle and all. So I'll just set it up like this, and record for 20 seconds or whatever, because I never know how long I'm going to need to talk. How long it'll take or whatever, and then stop. Like, so then that's a clip. And so this mod makes it much easier to set up like nice looking angles for shots, to zoom in more and get angles and stuff, low to the ground and all that. Yeah, that one was the one also. That's another one that I could have potentially gone over. Because the bed from the intro of the romance video was one of the things I was going to talk about. How I did. I think I could do it now, but I figured most people are half asleep by now, and I should already be in bed. But so I really probably should not try to. I don't know. I was going to do it like 2 hours ago. Can I even? The bed itself is already so elaborate. I don't know. Even that, I don't know if I could finish that one, let alone anything else. But yeah, the fireball and the leave no alive is the same sort of thing. That one I said was a bit better because at least I got like 15 seconds out of it. Where is the bed save? Bed setup. Okay. This is after I'd already done the work. Did the setup for this, most of it before I position the characters. But so maybe I'll cover this particular part. The if anyone's still awake, where is the video? That's it. I don't know I don't know how accurate that is since I've never seen how you do it, but I'm glad it works for you. It works for both of us, I suppose, based on your observation. Um, okay. This part is simpler. This is the title screen map, which I showed briefly before in the Act 3 Asylum video. But yeah, this is the actual place where the title screen takes place. It is a level, it exists. You can never go to it normally. And so, but I think it's a fun place to teleport to. I don't know if people recognized it, zoomed in much at all, but obviously the statue of Baldur is there. So the kissing is just done by telling all 6 characters at once to do the kiss animation. So they're all synced up. But yeah, so this is the title screen. This is the Baldur statue. Below the ground here is the little ball temple place that you see when you click the button. Yes, it's called gameplay. The everything has a boring internal name, and that's just the first thing that popped in my head when I was putting this all together. So, which is why I made a joke about it in the actual video. And then I disappeared them. I actually did that by hand. Now I actually know how to do it with a timer. I didn't know that at the time. So this is the only thing I ever use. The only thing I use Cheat Engine for anymore is when I need to hotkey things to do multiple things all within the same shot, which isn't all that common. Script used to use Cheat Engine. Then once I started using Script Extender, I started using it more and more and more. So now I never use Cheat Engine at all unless I need to make hotkeys. And even that's getting less. Okay, so this bed. I said Proxy already knows the story behind this. I could have, and through any sane sense, should have done this with photo mode. Photo mode has a few different ways of lying down, I think. I don't remember how many different lying down poses there are, or at least a couple, I think. I could have like done a recording of like the avatar in photo mode lying on the bed, and then moved the next character in, and then recorded with both of them there, and then added each character like that, one at a time, and then just use video editing to make them each pop into place. And in photo mode, there's no animation. If you're in a pose, you just frozen in place. And nobody would have noticed the difference, almost certainly. I could have done it in like not that long. Total time would have been relatively quick. But me being a lunatic that I am, if you look closely, you can see they actually are animating because it isn't photo mode. And that's where the insanity came in. Fortunately, I got a second clip out of this a bit later in the video that could not have been done with photo mode. So my insanity served at least a little bit of a purpose. But the work it took to make this shot was ridiculous. Like 2 days or something on this shot. And it's on screen for like a few seconds. But they're all using a different lying pose, which are not in photo mode, but they all exist. And they're all, if you look really closely, there's animation going on, but no one would ever notice. So the thing is, that would already take way too long. I was looking through animation lists for hours to find all these different lying down animations so that I could make the characters all all match up, and they're all using different pose, and they're all looking at the avatar. Like that all matters because I'm such a insane perfectionist. That mattered to me. I want them all to be looking in the correct places. So it kind of looks like it makes sense. And photo mode, I couldn't have done that. But so that would have already been way too much work for this stupid shot. But it gets much stupider than that. Much stupider than that. Because this is one that was already prepared. Do I have first of all, of course, this is actually not that crazy. There's mods that do this where you have the whole party, like a bunch of people in the party at once, because I just need to bring them all here. Do I have a convenient save that's at this room? Probably not. How quickly can I get here to show that on a normal save? Probably fairly quick. If I'm in Lower City, this probably will work. We're going to go, I said I need Harlep's ID. Give us, okay. So, finishes loading in. Now your sounds, come on. Okay. So first, I'll make sure he's not on stage so he won't react when I get there. And then we're going to go to the bed.
There is nothing to be gained by
okay.
the devil's home,
so now we're here normally. Okay, so this is the Raphael's bed. So to just show how things normally work, ungroup for a second. If I try to like click over here on the other side of the bed, you'll just walk around the bed because the bed's in the way. If you click on the bed, it's interactable, so you'll go and lie on it. If you switch to somebody else, you said you have a particular lying on the bed animation and you look like you're like asleep. As you can see from the video, that is not the pose used here or for any of the characters. If you try to lie on it with somebody else, it's like sometimes it lets you lie on it with two people at once. I don't even know why, like what the difference is. Like sometimes I can get it to put a second person on there. You can actually get in a line next to each other. So I clicked over here and she went over there. So even that I'm not sure how you get a second person. So you won't let you jump onto the bed or anything. It's considered to be in the way. So even if I managed to figure out how to get the second person on the bed, that would only be two people. You're not allowed to walk on the bed. You can't jump on the bed. It's just a big bed that if you click on it, one, maybe sometimes two people will lie on it. So the bed, photo mode, again, you can put people wherever you want. If I wasn't a lunatic, you could use photo mode. Let's find a lying down. Oh, that's facial expressions. Lying down. Okay. So, yeah, there are multiple lying downs. So I really should have just done it this way. That's a decent pose. It's probably similar to one of the ones I used. There's a bunch of them. So this would have been totally fine. I could have positioned everybody with a different one of these or something. And they wouldn't animate, but you can barely see the animations anyway. But so we put a lying down pose, and then let's move her. It's done through here. Up onto the bed somewhere, and rotate her around, and over onto the bed. Okay, so roughly we do, whatever is the proper place. Roughly do this with various characters. Would be the non-insane way. So since you can't jump, you can't get onto the bed, and clicking it doesn't, whatever. So to let me just put everyone on the bed at the same time and position them where I wanted them and make them do animations that I wanted and everything, I had to take extra steps. And this is why it gets ridiculous. It said for the intro, it would have been absolutely insane amount of wasted effort. At least I did. How much later is it? It's right before this. Okay, so yeah, here. So at least I got a second shot out of it right here. This is another animation that I just picked and made her do. And this could not have been done with photo mode at all because the animation of her waking up in bed like this required the set. So at least I got a second shot out of this absurdity. And so, okay, so this is after I had set things up. The people aren't on the bed yet, but the bed has been prepared. So there's a few things. You see, it's still, if I try to click on it, it still does the same thing I did before, though it's actually on this side instead of that side. If I try to click on the other side of it, earlier when I did that, it walked around like this. You're going to notice a difference now from earlier. So why am I able to walk through on top of the bed like that now when I couldn't before? Well, I find the, let's see, go into the videos, go find the text file. Okay, find it. Yes, okay, it won't even fit on the screen all at once. This is this and this part is the scripting that I wrote to make that scene on the bed. This here required this, all of this. Plus a bunch of fine tuning the positions of the no, well, no mods. I mean, I modded it myself, I guess, if you want. I mean, I modified the game. But so the thing here is, as I showed, you can't get onto the bed stuff itself. So the bed, at the moment the bed is visible. When I was working on it, I had set it off stage to get it out of the way. But there's a setting called Set Detached. I think I actually talked about this a bit, maybe on the speedrunning Discord a long time ago. It was detached. It's called that because I think it actually has to do with detaching them from the AI grid. They're still visible, unlike being off stage, but they're sort of almost like semi off stage. You can, if the character's detached, you can walk through them now, and you can't like click on them to interact with them and stuff. And so setting the bed detached means it's still visible and you can still click on it to like interact with it, to lie on it. But like characters, you can't, like, if you like mouse over them. I guess items work different from characters. But so when you see me walk over the bed, I'm not walking on the bed. The bed is detached. It's physically, it's like it's intangible essentially right now, except for when you mouse over, you can still click on it. So if I get the bed out of the way again, so it won't, if I'm still walking over where the bed looks like it should be. Because, let's see, do I still have it in a nice convenient database? Maybe. Okay, yeah, that right there probably will do it. This is what I am lying on in the video and what I'm walking over right now. I created a bed out of crates by generating this crate. I'll explain why there's a crate over here again in a second. Each of these crates was created from as create an object, there's a command to create an object, just creates it out of thin air and gives it an ID. at a position or wherever your character's standing. So I need to create them and position them. And I used various changes in mathematics to make them all line up exactly right. But part of it is that if you look, use this camera, they're floating, they're too low. Those crates aren't quite tall enough to match the top of the bed. So I had to, is it visible here? Yeah, I had to turn their gravity off. Amusingly, gravity 0 is on and gravity 1 is off. So the reason they're all floating is because their gravity is turned off. And so then I had to carefully position their vertical height until it exactly matched up with the bed, the top of the bed. And then I turned the crates invisible, but not intangible. The bed is visible and intangible, and the crates are invisible but tangible. So you end up with, it looks like I'm standing or moving around on the bed, but I'm actually on the crates. And so this gave me a surface I could stand on. You still can't still can't move around on them because you'll keep trying to open them, but that didn't matter. The positions was all done by coordinate teleports. So the getting everyone to the right spots here was like picking a coordinate set and teleporting to that spot until it lined up exactly. But due to these animations were not designed to be used like this. Like several of these are part of the early access Daisy Dream. It doesn't exist in the game anymore, but the animations still exist. So several of these are like in that scene where you're lying out in the sun with Daisy in early access. These come from that scene, but they're still in the game. So the animations are still usable. But the positions are based around the cutscene itself. So like Will's position, I don't remember exactly, but let's say Will here, his actual position may be like over here somewhere, but the animation puts him over here. So I have to keep repositioning them till they line up in the proper spots. The reason there's this crate is part of that, because the repositioning a character, like teleporting them to a new coordinate position, they will still keep facing like the same direction they're already facing. And so these animations, I needed them to all be facing the correct directions. And the animation sometimes makes them turn like 90 degrees or whatever. So it's difficult to figure out. So I had to do the animation and go, okay, he needs to be about 40 something degrees rotated in this direction. So this other crate, this additional crate, I got the ID from this crate because whenever you creating an object out of thin air is actually a query. And for anyone who knows what a query is, query gets a result. It produces a result. In this case, the query for creating, where is it? Create at object. That actually produces a ID for the thing that you created. So if you do a print created object, the script extender will tell you what the ID of the thing you just created is. So doing that means I could grab the ID. And so I created a crate, got its ID, and there's a command called steer to that causes an NPC to rotate to face an object, a character, an item, whatever, anything you feed an ID for. So you can see down here, steer to. So this ID right here is that crate. So what I did was I put a character, teleport a character onto the bed, try it again. When I need to rotate them, I'd go move this crate somewhere to get them to look the direction I needed them to look. I'd tell them to look at the crate, and then I'd make them do their animation and check to see if it was lined up properly. And if they aren't quite rotated enough, I'd move the crate a bit more. And then once they were in their proper position, careful not to touch them and mess up their positions. Part of the reason that I have all this stuff that I keep in the text file like this is because other than the rotating part, that I'd have to manually do again. But when I come up with all this stuff and write it down like this, and I'd write it down kind of in order that I do it, if I had the save that I was making in the process, if that had screwed up in some way or whatever, if I needed to start this over again from scratch, because all these lines are just written down like this, a lot of it I can just really quickly reproduce. Just copy all these right back into Script Extender again, and all of this will just redo itself. All the work I put into figuring it out is done. So I could reproduce this very quickly by simply boom, 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 all these lines one at a time into the console. And so that's why I have these, my old video notes files have these giant lists of stuff still in them, because it's like there's been times where I need to go redo something or whatever, and instead of going, oh whoops, I just lost all that work I did, I can just redo it. Right, it's like a part of the reason I thought of it here for the bed thing is because if you force animations to play, it can cause like crashes when you try to like load like a save. And so trying to do a scene where I'm doing animation stuff and I try to like, oh, I need to reload it or whatever, I can end up losing, or trying to save, it can end up crashing or whatever. So particularly when there's animations involved, I really want to make everything written down. And so yeah, it looks like a lot, but it's like once I've done it once, a lot of the time I could reproduce it quickly. Even sometimes, as I said, I keep this stuff all around because, like, not just showing it off on stream, but there's plenty of times where I'm like, didn't I do something like this like 5 videos ago? And I just go and look in the notes for some old video and find some line of script that I wrote and use it again in a new video or whatever. And yeah, so like, there's something that has to do with saves and animations. I don't know. It doesn't happen every time, but I've had crashes happen when I'm messing around with animations. So it's like the sort of idea of setting a scene like this up and trying to just save like every step of the progress, you can't do, because as soon as you start forcing animation somewhere in there, it's going to crash on you if you try to save. So I saved the game when I'd done all the positioning and stuff for the crates. But oh yeah, I forgot one of the parts I mentioned. I mentioned almost everything about this bed thing, but I talked about the whole detached thing for the bed so that I could like walk through it. One last part of that is you cannot position characters this close together. The AI grid will force them apart. So every one of these characters is also detached so that I can put them overlap them on top of each other. And I do that a few different places when I need to have characters. I'm creating little skits and I need them very close together. I have to set them detached so that I can jam them together like this. Normally you couldn't put more than like 3 people onto the bed because they can't get that close. So that was another little minor thing. I think that was everything for that particular one. That was by far the stupidest thing I did. Was as I said, it slightly vindicated with the waking up in bed scene I did later. But it was like when I completed this and realized I really could have done it with photo mode. It was satisfying to do it, but at the same time, it was a lot of time that I'm like, as a creator, I probably shouldn't have spent that much time on it. With any other things, yeah, this is just photo mode. This video of all the stuff I've done in a while has probably some of the most manipulation, because I kept adding more over time, and I said the most recent video I didn't want to do much of that because it was already about a crazy glitch. So I talked to Proxy about this a little bit. This is the real Balthazar. This is just the scene of him in front of Aelin. My characters are somewhere over here, I think, invisible. And so they're not activating the dialogue or anything. It allows me to position the camera where I want it. So I simply used the script to force. I transformed all of the skeletons on the platform into cats, which is actually easy to do now that I know this little bit of Lua that I didn't used to know. It used to be I would have had to do that for each individual skeleton. I would have had to do every transformation. But ever since I learned this bit of Lua, I don't know Lua at all. I'm a complete ignorance. But like I learned this 4 IV and I pairs, which lets me perform commands on anything within a certain database. And so since all of Balthazar's skeletons are all in a big database together, I can just boom, write one line and it turns all of them into cats. I wonder if I even have that. I use a lot of transforms, so probably just passed it right now. Try skeleton. Yeah, it's right here. So for every character that's in the Balthazar skeleton list, transform them into a cat. I already thought that was going to be kind of funny. It's like, okay, I said, because the whole thing here is I was going to say you don't need to use mods. Commission mods, I think there is a modding Discord. I don't know if they take commissions. I'm not sure. I know don't try to go do it on the Larian Discord. You will get reprimanded. But there probably are. I really am not in the mod circle though. I mean, I do a bit of my own scripting mod stuff, but like I don't do like mods. I said I modify the game in essentially real time, but creating downloadable mods, I've done a couple, but not much. Sorry, I can't help more. So I already thought it'd be. Oh, so it's kind of funny you say that because that was the point of the scene. Was because obviously there's a very popular mod that allows you to romance a bunch of different companions at once. So because the point of the video is here's this crazy stuff you can do without using any mods. This is all built into this is all bugs and stuff you can exploit in the game to do this. So it's not. I needed to. I had to call out the elephant in the room that mod exists. So I had to reference it in some way. I had to say, yeah, it's not just a video about using the polyamory mod. So I thought about making a joke about how I was going to say, like, sure, you could do this with mods, but if you use mods, you can't get achievements unless you use a mod to get the achievements. And I wanted to show unlocking every achievement all at once, but unfortunately, Steam will only let you unlock 3 achievements at a time on screen. That, like, you can unlock every achievement at once, but it does it 3 at a time. So it takes like 2 minutes, 3 at a time over and over again to show all the achievements. And I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't work. So I had to scrap that joke, and I was like, oh, I need another way to reference that I'm not going to use mods to do this in the video. And so I'm like, well, what's just sort of a silly thing I can do that clearly has been modded? And Balthazar casting his summon spell and summoning a bunch of cats. I'm like, that's funny. And that was the entire plan. And it was totally unplanned. Make a project for Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Okay, sorry. I missed the other part of that question. When they poof into existence, they're all there. They're all off stage, as I showed in the newest video. When they all appear from his spell, if they're cats, they meow. I didn't mod that in. I didn't change that. I didn't audio edit that. Apparently, they all play some sort of like a appearing sound. Is just always plays when something is like poofs onto into the scene. So all the cats meowing when he summoned them was not planned, and it just was a perfect lucky coincidence or extra element. So all I did was send the command to make him cast the spell he normally casts to summon his skeletons, but they were just pre-disguised as cats, so that's why they're all cats. So that was actually relatively simple by comparison to the other the other bed thing. So yeah, that's this. Is that fast enough that I skipped over it? Okay, yeah. This also probably took more work than it probably should have. I really wanted to have. This is the area where Karlach's Act 3 romance scene takes place. This is the actual like level place that you go to. Well, this is the template for it on the actual map. It's out in the middle of nowhere. But the actual map part doesn't have AI grid. The template does. But unfortunately, so it made it easier to position people and put chairs and stuff here. But I wanted Hink in the background, but I couldn't get him here because he's a local character to that map. I tried to like put him in the party and take him with me, and it still didn't work. And his template doesn't look like him. So unfortunately, no Hink. But this is the place. So this is part of the joke about saying if you're double dating. So when you're in the scene with Karlach for real, this is where Karlach's sitting. This is not actually Karlach. This is Lae'zel, disguised as Karlach, which you might be able to tell by the fact she's wearing Lae'zel's camp clothes. I just didn't have Karlach in the party when I came here, so I just transformed Lae'zel into Karlach. so these are the chairs that those characters would be sitting in the scene, and so I just created a new chair. I moved a chair from somewhere in the scene. I forget if I created it or moved it, but so the joke is, okay, you're on the date scene with Carlac, but Shadowheart's also on the date because you're dating both of them at once. So I gave her a chair and put it over here. So that one wasn't terribly complex. It is kind of funny that it's just like, this is why I thought to mention all this sort of stuff. Is it doing this kind of thing reminds me of any sort of movie like made in the last 15 years or whatever, where they talk about even movies you wouldn't expect that aren't like action movie sort of stuff or sci-fi special effect movies. So many movies now like that have a budget use special effects like CG and stuff like that somewhere in there. It's like so many, even things, just little things you wouldn't think about. There's part of the scene has a green screen or something in it, just to make something a bit easier. Or it's like, you have a city street where part of the city street's really there, but you want a particular building off in the distance. And so there's one of the buildings is CG'd into the background. And so the sort of thing where the way that you accomplish things when you're making movies, where just whatever, it doesn't matter how you do it as long as it looks the way you want it to look when the scene is complete for the movie. And that's what it feels like a lot of the time making these bits. Because it's like I'll do all sorts of weird stuff and all that matters is the end result. So if I make a bed out of crates and then turn it invisible so that I can position people, but as long as it looks like they're lying on the bed, that's all that matters. And so same thing here. I happened to teleport here and didn't have Carlac with me. Okay, I'll just turn Lae'zel into Carlac and then and now I have Carlac available. That one's minor compared to other stuff. Yeah, this is the extent of my video editing and stuff like drawing on the screen. I think I learned to do that for this video and did it a bit, again a little bit in the newest one. But this is very minor. But this animation that Carlac does where she's lying on the ground. This only happens at night. But you can just switch the cam from day to night whenever you want. And I wanted her to be lying on the ground in daytime instead of nighttime, so I just switched to the daytime, but she's still lying on the ground anyway. You could also just make her play this animation also. It was one of those. I forget if I switched it to day or if I just forced the animation. I think I switched to day. But so it's minor. Again, you don't want to think about this, but under normal circumstances, you could never see this animation during daytime. I just thought it looked better that way. I was hesitant about this joke. I wasn't sure, like, this might be pushing it too far, particularly because this video had a lot more like innuendo sort of jokes that I'm not normally doing so much of. And I'm like, maybe I'm pushing it too far and maybe people think this might be in poor taste. And I put this early in the video because I was thinking, okay, if I put this early, it's going to kind of set the bar where it's like, if you think this is funny, then you're going to keep watching the video. And if you think this has been bad taste and you don't like it, then all right, maybe you should turn the video off and you wouldn't like the jokes I'm going to make later either. So it was like, this was sort of like a crossroads joke here where I'm like, I'm going to acknowledge that this is kind of crass, and sort of just say, okay, so if you thought this was entertaining, then keep watching. If you didn't, you should probably turn the video off anyway. I did stop short. I put Carlac over here doing crying animation. I'm aware that there's sort of a meme thing about a particular type of chair where a certain person is sitting in a chair and not involved over here without going into too much detail. And I thought of that conceptually and said, I'm not doing that. To me, it's really not that funny, and I'm not going to force it just to try to be even more like crass. If I don't think I'm not going to like do it when it's not even funny to me, really. So I was aware that that's the sort of thing that could have been done in this scene, and I chose not to. This is actually a type of bed. It was just the thing that looked the closest to the sort of like shape of a couch. Again, these are all these minor shots. This is the Tiefling party. I removed, what's his name? Cal from his spot and then sat in his spot instead. Larian has even mentioned this occasionally. The reason that I'm able to sit here, these rocks are not like sittable. If you have everything like on on stage or he's looking at the toolkit, there's actually chairs. There's invisible chairs stuck into the rocks here, and that's what these characters are actually sitting on. That makes the rocks sittable essentially. So I took Cal out and put my character in. This I used the same animation for drinking, but the mug doesn't show up. I checked, it's like they don't have the mug in their inventory. I tried giving that mug into my inventory, and it still doesn't show up in the animation. I'm not sure exactly what dictates the cup showing up in the animation. I'm using the same animation that she is, but I don't have a cup. I don't know why. But that's all normal stuff. Rare case of not using any effects. That's all normal, I think. Okay, this sometimes this is part of the thing I realized. I talked about this a little while ago, saying that when it's for recording footage, I like just go down the script basically and make sure I have footage for every single sentence of the script. The reason I started doing that, I didn't do that for a long time. Only started doing that with the Leave No One Behind video. And the thing is, when I first had the idea, I thought that would make it faster to get footage recorded. Well, the answer is it actually made it slower, but it's better footage. So it was like my effort to speed up my video making process slowed it down even more, but led to what I think is a higher quality video. It's, just higher overall production, because the way I used to do it was just in reverse. I would write all the notes out. I'd do all the research and notes and stuff for the video, and have an idea of what I needed to have for every, thing I was going to talk about. And then I would go into the game and record based on the notes. So I'd be like, okay, I know I need, here I'm going to be talking about like Gail's romance scene or whatever. So I know I should just record like that whole, talk to the mirror image and then start the scene and do the whole thing on the blanket and then go to space and all this sort of stuff. So for other things, it'd be the same thing. If I knew I just needed to talk about a particular subject, I'd just kind of go record some footage about that subject. And then I'd write the script from like a combination of the notes and the footage I'd already recorded. But that led to two issues. And one is sometimes the shots just weren't great. Like they fit what I was talking about, but I wish I had a better angle, or I wish I'd shown something a little bit longer or whatever. And the other issue that I ran into a lot was that when I'm just writing, for a script I'm going to be reading out loud, you have like joined or transitional sentences and stuff where you move from one topic to another and everything. And I realized I had a habit of a lot of times having no footage for those kind of sentences. Like, what am I going to show where I switch from this topic to this topic? And that kept happening to me. I'd be in the middle of editing and have to close down my editor and load the game back up and just go record 30 seconds of footage and then close the game again, and like just to patch one sentence or something that I didn't have any footage for. So switching the order to where I write the script first, it first of all makes me write a little more naturally. I just write whatever I think is going to sound good to describe what I'm talking about, and then I just go in and record exactly what I said with footage. So every sentence has to have something for it, so I no longer have that. Every now and then it still happens, but it happens a lot less. And so now I end up with scenes like this, where I know I need to say something. So the line I say here is, okay, what's the setup? What footage goes to the question, okay, what's the setup? Nothing. I just need to put something on the screen to fill that space. And so in the past, I would have been sitting there going, I don't know what I'm going to do here. So when I know I'm going to need to just put some kind of random footage to fill that line, I'm like, well, let's just put something weird. So how much weird can I pack into a few seconds? And so here's my Tav character. She's wearing Night Song's armor. Just put her armor on her. And she's standing in where the character creation / level up scene takes place, which you can see the bird statue here and the waterfall over here. This is, where it puts the copy of your character whenever you're leveling up. And I force her to do a thinking animation, which again, I can't use photo mode for that because it would freeze the animation of the waterfall in the background. Because I want to have those animations playing. I had to force her to do an animation that looks like she's thinking, which might even come from the photo mode. I don't remember. So all that was just because I need to say a sentence here, and I need something to play in the video. So I did that. And that's when I occasionally see comments from people on videos who basically imply that they just kind of listen to the video and don't really watch it. And I'm like, it's cool that you still like, I want to say watch my videos, listen to the videos, but it's also a bit of a heartbreaker that like the people I put this stupid amount of effort into so many visual elements of the videos and they only listen to the audio, and I'm like, that's fine. I'm glad you listen, but I do a lot of stuff visually. All this is normal stuff. Yeah, this sort of stuff is like basic to me these days. This is just a combination of recording all these guys and then just sending the die command to them. Well, it is to me. I'm what you call a fool for putting this much work into this sort of stuff, because it's like so many people. I really could make these same sort of videos with a lot less of this effort, and such a large percentage of people wouldn't even notice it was missing, and they wouldn't be less likely to watch. But it's just, I don't know, when I'm making it, to me, it's like I want it to be this. I want it to be this, what I consider the like level of effort and level of quality, or whatever. Like, because it's like this is the work that I want to create, basically. But no, I mean, for YouTube as like a job, what I really should do is something way faster, way simpler, and just churn videos out, so I make actual money. But instead, I put way too much time into it and take forever to get a video done, which is not really smart. But someday I end up on the street with my integrity intact. So this was just basic, record them and then send the die command to each of these characters, and then I just recorded it so they all synced up. But this was really basic die. This was me just forcing an exclamation point to pop up for this scene. That's the sort of thing I want this to sync to what I'm talking about. Where, if you do this, she'll want to talk to you. So I just pop up an exclamation point and record it happening. And there's another example of the camera mod, how zoomed in it is here. I appreciate you watching. Let's see, that's the one thing. Sure, this comes back to the comments on the newest video of people saying that they'd be interested in this and that I was trying to warn them around. I accept and appreciate that. Blanca is great, though I'm kind of currently an Alex fan in Street Fighter 6. That was part of it. Also, it took a little extra time to get this newest video out because Capcom Cup was in March and Alex came out, so I took a little bit of time that I shouldn't have off to watch a lot of Street Fighter. But as far as if anyone is similarly obsessive, whatnot to myself, that to be interested in the stuff that I try to warn people about. Same thing here. Sure, if you want an excuse to rewatch some of my videos, you can watch through and try to look for all these sort of little things, see what you can spot, things that you realize were probably modified. The more recent the video, the others said the newest one less than normal because I didn't want to change it, because the video itself was about a crazy glitch changing effect, so I didn't want to change it myself. But that's part of, I think, why my videos have taken longer and longer, as I keep trying to do more and more of this sort of stuff across the board, as far as engineering scenes and getting shots right and all this. And it's like I do the most absurd. Some of it, really, there's no excuse for it. There's just absolutely no reason. There's an example. I could skip right to it. It's much later in the video. This is probably, off the top of my head, one of this didn't take much work. So to be fair, this didn't take time to set up, unlike the bed. It's in the Carlac part. But it shows an example. So this didn't take much effort, but it's absolutely pointless. Okay, well, I'll get to that in a second, because this is the wedding scene. This is all just positioning and detached, similar to the stuff. This is actually Gale disguised as Withers. And you doing the same animation that Withers does with the book. Withers won't do very many animations, unfortunately, so I figured his basic default book animation was the best I could come up with for this scene. But yeah, that's actually Gale. There's a joke I mentioned earlier. It's around here. So where I'm talking about getting her second upgrade. Okay, it's actually after that. Okay, it's right here. There's there's absolutely no way anyone's gonna be able to notice this. Again, I have to look for it closely. This is you want to know part of why stuff takes a. This is not a. This is not good. This is how screwed up in the head I am. This sort of stuff matters to me. So there's a lot of stuff I do as far as like I don't like when like the camera angle changes in the middle of a sentence I'm saying. I'll line up camera angle changes for between sentences and stuff like that. And so as an even more absurd example, during this, I wanted the subtitles on the screen. I could just hide the whole UI and everything would go away, but I wanted the subtitles on the screen. But during this particular piece of dialogue, there's a quest update about Karlach's heart or whatever. And I didn't like the way that looked being on screen while Damon's talking. That is so no one could possibly see it on the stream, I'm sure. Even I can barely see it. Right here, right along this part of the wall, if you were to be able to look closely enough at it, which you can't, there is a very slight coloration shift because this video is the same clip like on top of itself with a clip from earlier in this dialogue when the quest update wasn't there. It is cropped out into a little rectangle right here that covers the quest update because I didn't like the way it looked on the screen during this clip. That is where I cross the line into insanity. There's an example. Yes, again, it's like no one would even think about it. There's times I'm watching somebody else's video and I see something where I'm like, I realize while watching Proxy, great example, I could watch Proxy video and see something where I'm like, it doesn't bother me at all to see it in somebody else's video. But I realize if I was doing it, like just the way the mouse cursor is positioned at a certain time, I'm like, it bothers me. It doesn't bother me in someone else's video. I only noticed it to think if it was mine and I was the one editing it and putting it together, I would feel like I had to do something about it. And so there's all sorts of goofy, just ridiculous, obsessive stuff that I do in there, and it's all just nonsense. So it's like if you were, to me, again, when I watch my own video back, I'm satisfied with seeing it look neat in all these various ways. I'm very obsessive about keeping the mouse cursor off the screen. I don't even like, there's a thing that happens that bugs me where I often just move the mouse cursor kind of down to the bottom, off the bottom of the screen. And if combat starts when the mouse is down there, sometimes it'll very briefly show the like movement line coming out of the character before it goes away. And that bugs me. I think during the Last Night Alive video, I don't have it still sitting here anymore. I'd have to go to YouTube. I'm not going to bother doing that. There's a part where I show that the combat where I have the combat spontaneously start, where Shadowheart's already standing in the area with the shadows and Roland. In the video part, I'm talking about how the script stops this from happening, where it won't allow the combat to begin if you're standing there. And so I had to force the scene, the combat to start, with the scripting, so you would see what they're preventing from happening. But the movement line was on the screen for like, it might have been 1 or 2 frames. So I did go and cut that 1 or 2 frames out, just so it wouldn't flash on the screen for a frame. Like I do a lot of like individual frame related stuff. The time between my sentences is timed to exact numbers of frames. I have amounts. It's like I do a lot of 14 frame pauses, and then certain times it's 12. Sometimes it's 16. Sometimes it's 18. 20. Like I do specific numbers of frame pauses. But yes, it's totally obsessive. So yeah, this one was extra stupid. I just didn't, to me, it's like again, it's all ADD stuff. Like I didn't like this quest update just being at the top of the screen when it's not part of what's going on down here. And so I'm like, well, I can do something about it. So I did. Really insane would have been go record the scene a second time with the UI turned off. and then use that to patch that part of the screen. At least I just use another part of the same clip. Funny that I did all this stuff. I know how to make the banter just trigger, but this is actually one of the organic banter triggering spots. So I just kind of did it all in the spot anyway. If anyone else wanted to, if you want to see character banter, walk back and forth between this bridge and the area in front of the Grove door, and you'll keep getting banter over and over again. So if you want your characters to like talk to each other, especially not one of the classes have to say, just keep walking back and forth between the bridge to Blighted Village and the Grove door. This is a speedrunner reference again. I was originally going to say sex percent speedrun, but I'm already saying a lot of like innuendo-y sort of stuff, so I'm just going to leave the word sex out of the video completely. So I specifically, I never say the word sex in the whole video. So I'll say stuff like love scene, romance scene, all sort of stuff like that. And so I originally had actually said sex percent speedrun here, and was like, just to be careful, considering how the line I'm already writing for this video, I went and re-recorded this line to say a certain speedrun. To me, it's funny, if no one's ever seen that speedrun, it won't mean anything to them. But the infamous Lae'zel sex percent speedrun, it's considered to have ended when she says this line. So if you're watching people like videos and whatever, especially if you're doing that speed run, or if you're just watching videos of it, they're skipping through everything really fast because it's a speed run. But as soon as you hit this line, you can stop skipping fast because the speed run's over. So you'll be watching them just zoom through all the dialogue, and suddenly the video you'll stop and hear, "I've come to sate you and be sated." So that's why I wanted to reference that here, because this line has become funny because it's like the finale to the sex percent speedrun is this line of dialogue. So I was like, that's just, my thought was, it's a well enough known speedrun thing that me saying a certain speedrun, some people will, it's not like super niche to say that joke. I'm sure plenty of people got the joke. I don't do speedrunning. I try to assist people who do speedrunning if I can, but I don't do it myself. Some of this again, since I have the audio muted, it's like some of this doesn't. This other obsessive stuff I was saying about like making sure that camera switches and stuff line up with my sentences. Not seeing here, but this one doesn't have that was another thing when doing the companion leave thing about the scene. I had to edit around the fact that Shadowheart just like carves up Lae'zel. I'm like, I'm not gonna. That's risky for monetization purposes. So, but this scene, this is just a basic put everyone in the party. That's really easy to do. This takes a little bit of extra work. It's kind of funny. There's certain things where a lot of stuff not a lot, but some of the stuff I got to do is like super transparent because you wouldn't even think about it. And that is that I mentioned hours ago about Anubis scripting. One of the things Anubis does is that when the characters are standing around in camp, basically all your companions' camp behavior when you aren't controlling them is handled by Anubis. And so the fact that they go and stand in their walking back to their tent is handled by Anubis. Their animations that they do, like standing around idle animations and stuff like that. So to make them all stand over here like this, I have to set their Anubis scripting to dummy, turn off Anubis scripting so they'll stop moving it around on their own. So anytime the characters are moved somewhere else in camp like this, I have to disable their Anubis scripting, which is really easy. You just set them to the dummy script and they don't do anything. Yeah, I thought it looked funny. You mentioned her not looking there. I chose that particular. I obviously recorded this for like a minute or whatever to make sure I had the right footage. You can't. This is of course not actually sleeping in bed. I just made her lie on bed, lying on the bed animation. But I thought it was funny the particular sequence here where they're all looking, and since she's at the back of the line, I picked this part where she's looking around on purpose because I thought it was kind of funny that it's like she's so far away from like she's so far back in the line that she's just kind of bored and just looking around. But yeah, the companion leave video where all the companions were sitting around in a circle around the campfire, it was the same thing there. Turning off Anubis scripting let me move them around and also let Minthara sit in camp and not get teleported back to the goblin camp. Setting Anubis to dummy fixes a lot of stuff for manipulating the companions. Basically doing stuff in camp, it's like it makes things a lot easier because then you can just do whatever you want with them. I timed last light in popping on the screen to match when I said last light in out loud. Again, this is the sort of goofy stuff. I've stepped up the detail to whenever I whenever you put multiple clips on screen like this. Originally, I just had them, cropped to fit on screen, and then I started using. There's actually a very, very subtle drop shadow along this line, and what they call softness by a 1 pixel, just so it gets this sort of blending effects. It almost creates a kind of a 3D effect, like this video is floating over this video. And that's one of the few things I actually do on the video editing side that I think makes it look a little bit, just a little extra something that makes it look a little bit more nice instead of just having a line down the middle. The basic looking around animations, I think that's part of the dummy stuff, I think. But they're unique camp animations and stuff like that. Those are handled by their camp Anubis scripting. Yeah. I should have stopped hours ago. Tomorrow is going to be I don't think I'm going to get work done real well tomorrow, but maybe I'll stop when I finish. Oh yeah, there's some basic videoing stuff here. It's not that interesting, and I picked certain clips there to make it link them. Yeah, okay, nothing there. But, okay, this one's kind of funny to me. It might be worth mentioning. Okay, so when I want to, but you're talking about as far as this stream, it'll be a video. Pretty much as soon as I stop streaming, though I think it does some processing that makes it fully normal after however many hours of processing. There's a lot of times where I think I started doing this with the Leave No One Behind video. I don't I still do it tons, but when I don't need to manually if I want to have the character move somewhere and I don't want to have to just show myself clicking on the ground and stuff to move them, there's the WASD mod that'll let you steer the character around, which would sort of help with that a little bit. But yeah, it'll keep the live chat replay also. So I started doing that. I said I think with last night Leave No One Behind is what I meant. Video. I started doing more and more where I simply give the character a movement command, so they'll move somewhere on their own. I don't have to, so I can basically set up a shot like this, and they'll just walk on their own wherever I want them to go. Doing that also lets you adjust the speed that they move. There are, let's see, 4, I think, speeds. Am I forgetting one? Run is when you just move around on the map by clicking, and you're just going around at full speed. That's considered run speed. There's a faster speed called sprint, and then there's walk, and then there is stroll, which is even slower walking. So when you send a character move to command to get, first of all, I can change their speed if I want to make them move faster or slower. And it means I can move the camera angles and stuff wherever I want. I can essentially create a shot like this, where it's at this distant camera angle, where I can show the character move in from the side of the screen towards the door. If I was controlling this by hand, I could sort of do that, but you just see me moving the mouse and clicking the ground and stuff. It wouldn't look good. But beyond that, I, of course, wanted to do a little bit more than that. So I'm talking about when you first enter Moonrise. Well, when you first go to Moonrise, the doors are closed. So since I'm not manually, I'd have to walk up and click the door and everything and just look like normal gameplay, which is what anyone who's not insane and wasting their own time would have done. And no one would have thought anything of it. I could have just showed a regular ass clip of me walking up the stairs, clicking the door and going inside Moonrise when I was talking about the first time you go into Moonrise, and no one would have thought anything of it. But to me, I wanted to do something else. So what's going on in the shot, again, is multiple layers of absurdity, more than you would think. So the simple part of this is, I gave the character a command to walk. I think I told her to walk to Ketherick or something that's inside, so she'll just walk all the way inside. Uh, if you do that, you would walk up. You can't. You have to open the door. But so I needed to have the characters already walking, and then I sent a manual command. I timed it as I watched to have this door. I told the door to open itself, so it would open up for me as I go in to have a nice smooth shot of going into Moonrise. However, when I tried to do that, to just start them, like I start them over on the, I tried to just rotate the camera just now, put them on the bridge or something, send the move command, and then just open the door where they got near. They kept like hitching a bit here. They'd kind of stumble right in front of where the door was. Even though the door was open, it was like it remembered that the door was closed when I told her to go inside. And so there's still like a stutter step she did here, even though the doors had already opened up. And I'm like, I don't like the way that looks. And so after messing around with it, I found out that if the door is open when you send the command to go inside, that doesn't happen. But then the door would already be open. So what I had to do was, instead of taking the characters here and putting them like over on the bridge, I put them all the way down here, like below the Moonrise, below this whole bridge, way off in the distance, way down here. As far away as I could get them, where I could still position the camera over here where I wanted it to be. Then I sent the command for them to walk inside. And then I opened the door. I opened the door, sent the command to go inside, closed the door again. So it would be closed. I had to have enough time for them to spend all this, because I'm switching in and out of script extender window to do these commands to open and close the door. So I need enough time to do all that by hand. Now I know how to do it through timers, so it would be a lot easier to do now. I didn't know how to do a timer back then. So the characters are running from all the way down here, all the way up around. It's to give me enough time to close the door again when it was open, and then prepare to open it again, because I had to switch back out to the console window, do this, put in the command to open it again and get it ready, cue it up before they end up here in the shot. So these doors have been opened, then closed, and then they're reopened again. And when you do it that way, they don't stutter step. They walk in nice and smoothly. So that that is what I did to get this shot that I could have just done by walking in normally, and nobody would have thought anything less of it. That's all normal stuff. Sorrel's normal. Yeah, this joke. Yeah, some guy was furious at me for putting this censor thing here, because he thought I actually censored like a swear word. Like the whole joke was that she says mind. I even joked that to somebody else that this he didn't like it because this joke is for like 30% of my audience. And so the whole thing is that if you bleep this one word, the whole thing now sounds, it's supposed to kind of sound suggestive. You have a whole flirty thing with Zarel for real. So it's supposed to kind of sound suggestive, but obviously if you mute the word mind, it becomes super suggestive. So, I got this super angry comment of this guy like flying off the handle about how I had sent, that I shouldn't have censored things, and how like, why did you bleep it and all this. He was just losing his mind at the fact that I did this. And when I was working on the newest video, and I went back to Proxy Slayer video to get the screenshots I used of all the comments of people asking for an explanation for the glitch. I was looking through all these comments on that video, trying to find ones where people were asking for an explanation. And while looking through those comments, I saw that same guy on Proxy's video. He made a joke in there somewhere, I don't even remember where, he did a fake censor bleep thing. And the guy was furiously commenting on Proxy's video about the fact that he censored his video. The same guy. He just goes around to Baldur's Gate 3 videos apparently on YouTube, and he can just detect, he just has a sixth sense for bleeps, and he just goes around to videos and complains about censoring. And in both cases, the joke was we were censoring something that didn't need to be censored. And this guy is just enraged. I was cracking up that I saw it was the same guy. I couldn't believe it. With the same complaint. But, Well, yeah, it's the thing. It's already kind of a. That's part of why it was fine to me. It's a kind of a creepy line already. It's meant to be like the way she says it, the way Amelia Tyler says it. She's all like, it's meant to sound kind of skeezy and all that. And so like, it's such an easy joke to just said mute that. And I'm like, this joke wrote itself. Where like, not to, something. There might be something that folds that someone might taste. It writes itself. So. Yeah, this was where originally the Rolodex joke was going to go, and the other joke was better. This is another meme joke that I'm like, I don't even know how well that joke is known. It's kind of funny that it involves the word proxy because it had nothing to do with him. But so the joke here for anyone who didn't know this meme thing, I think it's like many meme things origins from 4chan, but I got nothing to do with that place. I just know it exists. So I forget what the origin even is. Some weird story of some person trying to dox somebody or whatever. But it led to some meme thing of this picture of some guy with his face saying, "Good luck, I'm behind 7 proxies," and it is referencing like computer like firewall type stuff or whatever, hiding behind proxy stuff. And so this was the joke here, where I'm behind 5 lovers. I didn't want to say the word lovers, but that's the best word. I couldn't say partners because partner means something in the BG3 romance system, so I couldn't say partners. And I sat around for like a week trying to think of a word that means someone you're dating, but it can reference either gender. I can't say, it's like the word girlfriend or boyfriend is the right word, but it needs to be both because it's a group of 5 people and it's both. It's like 3 men and 2 women. So, I scoured internet stuff. I asked family members. I was just trying to figure. I saw slang terms I'd never heard of, like the word date mate, and I was like, I've never heard that, and so I don't really want to use a word I'm not even familiar with, and I don't like the way it rhymes. It's kind of distracting. I'm not trying to say some sort of. It's meant to just sound normal. It's the way you would say girlfriend, or boyfriend. It needs to be both. So I could never come up with something I was happy with. So I just went lovers, and I'm like, I'm still not thrilled with it. But I thought the joke itself was good enough that I wasn't going to scrap it because I couldn't come up with a good word that works that. I even in a rare case of asking, I don't use the whole AI stuff or anything. Apparently everybody does all the time now. I do not. But one of the rare cases I actually was so desperate I went and asked one of the AI things, hey, what's another word? I had a long conversation with the AI trying to narrow it down because it kept giving me stuff I didn't want. I kept trying to explain to the AI, no, it needs to be like the equivalent of someone you're dating, a title you would give to somebody that you're dating, but you're not in a really serious relationship yet. So I was having like a half-hour conversation with AI. And it still couldn't really help me. I think it eventually told me that's where I got date mate from. I think I never heard that before. But when I researched it a bit, I didn't like it. So this is one of those cases where I already wanted to show this scene because it's funny to see this thing where you have all 5 characters. And I already planned to show this. There were things I thought about, but again, it needed to flow. It needed to be a single word because it's filling in for the word proxies. So it needs to be simple. And just nothing was great. And I'm like, well, lovers satisfies the rest of the requirements. So, because the thing with any other sort of more complex sort of word, it's just the absurd. It's like, again, I've been writing for a lot longer than I've been doing video stuff. That's what I used to do professionally many years ago. And so like word choice and word like flow and all sort of stuff like that is like really important to me. So there's a lot of times where if you listen, like I'll go out of my way to avoid like saying the same word too many times in the same paragraph. I'll try to find another way to phrase the same word and all sorts of stuff like that. So it's the same thing here where I think the AI even suggested dates and I was like, that kind of works, but referring to someone as your date usually means like you're at the moment you're going somewhere with them. Like, this is my date. Like we're together because we're at a party together. I brought my date with me. So that could work. But in this case, I wanted like titles that is like an ongoing relationship. Again, the same way you would say girlfriend or boyfriend, like that exact concept. And it needed to be simple and to the point because anything more elaborate kind of because the joke was that I'm behind 5 whatever's proxy joke. So if the word is so odd that it catches people's attention, then it's distracting from the joke part. So this is all the stupid stuff that I think about when I'm writing scripts. Yeah, partner and gents would have been fine. The thing, this particular case, I didn't want to use the word partners because I'm just about to go into a section of the video where I talk about how you're going from being dating to partnered. And so that was part of the deal. Normally partner would have been fine. So lover sounded a bit weird because it's kind of but I was like, good enough. I still wasn't thrilled with it, but again, my opinion was I like the overall joke enough. And that was a deal that I had planned to show this because I thought this was already funny. I didn't even know till I was putting this, like, doing this sort of like testing research sort of part for this sequence, that if you pick Will specifically, she says the line about having 17 husbands. I'm like, wow, is that too perfect? I didn't plan out the 17 husbands thing when I first started doing this. When I realized she had that line, I'm like, that's way too perfect. And so I ended up really liking this whole scene because I was able to do both the fake censoring joke, make a stupid joke about the proxy meme, and then straight into her defeating me with her 17 husbands. So yeah, I like this part. That's not manipulated. They really do all pop up exclamation points at the same time. It's kind of funny. I normally have all the UI, all the sound. This is not that funny. This is extremely stupid, minor thing. But I normally have all sound effects and UI sound, everything turned off except for voices. And a lot of it's just because it's for two reasons. One, I don't want to hear all that stuff when I'm trying to have the game running so much of the time. But also because for editing purposes, any kind of lingering sound effects, music, all that sort of stuff that's in the scene just makes editing it a nightmare because you'll have sounds get cut off and stuff like that. So removing all of their sounds. But in this particular case, since I wanted to just stop and just show myself picking this dialogue line, it happened somewhere in here, right there, I went and turned the UI sounds back on just to record this clip so you'd hear the sound of making the choice, because that's what you're used to hearing if you're playing the game with all the sounds turned on. So it was like an indicator that I made that choice, since I'm just going to show the clip with no other indicator. So I figured that would make it stand out a bit more. So I wrote that joke really early, like it was in my notes I already had. Sometimes, most of the time, I just write all the script just out of my head. Like when all the notes are done and it's script writing time, I just write. It can take days, but it's like I don't do a lot of drafting. Like mostly I just write one draft. Like the only changes are like sometimes, especially once I start like reading out loud, I'm like I should probably rephrase that slightly, or I was a bit repetitive, or there's too many S sounds because I'm very S-y. It's some combination of me and my microphone makes my S's come out very strong. And I tried de-essing stuff and it doesn't help. So I do a little tweaks and adjustments, but occasionally a joke pops in my head while I'm in the process of like doing the research, where I just write it down. I'm like, that's going to go in the script somewhere. And like the Astarion being an elf, so he's not really asleep thing. Again, I thought of that really early when I just was doing this scene and realized, wait a second. So I had to actually go out of my way to engineer this to make sure Astarion was in that particular bed spot. He's only visible like that if he's in that one bed, because otherwise he's behind Will here, or he's behind Will over here, or off screen over here. So he needed to be in the particular party position, and only this camp is Will stand in this particular spot where you can see it. So for that joke, so I originally saw it on accident when I was just testing stuff, and that made me laugh thinking about it. So when it was time to record the footage, I had to go back and engineer it so he would be in the background. Editing this scene is fun because it's like constant space nudity, so I have to do a lot of careful editing to get those clips in place. I was a little annoyed that I referred to him as his spectral voice, because technically this is supposed to be his mirror image, not his spectral voice. Spectral voice is when he's dead, but nobody called me out on the comments, so I got away with it. Proxy noticed right in the astral plane. The only person who actually mentioned right in the astral plane was Proxy. That was another one where I'm like, got to ride the line between like wordplay and like trying too hard. And so I'm like, no one ever made a comment on it. I've always said, like, half joking, half real. YouTube has a lot of great analytics it shows you. I wish there were analytics for how funny each joke was. Like, I wish I knew how much everyone liked each joke. I wish there was just a chart, like a line graph that just showed how funny each one was. And but unfortunately, the only thing I had to go on is if people happen to make a comment on something. Like if a bunch of people comment on the same joke, I'm like, okay, that was probably good. If it's positive comments, or if someone comments and it gets a whole lot of thumbs ups or whatever. But unfortunately, there's plenty of times where I'm like, I don't know whether a joke was good or not because nobody tells me. I don't know. So right in the astral plane was sort of subtle and sort of not. That's the thing. Like, there's been plenty of things where I did something where I'm like, I would assume people will react to some stuff that I sort of expect, and other times not. It's said there's certain that sometimes I'm surprised by what things people mention or don't mention. Well, that's the thing. You joke about that. Well, that's the thing I was saying. You saying you have it's the same thing. It's like what you're saying right now about saying doing an extensive review of every joke in your videos. Because I am also likely of the same sort, it seems likely from the way that I act and think. If you were to legitimately make a comment on one or more of my videos where you went down joke by joke, of course you have to, I might have made a joke that you didn't even realize it was a joke, whatever, but you went down like bit by bit in the video, whatever, joke by joke, whatever, and said how funny you thought each joke was, or thought which this was your favorite one, you rated every joke 1 out of 10, whatever, I would legitimately find that to be useful information. That is how I think. Not that I'm telling you to do it. I'm just saying if you were to do it, it would actually be genuinely appreciated. I joked with some family members about that's how, I mean, this job, and it's true, I guess, for anyone who does, like, comedy writing and stuff also, but it's like, of course, a lot of what I do is not like everything's constant jokes, but I like to have some sort of humor in the videos where I can. And I realized how, like, weird it is, the fact that, like, part of the job is, like, trying to think of how to make how to polish a joke, like make a joke as funny as I can. So it's like trying to figure out, it's like a mathematical formula. What's the funniest I can make this line or bit or whatever. And it's like, one of the ones I think about a lot for that is in the rare dialogue video, the mage hand that he was talking, that the spectral voice talks to, that was discovered on accident in that I forget what I think it's because I was, to come up with the dialogue bits for that video. Some I already knew, but to come up with enough, I literally spent like 2 weeks, maybe a week, 1 to 2 weeks, a long time, just all day, just looking through the dialogue files, not reading every one of them. That would take way too long, but basically looking down and looking for ones that didn't seem familiar to me or had names that seemed unusual that I wasn't familiar with. Just looking for something that might be some sort of dialogue that isn't commonly seen. And that led to a few bits of stuff. And part of it was that section, in that I appreciate this again. So that's what I like. The videos are my personality. I'm a mixture of super analytical, logical research guy and really silly, stupid, corny, goofy humor. That's me, both sides of that. So my videos are that. And I'm like, if there's an audience for that, then great. I'm happy to know that. So one of the things that I saw when looking through those, like, dialogue files, was sort of seeing something I didn't recognize. And was that obviously I knew there was the dialogue where the spectral voice pops up and talks to you when Gale dies, where it's an interactive dialogue where he says the stuff to you about the ritual and you can respond back to him about saying, like, sure, I understand, and he asks you to repeat all of it back and you can choose to repeat all of it back or not and all that. So there was another alternate version of that in the list of dialogue files. that was labeled something like backup or fallback or substitute or some sort of thing like that. When I looked at it, it basically looked like, I was going to say like an orphan origin moment, which anyone who's watched like all my stuff would actually know what that means. But I explained origin moments in one of my least viewed videos, the one I made back in December of 2024. Yeah. The one about the Shadowfell, escaping the Shadowfell bug thing. I explained origin moments in there. And so really quickly, origin moments are just sort of a designation for dialogue scenes that involve one of the origin characters, like outside of camp. Like basically, if you like go like Araj in Moonrise is a great example. So if you go to Moonrise Towers and talk to Araj, without Astarion in the group, it's just like a regular. It's considered regular dialogue. If you have Astarion with you, instead of the regular Araj dialogue, it runs a different dialogue that's considered to be an origin moment for Astarion, and he engages in the conversation. So basically, whenever you like have a dialogue scene where your character like talks with an NPC, and then one of your companions like is like a key player in that scene, those are origin moments. Shadowheart with the Night Song is an obvious example also. So in all these sort of cases, there is basically 4 different versions of those sort of dialogues. One is when the companion is not there and the origin is not there at all. So you have some sort of a regular default version of a dialogue or whatever. The origin moments themselves have 3 versions. The most common one people think of is what's called the companion origin moment, where you're playing as an avatar character. Doesn't matter if it's an origin character or a custom made, and that character is a companion in your party, and they interact with the NPC or whatever. So those are the most common ones people think of. There's the avatar origin moment, and that's when your avatar character that you're playing as, that you made from the beginning, is you picked an origin character, like my Shadowheart save that I use for all the videos. She's my avatar in that campaign. So there's a separate version of those scenes where obviously they still are special scenes because it's still Shadowheart, but you're playing as Shadowheart. So you make the choices about whether, if you're playing Shadowheart and you get to the Night Song, you just pick between killing her or sparing her. There's no Night Song points or anything like that. You just make a decision. And you decide what the outcome is based, and then the third, by far least common one, is what's called orphan origin moments. And the orphan's the term they use for basically when a companion character is like separated from the group, basically. So if you move your avatar too far away for them to engage in a dialogue and send just the companion, they don't have to be by themselves, just no avatar, so you could send the other party members. So they now lead the conversation, but they're not an avatar. So you don't get to control them the way you do in a regular dialogue. Like you can, in just a standard dialogue, you could split your avatar off and go send them out to the moon, and then take, Karlak or something and go talk to a vendor or something, and you'll have a regular dialogue where you can make dialogue choices. But if it's an origin moment, there's special rules where that doesn't happen, because they don't want you to just control it the way you were with your avatar. So in those cases, there's no choices. There can be flag checks, but usually there aren't a lot of the time. There's just a linear dialogue path where the companion just says a series of things without any input from the player at all. They just have a conversation with the NPC and it's done. And there's actually some it's kind of interesting. I've even thought about trying to maybe see if I could do a video thing with it, because there's lines of dialogue where they're never said anywhere else other than those orphans, because they actually there's dialogue choices you can pick when you're playing like Avatar. Like when Shadowheart talks to Night Song in camp, after you've rescued Night Song, and she gives you the spear and all that sort of stuff, tells you that you're a Selûne Knight, tells her she's a Selûne Knight. That is an origin moment, so there's 3 different versions of it. Most people, of course, see it with Shadowheart as a companion. Shadowheart says some stuff. She talks back and forth with Night Song, and you can input a little bit. You can watch the dream, and you can say, I'll help out, and some stuff like that. You don't talk all that much. Your avatar doesn't contribute much in that. It's mostly Night Song and Shadowheart. If you're playing as Avatar Shadowheart, there's much more stuff you can say, specific lines, where Night Song says a lot of the same stuff, but you can say stuff like, The same line, I think that, but I'm an orphan and blah, blah, you say these things. But there's many more choices of lines to pick. For the orphan version of that scene, she will actually say some of the lines that you can pick as the avatar, as text lines. She'll voice them. You don't obviously hear them normally. So it's almost like the Shadowheart is narrating your game. Like she now voices lines that were just dialogue choices on the screen before. And you don't see those in the companion version. So it's kind of interesting that it does that. There's a particularly interesting one to me in the Shar Temple, where Shar is supposed to be talking to Nightsong. Not the time when you're at the Shadowfell. It's a different place. Which also has a thing where Shadowheart speaks lines that are normally dialogue choices only seen in the Avatar version, and they're not in the companion version, which is kind of cool. But so having said all that about origin moments, the orphan thing was what I was trying to reference what orphan stuff means. And the funny thing is now I have to think back. Oh, right. So the dialogue with the spectral voice with Gale, this backup version I found looked like an orphan origin moment, where it's just one long, Gale just says the whole ritual to resurrect him, but it doesn't have any of the parts where it asks your character to respond. And I was like, what is this about? And fortunately, I was able to, you can just find the name of that dialogue and find the dialogue ID and all this and look it up in the scripting and everything. And so after digging around a bit, found that that version plays if it's trying to have him talk to pop up his dialogue when he dies, but there isn't anybody in range who can speak, it'll still play it. It does a checks on who's capable in range checks and blah, 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 blah. And so instead of just not doing anything at all, for whatever reason, it decides to let him tell his entire ritual to a summon. And so when I was first testing it, I happened to just use the save that I have when I was working on the whole using the bear, ranger bear to knock the sword out of Voss's hands. So I just picked that save. I don't even remember why. And where Gale is standing next to the ranger bear, and I kill Gale, and he pops up a spectral voice, and he starts rattling off the whole ritual, and it just cuts to the bear just looking up at him, all following along, and I'm already cracking up at the bear. Just the bear face, just listening to Gale's ghost rattle off this ridiculous ritual to a bear. I'm this is already hilarious. And as soon as I saw that, I'm okay, this has got to go in the video. Even though this isn't really rare dialogue exactly, it sort of kind of is, because this version of it you don't normally see. And I'm already laughing this much at the bear. And this all comes back to what I said about the science of humor, where I'm okay, this is funny already. Even the bear is funny. So can I make it funnier by picking some sort of other summon other than the bear? What's the funniest thing I can put into this scene? And so I tested a bunch of stuff, like a scientific experiment for humor, where I'm okay, let's try a bunch of different familiars and summons and stuff, and just watch everyone in the scene and which one makes me laugh the most. And it's the bird was kind of funny, the crow, because it sits on the ground with its wings straight out to the sides when it listens to Gale. And I was it's also kind of funny because the bird doesn't have any lips, so it couldn't blow the flute, but it could probably peck open the pouch, but it couldn't blow the flute. The crab was really funny because it's just this little crab familiar. And just so I'm going through all these different things, just judging funniness and trying to think of, okay, and so I get down to, it's like a tournament where I'm narrowing it down to where I have the mage hand, the crab, I think, and maybe something else. And I'm just thinking about each one of them. And as I think I've mentioned in some comments before, the mage hand ended up winning. First of all, because it's not even it's just a hand. It's not even a creature. So that's already funny. It obviously can't blow the flute because it doesn't have a mouth, though it could probably open the pouch pretty well. But what really made it win was the fact that whole sequence ends with Dead Gale saying that about something about his cold dead hand, so I can shake your shake yours in gratitude, like shake your hand in gratitude, and he's talking to a hand. And of course, the phrase "talk to the hand," all of it was like, okay, the hand has got to be the choice. And that's one of the examples of a joke that I put in that got a lot of comments of people saying it was really funny. So I'm like, okay, that one I can be pretty confident that worked well. But all my comedy science experiments went to good use. But yeah, so I realize how silly of it is to have a job where you're sitting around like contemplating and rubbing my chin, trying to think about like what's the funniest thing I can do in this scenario, as though it's like an equation or whatever, like the extract maximum comedy from a situation. Um, this I meant to actually do this in the other order, but it still bugs me. I should have put the Lazelle scene first and then the diary scene after, because I talk about Gale afterward. Um, but I think it's just after this. Yeah, this. Just talked about this earlier today. Probably this again. If you look, I guess with the water makes it pretty easy to tell. You can see in the scene, as quickly as it goes by. All right, Lazelle, get out of the way. The water is animating, the candles are animating, the characters are animating. So all of this isn't photo mode, because then they wouldn't animate. Um, and I wanted to have the whole scene look like it was, lively with animation and everything. So this is another example of a shot that's on screen for how many seconds? Two or something? Let's see. 37, 38. About three, maybe 3.5, 4 seconds. So yeah, less than five. This again was created. This particular spot, I'm like, well, this looks like a romantic date spot, because you got these like pillow things and his fruit basket and candles, and you're next to the beach or whatever. So this is for anyone who watched the Asylum videos and remembers, this is a private camp room, which oddly enough is used very rarely. There's a unique one for every camp in the game, and they're used for almost nothing besides Dark Urge butler scenes. When you get the Slayer, whenever the butler shows up, like not every time the butler shows up in camp, but like when the butler first shows up to introduce himself, that takes place in private camp room. Which if you didn't know what you're looking for, you wouldn't even probably notice it. But once you know what it is, it's really recognizable. Is when Butler gives you Slayer form, that's private camp room. But and like when the dog and when Scratch and the owlbear, the scene where you wake up in the middle of the night and you find them together, that uses private camp room. So this is the one for, I think this might be the last night in camp. So normally you can't just go here. I did teleport here. And you can't walk around because there's no AI grid in these places. So it was very much like the bed thing at the beginning. So I didn't have to create a bed out of crates this time, but the same thing where the characters, those are just two different lying on the ground animations that I picked out of a list of animations. And one of them still may be one of the Daisy Dreams. And again, to position them properly off screen, I believe there's another crate that I use to steer to line them up properly. And so it looks like they're like lying next to the lake or whatever with a candlelit date together. And that's what I wanted to look like. So this didn't take me as long as the crate bed did. This was still probably like an hour or two or something to make this shot. A little while, maybe not 2 hours, like an hour and something probably, because there's a lot of like looking through the animation list takes a long time, because I just gotta look down lists and look for something that might just by name. They're just like rough file name type things, and I gotta just try to figure out what look for something that looks like you're lying down, and then just try them out till I find the ones that look good and position them so they look like they're lying on the pillows and all that sort of stuff. This is normal Shadowfell stuff. You see my extent of my editing zooming in slowly. Yeah, this is another example where I use just a move to command to cause the character to just turn and move on her own without me having to use the mouse. that reminds me from much earlier. It's so minor. It's one of the things I thought was kind of funny about how tiny the same thing. I didn't used to do things to this tiny degree until more recently. So I'm talking about how you talk to Shadowheart and like hook up with her first, and then I'm just part of this is sort of the humor here was the fact that I don't know what QSAT is, so the answer is probably no. Um, so the joke is obviously that you're hooking up with both of these characters back to back. Like you tell Shadowheart that you'll go on a date with her sometime soon, and then you just immediately talk to Lae'zel. I'm glad that I love that you love them. And hook up with her too. So I thought it'd be funny where I said just turn around to Lae'zel. So this is the steer two command I mentioned earlier and just a minute ago with the crate. Steer two can actually be done. You can either steer instantly like snap to, or it can actually rotate in place. And so if you don't do the snap to, so that's what's going on here. This is the steer. That's the steer to command right there. I just told her to steer to Lae'zel, and she just rotates on her own and faces Lae'zel. So that's that was a scripting command to do that right there. Just like I said, a lot of these little movements now I do it by scripting instead of doing it manually. I just realized it makes a nice clean edit. Most of this is all normal stuff. Okay, this one was funny to me because somebody actually asked me to comment like what mod I use that lets you sleep in bed with Lae'zel, and I was like, yeah, I'm not. I just did that myself. There's no mod. I should have told that story many hours ago. It was kind of a piece by. I mean, I'm naturally like figuring stuff out. I just like that's about anything. I like learning stuff, figuring out how things work or whatever, and it all happened piece by piece, in that I stumbled onto the parse dialogue files, which if you're not familiar with those, I closed it earlier. If you spend time trying to find it, then you already know what I'm talking about. I have one in here somewhere. Yeah. As an example, somebody somewhere on Reddit or something, I stumbled into originally just these HTML files. Someone else had already done the parsing. They just put it up on a Google Drive or something. And when I found this, this already started to open the get my interest, because I was already fascinated by like seeing how all the dialogue structures are, and seeing that these flags being checked and set and stuff, and realizing all this stuff is going on behind the scenes. And so I immediately became fascinated by the concept of what was going on under the hood. I did a little bit of programming to try to make my own game a long time ago, and it would have taken years. And even if I'd stuck with it, it would have taken me years and years and years, because I wasn't trying to make some little tiny thing. I was trying to make like a full-fledged game for the Mega Drive, aka Sega Genesis. So I was writing it in 68K assembly, and creating all the art myself, creating everything from scratch myself. So the idea of creating stuff and coding stuff is sort of conceptually I get it, but I'm really not a coder. I've done very little actual programming stuff. And so this just maybe it was just like this opened my eyes to going, hey, it's really cool that all this stuff is all happening behind the scenes. And the thing that the lore story I was telling earlier, is that when I don't even remember when I stumbled onto it. I think it is we're just saying earlier, it's an origin moment. Here's the folder of origin moments. Should be Shar. Night Song Prison Shadowheart. No, it's like Night Song's Fate. Okay. This file, which is larger and more convoluted than most, when looking over this, back when it said the only thing I knew as far as data mine stuff was just stumbling onto these files, I saw this stuff, and back then, it's funny that it wasn't until later that I figured out that it's really just approval that really mostly dictates whether she'll spare her or kill her. But when I saw this thing that mentioned, find the thing, where Spear, trust her, him. Somewhere. Oh, come on. Those are approval checks. Gotta be looking right. Okay, we're gonna type it in. Okay, yeah. So when I saw this thing that said, it's so long ago I don't remember exactly, but I figured out the idea that these are checking for like your flags or whatever. And when I saw this, where it's like I looked up when I saw Night Song Point, I already like, well, that's interesting. And so I was able to search through the rest of the dialogue files and find other references to Night Song points, but they're all just like you do this line and you'll gain a Night Song point. That's all I knew. And so the fact that it says has enough points, this phrasing really this right here pretty much started my or not started, but changed the whole direction of my YouTube channel and led to all this sort of stuff because knowing that Night Song points were a thing that were somehow involved in this dialogue, less than I realized at the time, and that there's an enough, there's an amount that's enough, but I didn't know what it was. And when looking through just the dialogue, I couldn't figure out what enough was. There were 6 different places you could get points, but nothing that indicated what enough means. And so I just remained curious for a while about what that is. I talked about it a little bit in some Reddit posts. You could, search way back when, before I knew any of this stuff, where I was talking about this flag and saying, well, I found these other places where you can get a point or whatever, but I don't know what enough means. And then somewhere in there, again, probably just some Reddit post, someone linked to a zip file of the goal files, the scripting files, these things that had been extracted out of a save file at the time. And so seeing these for the first time, this obviously is what really opened the floodgates. I'm like, wow, this is like what the game, again, not the code. I reckon, I know the difference between like C code and this, even though couldn't write C if my life depended on it. But these were very easy to understand. Well, easier to me now, but even when I first saw these, I could start to pick up on how it worked. Obviously, I've learned a lot more over time. I made plenty of like mistakes in older videos, particularly where I didn't quite understand exactly what I was looking at in certain cases. But and so once I had access to these, that tied everything back together, going, oh hey, so now what does this flag mean? I was able to just put this. This is even before I knew about like flags having ID, UIDs and all that, but I didn't need to know that yet. Once I was able to just copy and paste just this line here out, because the scripts include that, all it took was going into the script files and doing a search for that flag name. And after that months of wondering what that flag means, boom, here's the explanation. Here's a file that explains exactly what's going on that sets that flag. And now here's a counter. What's the value? What is enough? 4. So this right here is what really just opened my mind up to the whole thing. It started the whole adventure. Was once I had been wondering what enough Night Song points means, and then I got access to the script files, and I was able to immediately answer that question by just searching for that name and finding that the value 4 equals enough. And that's pretty much everything I do comes out of that idea. One thing just leads to another. I always saying if I have a thread to pull on, I can like figure something out. As long as I know some sort of thing to start from, then I can just trace one thing to another thing or whatever and try to figure it all out. So, like the one I was, what were we talking about? Some guys on the Larian Discord who are really into like trying to maximize all of the ways of getting XP in the game, like every possible XP source, writing out spreadsheets and all this sort of stuff to like figure out how to get every single possible XP. And one of the things they're asking about, they said one of the guys had like sort of a list of things that he'd not been able to figure out. And when I showed up, I was able to kind of answer a lot of these things by just, from scripting stuff and other experience. So we kind of went back and forth a lot. And one of them was that he said he'd seen this in a video and didn't know what caused them. When you finish Act 2, basically, when you come back from, beating Ketheric in the colony, come back to Moonrise, sometimes there's some flaming fist like standing around outside the gate or whatever. And sometimes there's not. And so he was asking me like, do you know why they're there sometimes and not other times? And of course I'm going, well, to look up, I could find something like that in, scripting or whatever, but I need to know, their ID, and to find their ID, I can do that from a name or something, but they're literally just called Flaming Fist. They have no other name. They obviously have unique IDs internally, but if you just look at them, all they are called is Flaming Fist. So I'm like, okay, I got to figure out who these guys are and why they're there from nothing but the phrase Flaming Fist. And I don't even remember exactly which steps I went through now, but through a combination of like Nobrid's search and going through the scripting stuff, where I was able to figure out who they are and why they're there and what the conditions are. And I went back and told them about it. And I was sort of joking there, going, and I just figured all that out from the word Flaming Fist. And I think I did a good way to do it now. I sent them the animated GIF, the Obama like shrugging his shoulders, like, "What do you want from me?" animated GIF, in response to like I just figured all that out from words Flaming Fist. So yeah, the more I've done it, the more comfortable I've come in like knowing where to look for things or knowing what something's likely to be or whatever, and there's just it's just a lot of cross referencing a lot of the time, but that's the whole thing with this, where the difference. Yeah, Mel's is the one who had the Flaming Fist thing. He still bugs me a little bit because in his XP stuff there, he was the creator of this belief that recruiting Will into your party somehow prevented you from getting XP from exploring Moonrise. And when talking with the same guys I mentioned in Discord, we figured out what was actually causing the problem there. There's two different things it can be. One's easier to figure out than the other, and it was actually more one of the other guys, Katsu, who figured out. I put him on the path sort of, but he's the one who actually came up with the idea that it was actually Saza that was causing the problem. And so I went to Melt's video and made a comment telling him, the problem is actually recruiting Saza, or saving Saza, not recruiting Will. Will has nothing to do with it. But he kept telling me it does anyway. And he made another video later about it, and he still kept saying you couldn't recruit Will. And I'm like, I already explained to you in a comment, and you responded to me, so you definitely read it. And you're still telling people you can't recruit Will. And I'm like, that's kind of bugging me at that point, because like if you go and test it, you'll know that's not true. But all you have to do is make a new game and play and recruit Will and not save Saza, and you'll get the XP just fine. And so that kind of bugged me a little, but no disrespect to the guy otherwise. It just was a little bit of a sore spot with me, because I'm like, me and these other guys did all this like work to figure it out, and we go and like tell him, and he just like blows it off and keeps saying it's this other thing, and I'm like, it's kind of annoying. But it's no, Mazora has nothing to do with it at all. It's Minthara and Saza depending. He knew about Minthara. That was the deal. He'd already figured out the Minthara part, sort of. The Saza part is what no one had figured out until Katsu figured it out. So when I went and told him about that, he like accepted that part, but then still insisted that when he had Will, he couldn't get it. And I didn't want to argue with the guy on his video comments or whatever. I was just thinking, well, now that he knows that, I was thinking, well, the logical thing to do would be go test it, just create a new save now, or just go recruit Will, don't get Saza and try it again. And I guess he just didn't. So he's done plenty of other work. Like, I don't want to come down on the guy. It was just that particular thing kind of bugged me a little, where he just kind of dismissed our work in confirming how it actually works. It's weirder than that. I'm glad you asked, because I can explain what we figured out. What we figured out at like 75% of it. It reaches a point again where it enters the engine, and I can't tell you exactly what the engine's doing. How the XP system itself works is engine stuff. There's scripting things that give you XP, like stuff that dictates the XP values for like exploration areas and stuff like that. But how your character actually gains XP is handled by the engine. But so something that was sort of work between all of us, like me and Katsu and Williman, have all worked it around and figured these things out. The deal is there's basically, I don't know why. There's a big question mark as to why this happens this way. We know that it happens and how it happens, but not why. But the point is, any trigger, which if you weren't here earlier when I was talking about triggers and showing them in the toolkit, trigger is just Larian's name for basically any. It can be from a single point to a big box or a big shape or whatever that exists in the world. It has coordinates and size and shape built into the data, but it's invisible, of course, in the actual game. Many of the times they're just giant boxes that cover an area or whatever. And so when you go into an area where a new like location pops up in the middle of the screen, like, Rythwin Town or, something like that, and you get like exploration experience, that's because you just stepped inside a trigger that has exploration experience attached to it. And you can only get it once, but it's part of the level cache. So you can get all the exploration experience again if you reset the level cache and go back in time. So for whatever reason, if a character that can be a companion character in the future, even if they're not now, so that includes like Jaheira, Minthara, any of the origins before you've recruited them, like, Karlach when she's standing in front of her log and all that. Like Karlach is an example that the whole giant area of all along the river there, that's on the what's it called, Risen Road side of the river, there's a giant long trigger over the whole area that's supposed to give you exploration experience when you first step into it. So you would get it if you were like hopping over the broken bridge from the Blighted Village into the Risen Road. But if you're not playing as Karlach, as your origin avatar, you'll never get that XP, because Karlach, even though you have not recruited her, is standing in the trigger. She was loaded into it when the map first loaded. She just ate your XP because she has some kind of internal setting where she gets recognized as a potential party member. And if such a character enters a trigger that gives XP, they'll just yoink the XP and it just goes away, because they don't still have it when they join your party. It's just gone. This is true of a few different places. The place where Gale is standing, there's a trigger around the portal where Gale is, and because Gale is inside the wall, he's in the trigger there, he eats the XP. And one of the other places that works this way is in Act 2. There's the infamous torch place in Last Light Inn, where if you're fast enough, you can get the XP for exploring Last Light Inn. But Jaheira, part of her Anubis scripting, tells her to be interested in lighting torches if they're not currently lit. And there's a torch that can sometimes be not lit in the middle of the camp next to the fountain. And if she gets selected by the whole torch lighting script that's involved in that whole area to be a torch lighter in that moment, as soon as you get close enough to Jaheira to activate her scripting, I think 30 meters, I think is the range, she will walk over into the middle of camp, into the exploration trigger to light the torch and steal your XP. If you race her there fast enough and avoid the dialogue where she stopped, you turn invisible or jump or something like that to get into the middle of the camp before she can get there, you can get the XP first. Moonrise has an exploration trigger inside it. If you're doing a good guy playthrough, if I recall correctly, no. So if you're doing a typical good guy playthrough and you go to Moonrise and walk in the front door, you'll get the exploration experience. It's in there. If you didn't kill Minthara, as soon as you start to get near the end of the bridge to Moonrise, basically, as soon as you go under that sort of little awning overhang thing over the bridge, right before the two guards talk to you, that's where a different trigger is, a much bigger one. As soon as you cross that line, if Minthara is alive, she is initialized inside Moonrise Tower to set her up for the execution scene. So the moment that you cross that line, it puts Minthara inside the exploration trigger, and since Minthara is a potential party member character, she just ate your XP. If she was dead, she wasn't there to eat it, so you could still get it. Or if you walk a summoned creature over the line, that doesn't activate Minthara, but they can get the exploration experience. So you can do it by walking a like scratch or shovel or something in, that is how you can get the XP if from Anthara. But so the thing that took us the longest time to figure out was Saza. This is where it gets even weirder. After explaining stuff about the exploration triggers and all that, and us going back and forth and figuring out that, that it was in fact Minthara, and it all was consistent with all the other things we'd seen, and realizing there was a consistent pattern here of these future, potential characters eating your XP. But we're like, but it's still happening even when you killed Minthara. And this is where this thing about, the whole will thing came, because people didn't know, we couldn't figure out what was causing XP to get eaten up if it's not Minthara. And like Mizora doesn't appear on the bridge. As soon as you load to Act 2, she's already in the colony in her tank. So anytime you see her talking to you, that's just an image of her, basically. Her position never changes outside of the colony. So she doesn't go to the Moonrise and steal anything, and she wouldn't anyway. So Will has nothing to do with it. But the thing is, one of the things that I contributed through my knowledge of the scripting stuff to help with the testing and exploration stuff is that, as I mentioned, you get XP as soon as you move into these certain triggers. Triggers count as objects in the world, so you can move triggers the same way you could move an object, not with the mouse, but by changing its position to teleporting it or whatever. So the same way you could teleport characters from one place to another, or teleport an object somewhere or whatever, you can teleport a trigger somewhere else. You just move it. And so you can, I was using this to test exploration stuff by saying, like with Minthara, for example, if you take the exploration experience trigger in Moonrise and just teleport it out on top of yourself and then walk around a little circle to activate it, or wiggle back and forth, you get the XP, and that proved that, it has to be Minthara in that particular spot. So we were testing that and going, well, even with Minthara dead on this particular save that Katsu had, we'd walk into Act 2 and immediately teleport the trigger onto himself and still not get the XP. And I'm like, Minthara's dead. We haven't gone anywhere. He's literally just walks into Act 2 and it's already eaten up. How is that possible? And after a lot of he brainstorming, he pretty much produced all the results for this one. I did nothing. He finally figured out what was different about that particular save, and making the connection was that Saza, because if you rescue Saza, she shows up in Moonrise. She's like the speaking goblin that speaks. It'll be Fezerick or whatever his name is. If you didn't save Saza, but you talk to him in the Blighted Village and stuff, and if both of them are dead, then it's like another stand-in goblin. But we're like, well, so Saza is the difference. Why is she eating it when she's not she's not one of the origins or anything? So what it is, and I was able to air quotes confirm this. I still don't know what's really happening. I just look for consistent patterns by extracting the save file and looking for character data changes. If an NPC, if at any point that NPC is added to your party, like as a follower, a lingering piece of information gets left in their data, like this persistent data that's in your save file for that character, globally, that is exactly the same piece of data that is also on all of those potential normal characters, all the origins and Minthara and everything. They have a particular chunk of data associated with them in their character, saved into their character data, that has got to be what the XP system is using to try to give them the XP even when they're not in the party. And that same piece of data just appears on an NPC if they've ever been part of your party. So when Saza is added to your party, when you help her leave the grove by letting her out of the cage and then telling her, all right, let's go, I'll help you out. When you add her to your party as a follower, she now gains that. She essentially becomes one of these. She turns into a companion, basically, when that happens. And it never goes away. Even when she removes from the group, she permanently has that just stuck in her character information. And something that's going on under the hood as far as how it determines exploration experience looks for that and tries to give XP to someone even if they're not in your party. And when you load into Act 2, if Saza is alive, she's instantly put into the middle of Moonrise. It doesn't wait for you to get close the way it does for Minthara. The moment you load the map, boom, she's right there. I do not. I wish I would. If you all wanted, email Larry and tell him to send me their source code. So yeah, he's the one who really figured it out. All I did was figure out this lingering thing. I confirmed it by going, since Fezzik does the same thing, appears inside Moonrise if Saz is dead. I went to Fezzik. I turned him into a follower just through scripting. Kicked him out of the group again, and I checked my save file before and after, and saw it. He had this new piece of information even after he'd been removed from the group. And then I went to Act 2, and sure enough, no exploration experience because Fezzik stole it. He normally couldn't because you can't add him to your group normally. But it's the thing, anyone in a sense counts. The deal is, the special thing about Saza is that she happens to load into an XP trigger outside of your party. Normally, that sort of scenario isn't going to happen. There conceivably could be some other place in the game that we didn't think of where the same thing happens, but like it's a pretty rare combination of events. It has to be said, a character that in the past was part of your group, and then when you load, they load into an XP trigger. So yeah, I don't, off the top of my head, certainly don't know of another place that does that exact same scenario. So yeah, I wish I knew the same thing I was saying earlier about the hours and hours and hours ago about the tadpole duplication, is that I know how it works all the way down to a point where we hit the engine and go, the engine is the explanation here because what's happening makes no sense from the scripting side. There's no scripting explanation for why it's doing this. So all I can do is make an educated guess based on observation, and have just assume based on all the clues that I have that, some sort of apparent causality. But since I can't say for sure, so it's the same sort of thing there. I wish I could answer a lot of these questions about stuff like how XP system works and some other things, like all sorts of stuff that's all engine-y stuff. Now, if someone just threw the source code at me in reality, I would have a hell of a time trying to dig into it, I'm sure, because I don't know what they programmed it in. I don't know any real programming languages. I could figure it out, but it would sure take time. Debug book is a thing that Larry, I think, uses internally. There's a mod that kind of activates it, basically. But pretty much all the information for it is built into the game, and then it just deactivated. Basically, you can do everything the debug book does is all just scripting commands you could just send yourself if you just send them manually through the console. The debug book itself as a thing you open up and read with choices. That's a thing that the mod unlocks, and I think Larian probably uses it for internal playtesting debug purposes or whatever. So I just do it through these things. So the debug book commands are just sitting in a list of scripts. So you can just do them. You can do the same thing. A lot of the time I just do stuff manually anyway. There's a whole lot of what the game called text events. Are there any text events? And of course not in the one I'm trying, I think. Is there one here? Okay, yes. Text events are like debug things. They're meant to be used in the toolkit, but they still work through the console, the script extender console. And they're basically debug commands where they're just shortcuts where they can, like, this one's super simple, so it's not even really that helpful. Like, I could just do the same thing by just doing one line. But some text events are actually quite elaborate sequences that are set up by them. So it can be really useful to use those to skip around to certain things or whatever. And the debug book is kind of similar. There'll just be a lot of like certain scenario things that are set up or locations and stuff like that. So just time saving sort of stuff. There's plenty of dev comments I find kind of amusing. A lot of the time they're only kind of amusing from like a Cody sort of standpoint. Like, you got to put yourself in their shoes and they become kind of funny thinking about it. Like in general, there's so many scripts. There's ones I've never even looked at. There's like almost 1,000 of these files. So, but like the one for the Ball Temple, which has all the sort of stuff with Orin and Dark Urge related stuff, particularly Dark, that one really strikes me that file they were probably working on very like close to the deadline for getting the game out, because there's a lot of stuff in there where there's tons of weird hacky stuff they got doing huge amounts of text events to try to debug things, and it's a gigantic file, bigger than like most slash all of the other scripts, like 5,000 plus lines of scripting. And there's comments where there's somebody that says like, this doesn't work the way it's supposed to, so we'll just do this for now, and of course it never got changed again. There's a lot of comments like that you can almost feel the like frustration of like the scripters. I feel that must have been, considering that's like late Act 3 kind of content. I have a feeling that was like stuff they were working on near the end of the dev time. It's just a guess. It's just sort of the impression I get from where in the game that content is, Dark Urge specific stuff, and how frustrated they sound in some of the comments. But another one I thought was kind of funny that I mentioned on Discord the other day, and Ruby, who's probably gone by now, brought up earlier, which is in regards to the Ketherick roof moonrise stuff. Not the Ketherick himself, but when you are finished with the roof fight, and where is it? Something roof. There we go. When you click on the big hole thing to jump down into the colony, there's a pretty basic routine there where you click it, it asks you if you want to jump down or not. It plays a little dialogue where the narrator talks about it. That dialogue is bugged. It's supposed to have one of your companions chime in, but it doesn't pick them properly. And I looked through it one time, thought I figured it out, felt really smart, and tested out my fix, and it didn't fix it. So I don't know what's actually causing the problem. And then you teleport into the colony. So the basic sequence of clicking on that hole to jump down is addressed over here. Let's find it. Okay. Teleporter. Teleport to colony. Okay, yeah. Okay. So this is the part. This area is about clicking a ready check. Is anytime it pops up the little dialogue in the middle of the screen and says, "Do you want to do something? Yes or no?" That's a ready check. And so if you say yes on one of those boxes, that's considered to be passing a ready check. And in this case, that ready check depends on how you want to tell that. In this case, this list includes jumping down through the big hole, or if you click on the altar, if you did the peaceful Ketherick non-fight version. And so this is deciding about how to do the little dialogue and teleport you down into the colony, but run the dialogue first. So to decide who should take part in the dialogue before it teleports you, it runs this sort of stuff. So to decide who's going to lead that little dialogue that plays before you jump down the hole, it needs to decide who's going to lead it. So as it says here, the first preference is a nearby avatar. So it does a check that says who's the closest character to whoever clicked on the hole. And if there's an avatar, which could be the person who clicked, within 15 meters, have them lead the dialogue. And it goes, okay, well, if there's no avatar within 15 meters, then just try whoever clicked the hole, even if they're not an avatar. That's the next priority. And then it says, okay, well, if whoever clicked the hole, isn't capable of leading the dialogue, then we'll find someone else who's near, but just the nearest player character, even if they're not an avatar, somewhere on the roof, and have them lead the conversation. If it tries to do that and still can't find anybody, then we try any player who's currently in Moonrise, and they write, "We're getting desperate." This is in the dev notes. They don't mean literally desperate. They mean, they're getting desperate. The scripting is getting desperate to find somebody at this point, because they keep trying all these different things and everything keeps failing as it prioritizes down the line. So it tries to find anybody in the entire Moonrise area. And as it says, if that still fails, something bad happened and no one was available, then I think it just teleports you straight there. It skips the dialogue and just teleports you straight into the colony. And exactly what could cause that scenario, you'd have to have a summon or something that you walked all the way in from outside of the towers. It would be a weird scenario. But if that's true, it would actually imply that makes me want to test that. Like if I take a mage hand or something, or like a familiar or something, and walk it from the bridge all the way up through Moonrise to the roof and click that hole, will that just teleport the whole party inside? I have to try that at some point. So I stumble onto dev comments. These are sort of funnier than usual as far as exclamation points or whatever. But there's plenty of things to me that kind of make me laugh. Anytime they talk about like saying something is hacked, like they admit something is like a hack, or anytime that there's a lot of times that say like to do switch this to the new animation system when it's finished, and they never finished it. Those are kind of funny. Anything that's like this should be changed in the future and then it never got changed. So those sort of things are amusing to me. Group dialogue. Which group dialogue on the roof? Like the part with Ketherick? To get, yes, I'm not sure. Like, because the way off the top, there's just some weirdness with Jaheira in the roof and in the Moonrise Assault or whatever, which again I may actually be working on for the video. The basic thing that's supposed to happen on the roof, if it runs the way it's intended, is that if you don't have Jaheira, she doesn't join your group officially at that point. She'll be a follower if you tell her to come with you. So if you didn't do that, when you complete the assault, which happens when you finish the Ketherick fight, if you don't encounter the other bug with the assault, which isn't related directly to Jaheira, but there's a bug with the assault being considered completed or not, it's actually really easy to run into. If you don't hit that bug and you don't have Jaheira in your group, you left her downstairs, when you complete the assault by finishing the Ketherick scene, Jaheira will actually just pop up to like coming out of the door. I forget where she actually teleports to, and she'll saunter up to the roof and walk over to her usual spot next to the hole. If you have her in your group there and you finish the scene, she'll detach from the group and walk over, as from a follower, she'll walk over to the spot, and you can choose to recruit her. But he said various weird things can cause that to work differently. He said you can take Jaheira and move her out of range of the roof while she's a follower, and that'll stop her from correctly moving into place. Or he said if the assault doesn't properly consider itself to be over because of this other bug that comes from killing anyone in the assault before the assault starts, which a lot of people do. If you clear out anyone in Moonrise ahead of time, you'll bug the assault completion. So she's always supposed to end up standing next to the little bridge over to the hole. But there's various things that can be done that cause that to bug out in certain ways. So if you have her as a follower and you do the fight up there with Ketherick, in that case she's going to walk over there. I don't think there's anything that stops it because it checks if she's in the trigger itself on top of the roof, and she will be because she's in your group. But if you moved her out of range of that while still a follower, that would break it, I think. I haven't actually tried it yet. I will try it as part of my work research for the video. And the other thing I know is she'll get stuck downstairs if the assault doesn't finish properly. And it said that's really easy to do. It happens anytime you don't. If you kill anybody ahead of schedule, if you go to Moonrise and like kill any NPC that's like going to be part of the assault later, or at least the ones on the roof. I forget if it's any of them or if it's just the roof ones. Either way, whichever it is, if you clear out like everybody you can in Moonrise before the assault, then it doesn't properly clear out the they call it defeat counters. They don't get cleared properly, and until they're empty, until it says you killed everybody during the assault, it doesn't consider it over for the purposes of Jaheira moving around. So the assault, like it's partially, certain things consider it over, and other ones don't consider it over, and Jaheira doesn't consider it over. Yeah, there are a lot of things like that where there's like, where was the one I was just saying this recently about the dev comment that kind of made me laugh that sounded like that. I think it's a really, really old, some of the stuff that has to do with like the Grove defense fight and stuff is super old stuff. Like those that are early Act 1 stuff has been in since like really early development. So there's some stuff that's like old things that are still around, weird names for characters and strange old scripting, buggy things or whatever. And this is one of the examples. It's something to do with the horn that Zevlor plays. Apparently they couldn't get it to like work properly to like make Zevlor go over and actually use the horn. Apparently it wasn't working properly. So instead they just create this fake version of it where they like have a timer where he like looks like he's using the horn, and then when the timer runs out that matches up with the animation or whatever, it creates the effect of him blowing the horn. And so this is labeled as dirty hack that Bert approved and wants to forget we ever did. So that made me laugh because it's like sometime years ago that someone just put this together to get this to work. There's even a reference that they did this. One of the other scripts implies that they did this because they were trying to get a demo in 2019 that probably had this scene in it. And I think the idea was they were crunched for time trying to get the demo ready for whatever they were, whatever was being shown. So they just hacked something together to make it work for the purposes of the demo and then never changed it. Because there's something I saw, I forget, it's one of the other ones. It's about this scene. It says something about a 2019 demo hack or something like that. It's part of the same scene. So I think they're probably related. The word hack is used 414 times. Yeah, August 19 year it was. Yeah, Attack on Den rating part. Yeah, so it's a different Den related thing. So maybe a different hack. It may actually maybe the same hack. Oh yeah, because it involves the battle horn. That's why I thought they were connected. Because also the battle horn is involved here too. Yeah. So 2019 August demo hack. Whatever this August 2019 demo is, it sounds like someone was trying to get that horn working for the demo and it didn't work right, and so they just got something. They hacked something together that worked, and then just never changed it. So it's a 7-year-old hack. Not quite 7, but we're getting there. Yeah, I don't even know. Bert, I mean, I'm assuming Bert's one of the scripters, probably one of the higher up scripters. The only one I know by name, well, I know the guy that goes by the nickname Griever. He's got to be pretty important because he has his own file. I actually found him because I was like, what the hell does Griever mean? And I searched for like Larian and Griever, and like, oh, it's a nickname of one of the scripters, one of like the lead scripters. It's on his like Twitter account. Has Griever on it. There's the guy Mikhail something who he's one of the main guys. He's the one who's like, I don't know if he's just the public face of the scripters. He's two different times, both in some sort of talk he gave at some sort of little conference. It wasn't like a big GDC thing. It was like in a little room with a projector. He was talking about the scripting stuff that they do for the game, for BG3 specifically, giving some examples of edge cases and all this sort of stuff to a room of like 20 people or something. It was this really sort of small conference thing. I don't know what it was, but there was a YouTube video of it that I found because the proxy mentioned it sometime quite a while ago now, and I found it fascinating to watch. That same guy was also on one of the little Larian like Channel from Hell stream things they do. They usually just do playthrough things, but a few times they've had like developer people on, and so he was on that also. I wish he was on way longer. It wasn't anywhere near enough time. But because he talked about his story about how he got into it and how he got the job, and it was like an hour-long stream for him to talk about so many different things. He barely had any chance to talk about the game stuff itself. But I would have loved to have him go on for hours. Of course, I wish I could just have a conversation with the scripting team or somebody on the scripting team and ask them questions. But so that guy I know of, but so I don't really know much about any of them. So I assume Bert is one of the scripters probably. I would assume now it's the thing. They obviously know they made the game set it up to be moddable. I mean, DOS2 was. I mean, they're obviously aware that people see these things, but they're also they're kind of aware and also oblivious at the same time. Like one of the things that's kind of funny, every time there's any sort of new patch, even like the hotfixes and stuff, people like me and other people like on the wiki Discord and stuff like that, it's like part of our business to figure out everything that changed. And for me, the main thing is, did any scripting change? So I just pull every Go file that was put into the new like hotfixes and compare it to my existing ones. Like the hotfix they put out today didn't change anything. Well, it changed one thing, which is part of what I was going to joke about. But that's how I saw like what happened in the other hotfix from a few weeks ago. That I could see what it was that how they what they changed in the scripting that did the why the now that cutscene starts during the day when you save your load your game. I know now what was causing the bug that was causing people to suddenly be in daytime when they save and reload in Worm's Lookout. The answer is it's fixed now, so it doesn't matter anymore. The answer is for anyone, probably not enough people here to anyone who have run into that bug, but the cause was long resting prior to Worm's Lookout with any kind of permanent summon, like a ranger animal companion or like a familiar or shovel or those sort of things that don't anything that doesn't go away when you long rest. If you long rested, it didn't. It wasn't a problem until patch 8. They created a fix that created a new bug, and so they had to make another hotfix to fix the fix. If you had long rested with a permanent companion following like that, they would get stuck into a database list of people who are currently long resting, and it doesn't do much of anything by itself. But in patch 8, they put in a fix that even this is again an example of dev comment type stuff that's funny to me. When they act like they don't even know why they're doing it, like they're like, we don't know what the problem is, but we're just going to do this and hopefully it fixes it. And this was an example of that. Okay, this is the newest. This is probably updated to the hotfix, so this may not have this will have the updated version of it. Too many different long rest related things. That's a release 8. Oh, it should be patch. It's a patch 8. They put it in for patch. Wait, this is part of Force Sync, but it's not older than 7. It doesn't have a version check on it. That's part of the thing. Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's somewhere. Yeah, let's say they changed it again. Wake up. Okay, well, I'm gonna trying to remember all this off the top of my head. Yeah, okay. This is the one. So there's no cause not found, so they don't have any. They don't know whatever this problem they were trying to fix. They didn't even know what the cause was, so there was no check for which patch version you're on, which they usually do. This was added in patch 8 originally, which is why that bug wasn't happening until then. This database camp character long rested. This normally is just very quickly populated by all 4 party members who are long resting, and then as they long rest, they're removed. They just put in it, then they're removed. It's just part of the system. They're added and removed. And so this save game patch means when this thing says apply save game patches, if you load a save, this huge list of save game patches just checks if it needs to apply any of them. So a lot of them check for which version you're on. If you're before a certain patch version, it'll apply it. Other ones apply all the time or whatever based on the condition. So this is an example that always applies every time. So if you load a save and you've got anybody in this list, which normally wouldn't happen because when you do a normal long rest, it adds the players to the list, it takes them out. This thing where it says DB players, this wasn't here before. This was added in that hotfix. It used to just be this. And so if you long rested with a permanent summon in your party, they get stuck in this and not removed from it because they're only removed if they're in this list of players. So this save game patch prior to that hotfix didn't have this check in it. It was just if you load a save and there's anybody in this list, automatically make everyone wake up at daytime. So if you on the way to the Worm's Lookout, you'd like long rested with your Ranger Bear companion out, they got stuck in this list. You would have never noticed. You get to Worm's Lookout, you save and reload in Worm's Lookout, and suddenly it's daytime because when you loaded your save, it said, well, there's somebody in this list, so wake everybody up, which turns it to daytime, puts in your normal armor and everything like that. So this hotfix made a few adjustments. It made it so no longer you have to be a player to get added to that list anymore, and it put this in the save game patch to where they have only if they're a player and they're in that list does this happen, which should never happen anyway. So whatever bug they were originally trying to fix, that who knows what it actually is, this more appropriately addresses that. But that's why you was suddenly daytime when you loaded a save, because it was literally running this, and that was also the same cause. I saw people saying that like, oh, I was in Worm's Lookout, I saved the Emperor from the Gith, but then I saved my game, and then when I reloaded, the portal to leave the prison was gone. And so for when I first saw that, I was like, okay, well, here's a command you can put in the console to make the portal appear again, which is good enough to deal with it. But once I figured out all of this whole weird thing with the save game patch and blah blah blah, I realized this was the same problem, because the portal disappearing is part of what it calls like the cleanup for that section, and I certainly should. Like 4 hours ago, the or maybe 3 hours ago, the so if you do the whole everyone wakes up thing, that runs that cleanup script, which makes the portal disappear. So I finally put two and two together that those are actually the same bug. The people waking up in the daytime or the portal disappearing inside the prison were both caused by this same save game patch. Tiered dialogue line works. That's actually a really simple thing. The we should rest is really simple. If I recall correctly, every 3 times you leave combat, it runs a counter. So for each time you leave combat, it adds to a counter. When it hits 3, it starts a timer that runs for, I believe, 30 seconds. And when the 30 seconds expires, somebody says they feel tired and we should rest. Because the timer is so long, 30 seconds, if you go to camp, I believe it suspends the timer. So, and keeps like restarting it. Basically, if it reaches the end of the timer, but you're already in camp, it doesn't cancel it, but it doesn't talk. So you can actually like suspend the timer to where you like go to camp for a while, then leave, and then you start walking around and you haven't done anything, and suddenly they're talking about being tired, and it's because you pushed that dialogue ahead by delaying the timer on accident by going to camp. That's off the top of my head. I think I'm remembering everything. So yeah, it's a really simple thing that just when you've had 3 combats, no matter what happened in them, and then 30 seconds pass without it being interrupted, a character will say they're tired. It's as simple as that. And so it has nothing to do with low health or the last time you long rested or spell slots or anything else. Will speak with dead. Well, I mean, you should have it like. Well, I can tell you off the top of my head that Astarion, he has a Speak with Dead. I actually showed a bit of it in some video. Where the deal with Astarions is, you can only do Speak with Dead on Astarion if he currently can't be if he dies and can't be resurrected. So he's permanently gone from the party. So you'd only be able to do it in cases like if he like turns on you, like you betray him after he ascends and you fight him. You could Speak with Dead on him there, or if there's any other time when he, leaves the party permanently, or like if he gets, well, that doesn't happen. He can't get picked by Orin. So there's not a lot of places. I of course just forced it for the video. I just turned it off I set him to can't be resurrected so I could do the dialogue. But so there might be something similar with Will. Like the reason you've never seen it is because you can't normally cast Speak with Dead on him. But I'd have to. Speak with Dead stuff should probably be in this folder. If I can find Astarion, since I know he has it. Unless there's a Speak with Dead. Okay, Astarion Dead is there. So we'll look for Will. Will has a dead right here. So we will try seeing if we can find ID for this as a dialogue. Oh, of course, it's 11. Spelled like this. Okay, so this is the ID for the dialogue itself. So we will get some of this stuff out of the way. Let's see. What's set as his character corpse dialogue? Okay, yeah, it's the same thing. He has to be not resurrectable, or you can't use speak with dead dialogue. So you'd have to be a scenario where Will has like both. He can't be picked by Orin either. I'm trying to think. Is there a way for Will? Is there ever a place where you can actually go into combat, like fight Will? I guess at like uh, if you betray the Tieflings, he goes into combat with you. So maybe after that, because he's left the party, so he won't be resurrectable. That might be the only place. Is there any other place you can? He both leaves the party forever, but also is around to kill him. It's somewhere maybe, but it's the same as Astarion. It might be true for other characters too. If he's capable of being resurrected, basically if he's not permanently dead, you can't use speak with dead on him. So when you kill his father on Iron Throne, if you attack his father or go into combat with his father, he does turn on you and goes into combat with you in camp. So that would probably be another place to do it. Yeah. So that's probably a way to test it. If you, I say stuff like if you have a save here and here and here, I just have saves like everywhere. So, but that would probably be how to test it. Would be like, yeah, like go if you have like a save with Will and his father in camp, just go like attack his father and Will instantly, leave the party and turn hostile, and then kill him in camp. And probably then you could probably use on his corpse there. That's just a guess off the top of my head as an opportunity, probably. The Grove said probably another place to do it, though his dialogue, if it has, it has various things about, well, if you know his father, sometimes these things will have things for later, things that happen in the game. This looks like mostly early game stuff, since you can learn about his father just from the whole stuff happening at Joaquin's Rest. So you probably could do this as early as Grove also. So yeah, so that maybe it may apply to a bunch of characters, but it's the same as Astarion. If he can be resurrected, there's no speak with dead. Okay, I think I really as you can see, I could just talk forever, but I think I'm obviously should have stopped hours ago for my for my health. So I'm going to it's about 5 o'clock, so I'm going to take this chance to wrap this up. I'm amazed that there's people still around. Or I guess some people have replaced other people over time, but so thanks very much for people who hung around for any amount of time and asked questions and had a good time, I hope. And I don't know how you'd handle that, but I also am gonna have to work tomorrow with very little sleep. I'm not gonna be very productive today, I'm sure, but I'll be working on Jahira stuff, and I will probably make a post maybe tomorrow if I'm not too tired, maybe the next day, to see if anyone has any other bugs that I'm not aware of that I might want to address for her. But yeah, so. Right. I figured there's probably some people who just joined in who were in other time zones or whatever over the course of it, but yeah. So yeah, someone asked me what mod did this, and I said I didn't. I just positioned him. So I'm afraid there's no way Zell sleeps in bed with you mod. I did that myself. Same with all this. Okay, so closing this video. So yeah, I enjoy BG3. I have a habit of doing stuff like staying up to 5 streaming when I should have gone to sleep hours ago. I don't have much of what they call self-control when it comes to this sort of thing. Like I have a good time. Like I'm amazed that people like I could just go on about this stuff forever. I find it fascinating. So if other people find it interesting too, I can just keep going, and that's a problem when it comes time to sleep. So I'll do another one at some point. I don't know how often, but yeah, I mean that would be the smart thing to do, would be just not stream so long. But we'll see. I enjoy it. It's just it's all about scheduling. So I appreciate everyone's watching and watching videos and whatnot and all that. So yeah, again, I don't know. It's always, again, it's amazing. Every individual person that like finds my stuff interesting enough to watch, particularly more than over time, more than once, uh, is amazing to me. So I'm certainly very grateful, appreciative for everyone's continued support. So okay, farewell from Gail.